The girl express delivered her newborn baby to the man, leaving a message that she went abroad to find true love. But she actually gave birth to 10 babies at once. 6 years later, at an international airport in the country, Sister Sa, wearing 8 square-meter sunglasses, returns to the country with 9 adorable kids. The cute kids start chasing and playing around. Sister Sa shouts at them, but the 9 kids run too fast. They bump into a second-tier actress. "Oh my God, my haute couture dress. What's wrong with this child? Are they blind?" The 9th child immediately bows and apologizes. However, the actress's bodyguard pushes the child away roughly. The 9th child falls hard on the ground. "Stop it. A grown man bullying a 4 to 5-year-old child in public. Move aside." At this moment, a tycoon's voice appears. Sister Sa quickly recognizes. It seems to be her ex-husband, the kid's father. The tycoon only feels Sister Sa looks familiar, but Sister Sa's 80-square-meter sunglasses prevent him from recognizing her. "I know you." "What do you mean you?" "I'll pay for the damages. It's time to leave." "But you pushed my son." "What's the reason for that?" The man reaches out to remove Sister Sa's 800-square-meter sunglasses. Sister Sa quickly grabs her ex-husband's hand. At this time, seeing the tycoon arrive, the actress immediately puts on a smile, saying her bodyguard was too rough. It's good the child isn't hurt. Sister Sa now notices that the actress was her close friend when she was married. Her ex-husband and best friend got together. "Huh." Sister Sa swiftly pulls out a bank card. "It's our fault for dirtying your dress. The money in this card is for compensation. The haute couture company will provide you with another dress." The haute couture actress quickly smiles and waves, saying it's not necessary. Sister Sa ignores her and turns to look at her children. The children all bow and apologize in unison. The actress says it's too polite, but the tycoon persists. He asks again what her name is. Sister Sa just throws the card into the actress's hand, mutters a bye-bye, and turns to leave. With 8,000-square-meter sunglasses on, "Don't think you can recognize me. Do you dare to divorce me? I'll give you 10 children." This fierce woman is Sister Sa, the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Her husband, Hua only married Sister Sa due to pressure from the Yi family. Now that the Yi family is bankrupt, Hua finally presents a divorce agreement, placing it on the table, demanding Sister Sa to sign and divorce today. Since getting married, Sister Sa has always tried to maintain this marriage. How could she easily give up? She tells Hua "On our wedding day, we didn't drink the ceremonial wine. For our divorce, we should at least share a drink. Consider it a celebration of your freedom. I won't sign unless you drink." Eager to divorce, Hua reluctantly raises his glass and drinks it all. Seeing Hua drink, Sister Sa decisively signs the divorce agreement. She then says to Hua "Since we're divorced, why don't we have a breakup party?" Hua stands up abruptly, angrily asking if Sister Sa has lost her mind. But as soon as he stands, he feels weak all over. His body feels inexplicably hot and restless. Hua instantly realizes, "You crazy woman, you drugged me." Sister Sa pushes Hua down on the table. Gently lifting his chin, she says, "So what if I drugged you? Since you can't resist, just enjoy it." Early the next morning, Hua wakes up groggily. He finds Sister Sa gone, with a stack of money and a note on the bedside table. The note reads, "Sister had a great time. 1,000 is from Mr. Hua's hard work." It's the first time Hua has been so humiliated. His angry roar echoes through the entire Hua family villa. 6 years later, at an international airport, Sister Sa wears exaggerated sunglasses. Surrounding her are 9 adorable kids. As for the eldest child, Sister Sa had sent him to the biological father, Hua years ago via express delivery. To the biological father, Hua The kids are too mischievous, chasing and playing with each other at the airport. The naughty 9th child, running too fast, bumps into a second-tier starlet. The starlet immediately shouts, "Oh no, my dress! What's wrong with this child? Don't they have eyes?" The 9th child quickly bows and apologizes, but the starlet's bodyguard roughly pushes the child away. "Where did this brat come from?" Seeing her child being bullied, Sister Sa shouts, "Stop it, all of you! What did my child do wrong? How dare you grown men bully a 4 or 5-year-old child like this?" At this moment, an authoritative voice suddenly rings out, "Everyone move aside." Sister Sa pauses upon hearing the voice. It sounds familiar. Could it be? It's none other than Sister Sa's ex-husband, Hua Hua also finds Sister Sa familiar. but her sunglasses prevent him from recognizing her immediately. He reaches out to remove Sister Sa's sunglasses to confirm who she is. Of course, Sister Sa won't give him this chance. She quickly grabs Hua Hanting's hand. The little starlet, that bitch Han Ting, immediately puts on a smiling face. It's my bodyguard who is too rough. It's good the child isn't hurt. It's just a piece of clothing. It's all right. Sister Sa now sees clearly. The starlet is actually her former best friend, Qian Yaoyao. Her ex-husband is now with her best friend. Indeed, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. Sister Sa imperiously takes out a card. Dirtying your clothes was our fault. The money in this card is enough to compensate for your dress. Qian Yaoyao waves her hands repeatedly, refusing. Sister Sa ignores this green tea bitch and tells her children to apologize to the lady. The children bow in unison at a 90-degree angle to apologize. Qian Yaoyao awkwardly says there's no need to be so polite. Hua Hanting still wants to know who this woman is. He asks Sister Sa for her name. Sister Sa quickly shoves the card into Qian Yaoyao's hand. She says, "We have to go." She turns and leaves anxiously, thinking, didn't recognize me, did he? Now Sister Sa returns powerfully, searching for her eldest child. Her 9 young children all express their willingness to help search. Sister Sa is touched to see her adorable children being so understanding. Don't worry about finding your big brother. Mommy has a way. Don't worry, just stay at home and be good. After saying this, she turns and leaves. After Sister Sa leaves, the 4th child opens a laptop and operates it skillfully. Good thing I was prepared. I installed a tracking device on Mommy's phone. Mommy said Big Brother is with Daddy. So if we follow Mommy's location, we'll definitely find Daddy. The 4th child's confident demeanor immediately draws admiring looks from his siblings. Meanwhile, Sister Sa enters Hua's media partners for an interview. Director Wang hands Sister Sa a contract. Sister Sa looks at it carefully. It turns out to be a contract for her to be Qian Yaoyao's exclusive designer. Director Wang subtly informs Sister Sa that Qian Yaoyao will soon become the female lead of Hua's. This time, she specifically requested Sister Sa as her exclusive designer. Sister Sa is furious upon hearing this. My former best friend got together with my ex-husband, and now wants me to design for her? In her dreams, she stands up angrily, carelessly tossing the contract on the table. I can't accept her favor. Sorry, this job isn't suitable for me. She turns and leaves without looking back. At this moment, Qian Yaoyao suddenly appears, blocking Sister Sa's path. She taunts, "Such a high salary is hard to come by. I saw you with 9 kids at the airport. You must really need the money, right? Not everyone is like me, willing to give you a bowl of rice to eat. Also, stay away from Hua Hanting. He and I are about to get engaged." Sister Sa smiles lightly, looking at Qian Yaoyao with contempt. Qian Yaoyao, enraged, grabs Sister Sa's shoulders, shouting, "What are you so smug about? I'm the winner here." Suddenly, the room plunges into darkness. An employee runs over to tell Qian Yaoyao that the company's electrical switch has been hacked. "Mr. Hua is coming over soon. You should go check it out quickly." Sister Sa, hearing that her ex-husband is coming, hurriedly turns to leave. "I don't need Hua's media. I can find my eldest child on my own. I don't want to face Qian Yaoyao and be mistreated every day." As Sister Sa is lost in thought, a car suddenly appears and splashes water all over her. Just as Sister Sa is about to confront the driver, she realizes the person getting out of the car is none other than her ex-husband, Hua Hanting. Frightened, she immediately turns to run. Unexpectedly, her ex-husband grabs Sister Sa's wrist. He pulls her into his arms. Sister Sa shouts in shock. "In public like this, what are you trying to do?" Before her ex-husband can speak, the driver interjects, "Madam, Mr. Hua has been looking for you all these years." Her ex-husband grips Sister Sa's chin and says, "Yi Sa, you're quite bold. You dare to come back." Sister Sa pushes Mr. Hua away forcefully. "You're a grown man. Don't be so petty." Before Sister Sa can finish, her ex-husband picks her up in a princess carry. He warns, "You talk too much. Be quiet. I know why you're here." Hua tells his assistant, "Handle the intrusion problem yourself. If you can't solve it, ask my son for help." He then walks straight into the office. This action shocks the company employees. They gossip, wondering which woman has caught Mr. Hua's attention. Entering the office, her ex-husband throws Sister Sa onto the sofa. He says fiercely, "Try to run again, I dare you." Sister Sa retreats nervously, hinting, "Be reasonable, will you? Our divorce was just for fun. Don't tell me you want to take it back. After years of marriage, you never deigned to touch me. Don't tell me you're addicted after one time." Her ex-husband pins Sister Sa on the sofa, saying, "You dare to scheme against me. You should know the consequences. You dared to drug me back then. Don't tell me you're scared now." Sister Sa looks up at her ex-husband's face. After all these years, he's still as handsome as ever. She tells him she's not afraid of anything. But Mr. Hua is about to get married. "Aren't you afraid your fiancé will find out?" Suddenly, Sister Sa's phone on the floor rings. Sister Sa pushes her ex-husband away and answers the phone, shouting, "Baby, come save me quickly." Hearing Sister Sa call someone else baby, her ex-husband angrily grabs the phone and throws it on the ground. He roars at Sister Sa, "You found a baby abroad. Why did you come back? Is it to take back the son you abandoned? 5 years ago, you left the child with me without a word and went abroad to find true love. Why are you back looking for him now?" In fact, Sister Sa had her reasons. Back then, she lost a child in her first pregnancy, shocking the entire hospital. But when her eldest was born, he had a serious congenital disease. Only a top pediatric surgeon could operate with confidence. The bankrupt Sister Sa couldn't afford it, so she had to heartlessly leave her eldest with her ex-husband. Of course, Sister Sa wouldn't say any of this. She pushes away her ex-husband's hands and asks, "Is our eldest doing well now?" Her ex-husband coldly replies, "You have no right to ask that." Seeing this, Sister Sa gets up to leave. Unexpectedly, she stumbles and falls right into her ex-husband's arms. Suddenly, an assistant bursts in. "Mr. Hua, the intruder is too skilled. We can't handle it." Her ex-husband sighs. "Such a small matter, and you can't handle it. What use are you?" He dials a number. A childish voice answers. "Hello, Dad. Uncle Liang already told me. Do you need my help?" Her ex-husband says gently, "Yes, we need your assistance. Whatever you want, just ask." The eldest child replies in a childish voice, "I just want to know where Mom is." Her ex-husband deliberately raises his voice, glancing at Sister Sa. "Your mommy has abandoned you. Why are you still looking for her?" The eldest child quickly explains, "No, don't misunderstand. I just want to cut ties with her in person." Her ex-husband stands up, glaring at Sister Sa, and promises the child he will definitely find that heartless woman. Sister Sa is now filled with guilt. She begs her ex-husband to let her speak to their eldest child. Of course, her ex-husband won't give her this chance. He warns Sister Sa, their eldest doesn't need such an ungrateful mother. She shouldn't dream of meeting him. He then turns and leaves the office. He instructs his assistant to lock the door, saying he'll deal with her after solving the hacker issue. Sister Sa keeps banging on the door, but it won't open without the passcode. Helpless, Sister Sa collapses on the floor. She calls home, wanting her fourth child to help. The second child answers, comforting her not to worry. The fourth child is already cracking the door's passcode. Sister Sa suddenly realizes that her fourth child was behind the whole corporation's network intrusion. Now the other children gather around the phone, comforting their mommy. Hearing their comfort, Sister Sa is deeply moved. Thankfully, she has many capable children. Soon, the fourth child successfully cracks the door's passcode. Sister Sa immediately seizes the chance to escape the office. Meanwhile, at the tech center, the mature-looking eldest child sits in front of a computer, rapidly typing in code. Nearby, Chin 11 angrily shouts that the employees are useless, unable to handle such a simple intrusion. Seeing her ex-husband arrive, she immediately clings to him. He tells Chin 11 to be quiet. The eldest doesn't like her, so she should stay away from him in the future. He then ignores Chin 11, ordering his subordinates to escort her out of the tech center. The eldest hands his father a note, with the hacker's IP address written on it. It's done. Her ex-husband, using the excuse that prolonged computer use can cause nearsightedness, picks up the eldest. The child reminds his father to keep his promise, to arrange a meeting with his mother soon. Her ex-husband outwardly tells the child he remembers, but inwardly scoffs, thinking there's no point in meeting that damned woman. After handling the situation, her ex-husband returns to the office, finding Sister Sa gone. The assistant reports no signs of forced entry, but the surveillance camera is damaged. He then hands Sister Sa's job application to her ex-husband. The address on it matches exactly with Haik's IP address. Her ex-husband immediately assumes that Haik is related to the treasure Sister Sa mentioned. Filled with anger, he calls Sister Sa, Yi Sa, you know what you've done. Come to the office tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll come to see you and your treasure. He hangs up without waiting for her explanation. Sister Sa, who just returned home, thinks her ex-husband knows about the other 9 children and wants to fight for them. Looking at the adorable children rushing towards her, Sister Sa silently vows never to let her children be taken away. After putting the children to sleep, Sister Sa leaves the room. She meets the 2nd and 4th child. The 4th apologizes. Mommy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hacked into the office. Sister Sa gently hugs the 2 children. Mommy wants to say thank you. You were a big help today. But remember, we must never do bad things. Understand? The 2 cute children nod in agreement. Sister Sa lovingly pats their heads. Once we're settled, Mommy will send you to kindergarten. For now, don't go out. When I'm not home, don't open the door for anyone. The 2nd child asks, puzzled, who would come to our house? Sister Sa doesn't tell them their father might come. After she leaves, the 2nd child tells the 4th, something's not right. We just came back from abroad. Who would come looking for us? It must be that expert hike we met this afternoon. He leaked his address. The 2 children decide to find a way to lure Hike out and confront him in person. The next day, Sister Sa arrives early at the office. As soon as she enters, she's confronted by the flirtatious Qian Yao Yao. Didn't you say you didn't want this job? Why are you back? Having regrets? I really like your design. Let's talk inside. Sister Sa shakes off her hand, saying, I'm here to see Hua Hanpin. I don't have time for you. Qian Yao Yao glares at Sister Sa, gritting her teeth. Hanpin hates you. You don't deserve to be in his presence. She then grabs Sister Sa's arm and slaps herself with it. Pretending to be a tearful woman, she whimpers, we're good friends. Why are you treating me like this? Just as Sister Sa tries to pull her arm back, her ex-husband suddenly approaches, looking angry. Yi Sa, don't make trouble. Seeing him, Qian Yao Yao immediately acts pitiful, saying, I don't know what I did wrong to make Sister Yi Sa so angry. Sister Sa isn't one to be pushed around. She won't let herself be falsely accused. She raises her hand and slaps Qian Yao Yao. Since you're so eager, I'll oblige you. Her ex-husband stares at Sister Sa, eyes full of fury. Sister Sa smirks. You've always known I'm arrogant and domineering. If you've got the guts, slap me back for your Mrs. Hua. Her ex-husband helplessly grabs Sister Sa's arm, pulling her towards the office. Leaving Qian Yao Yao alone, silently seething. Yi Sa, you must disappear. In the office, her ex-husband questions her. Sa, your little treasure is quite capable, helping you hack into your ex's company. Are you happy now? Sister Sa is about to explain. Her ex-husband pins her against the wall. You're quite efficient. You found a new man so quickly. Sister Sa realizes her ex-husband has misunderstood her. She doesn't know what to do. But this is fine. At least he won't fight for the children. She pushes her ex-husband away and says, Mr. Hua, why are you so concerned about my little treasure? Are you jealous? Just as they're at odds, an assistant barges in at the wrong moment. Mr. Hua, your eldest son is missing. Sister Sa and her ex-husband are shocked. What? Explain clearly. What exactly happened? The assistant tells her ex-husband that the eldest son left quietly an hour ago, avoiding cameras. He didn't go home or to school. We don't know where he went. Sister Sa is extremely worried. She thinks perhaps the 4th child can use surveillance to find the eldest location. She quickly tells her ex-husband, since you're busy, I'll leave first. Her ex-husband watches Sister Sa leave with a gloomy expression. This heartless woman doesn't care about their son at all. The genius child meets for a fight. Little does he know his opponents are his 9 younger siblings. Facing 9 children, the 1 against 9 situation puts the eldest at a disadvantage. He sits on the ground, taking a one-sided beating. The tired 4th child asks the eldest, you agreed to fight. Why aren't you fighting back? It's like we're bullying you. The eldest calmly adjusts his clothes. You have the nerve to ask me? I'm not fighting back because I can't win. We've fought, so we're even. He turns to leave. The 2nd child quickly calls out, since we're even, we're not enemies anymore. Want to be friends? Children's friendships are that simple. Just like that, they became friends after fighting. They all rushed to surround the eldest, praising him for being so cool. At this moment, Mr. Hua's assistant informs him that they've found the eldest son's phone location. It's in Purple Gold Garden. Hearing this location, her ex-husband immediately thinks it's Sister Sa's little treasure's doing. No wonder Sister Sa wasn't worried at all. Furious, Her ex-husband orders the assistant to quickly drive to Purple Gold Garden. Meanwhile, the eldest, having left the other children, realizes he's lost his phone. Without it for navigation, he can't find his way home. This genius child is actually terrible with directions. Just as he's anxiously wondering how to get home, Sister Sa approaches from afar. The eldest calls out to Sister Sa, asking, "Excuse me, which way is east?" Sister Sa looks down at the eldest. He looks just like a miniature version of her ex-husband. This face, could it be him? She wipes the eldest's dirty little face with a handkerchief. "Little one, why are you alone here? And so dirty. Were you bullied?" The eldest looks down and says weakly, "I'm lost. Can you take me home?" Sister Sa readily agrees. She asks the eldest where he lives. The eldest looks at Sister Sa without answering. Sister Sa thinks the eldest is worried she might be a bad person. She quickly explains that she's a good person. "If you don't tell me where you live, how can I take you home?" The eldest still doesn't answer. He just says he's tired. He asks to be carried. Sister Sa happily picks him up, saying tearfully that he's the same age as her son. She also wants to hold him like this. At this moment, a car suddenly blocks their path. Her ex-husband angrily opens the door and says, "Sa, it's really you. Have I been too lenient, allowing you to be so brazen?" The eldest quickly explains, "Dad, it's me." Sister Sa hears the eldest call her ex-husband Dad. She confirms that he is indeed her son. Her ex-husband hands the eldest to his assistant, telling him to take the child to the car first. The eldest looks at Sister Sa reluctantly. He feels that this woman gives him a very familiar and warm feeling. After the eldest leaves, her ex-husband angrily scolds Sister Sa. "What right do you have to approach the eldest? Listen carefully. If you ever get close to my son again, I will definitely not let you off." Sister Sa is also very angry. After all, the eldest is her son too. Her ex-husband roughly pulls Sister Sa to a corner. "You're not fit to be his mother." Then he clenches his fist and punches the wall hard, shouting, "I don't care if the eldest's disappearance has anything to do with you or not. You must leave here immediately. Don't ever come to see the eldest again. Otherwise, I'll immediately have someone grab your little treasure and make him disappear completely." Sister Sa doesn't bother to explain further to her ex-husband. She pushes him away and coldly replies, "Fine, I'll leave. I won't appear before you again in the future." After saying this, she turns and leaves. When passing by the car, the eldest sees Sister Sa looking upset. He can't help but ask, "Are you okay?" Before Sister Sa can answer, her ex-husband threatens from behind, "Don't forget what you just promised." Sister Sa can only wave her hand gently, saying tearfully and with a hurt expression, "I'm fine. Little one, don't run out alone next time. It's very dangerous outside. I'll go now." After saying this, she leaves reluctantly. Her ex-husband looks at Sister Sa's hurt expression. He can't help but think to himself, "She was the one who abandoned us father and son first. How dare she make such an expression?" On the way home, her ex-husband asks the eldest, "What do you think of that woman just now?" The eldest answers without hesitation, "She's just a naive fool. I accidentally got lost, and she happened to pass by. She offered to take me home, even though she didn't know me." She agreed without knowing anything. Hearing that Sister Sa didn't recognize the eldest, her ex-husband pauses. "Did I misunderstand her?" The eldest then tells his father, "That woman is not suitable for you. She's too naive. You shouldn't make a move on her." The father is speechless at his son's words. "Make a move? I can't get away from her fast enough." After arriving home, as the eldest gets out of the car, he reminds his father, "Don't forget your promise. Let me see Mom soon." Hearing the eldest's reminder, the overprotective father's face darkens again. Even if this incident wasn't Yisa's doing, she must have come back for the eldest. This woman could abandon her son once, she could do it a second time. I will never let her hurt my child. The eldest enters the house and immediately opens his computer. He starts chatting with his new friend, the second child. The eldest, having made a friend for the first time, feels happy. However, when he sees the second child talking about his mommy, the eldest seems a bit lonely. He can't help but wonder why his own mommy can bear not to come see him. Meanwhile, Sister San notices someone following her on her way home. She immediately senses something is wrong. She wants to take out her phone to call for help, but suddenly her wrist is grabbed from behind. Then her mouth and nose are covered. A strange smell comes over her. Gradually losing consciousness, she is tied up and taken away by mysterious people in black. They didn't notice that Sister Sa was wearing a strange bracelet on her wrist, which has some magical functions. At the same time, the computer in Sister Sa's home suddenly issues a danger alert. The children realize their mommy is in danger. The fourth child immediately opens the computer to check. Then he locates mommy's position. But the children alone can't possibly rescue mommy. The second child stops the others, advising them not to act rashly. The opponent is clearly ill-intentioned. If we go, we'll just be offering ourselves up. The second child tells the fourth to contact the eldest for help. Judging by the eldest's clothes, his family must be well off. He might be able to help. Hearing this, the fourth child immediately video calls the eldest and quickly tells him about their mommy being in danger. He informs the eldest. Without hesitation, the eldest says he will definitely help. The children suddenly feel more confident. After hanging up, the eldest immediately runs downstairs. At this time, his father and the green tea best friend are about to go out. The eldest hurriedly stops his father and says, "Dad, my friend's mom has been kidnapped. Please help rescue her." The father is curious. How could his antisocial child have a friend? But the eldest doesn't explain further, urging him to go save the person quickly. The father waves his hand, signaling his assistant to get the car. The green tea best friend comes forward with a worried face, saying she's concerned and wants to go with him. The eldest clearly dislikes this green tea and says impatiently, "What use would you be? You just get in the way." After saying this, he turns and grabs his father, wanting to go with him. The father pats his little head. "You're not allowed to go. Stay home and be good. I will definitely rescue the person." The eldest knows he can't go. He takes out his phone and directly syncs the location to his father's phone. The father arrives at the location with his subordinates. He finds many warehouses here and can't determine which one the person is in. The father has no choice but to order his men to search separately. At this moment, the eldest calls to tell his father the precise location. It should be in the warehouse 50 meters to the right. The green tea best friend suddenly looks nervous, because this is the same place where she arranged for Sister Sa to be taken. She becomes terrified. Could the person they're rescuing be Yi Sa? If that's the case, I'm finished. Following the eldest's instructions, the father walks to the warehouse and pushes the door open. Seeing the men in black, he charges at them without hesitation. With a few punches and kicks, he takes down 2 of them. The other man in black knows he's no match for the father. He quickly grabs the hostage nearby to threaten him. The father takes a closer look. It's actually Yi Sa. He coldly tells the man in black, "Let her go immediately. Otherwise, you only have death awaiting you." The man in black refuses to give up. "Give me the agreed money." Where did that woman go? The green tea hiding behind sees that things are about to be exposed. She secretly picks up a large wooden stick. She heartlessly swings it at the man in black from behind. She shouts, "Yi Sa, I'm here to save you." With a bang, the man in black is knocked unconscious. The father takes the opportunity to embrace Sister Sa, softly calling, "Sa Sa, wake up." This man claims to hate his ex-wife, but seeing her faint before his eyes, his body honestly picks up his ex-wife. "I'll take her home first." Only the green tea best friend is left behind, gritting her teeth in anger. The father drives wildly with Sister Sa to the Zijin Garden Complex. At this time, the unconscious Sister Sa wakes up, seeing her ex-husband before her. She's a bit surprised. He says gently, "You're awake. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? The people who took you have been detained." Yi Sa asks with some surprise, "You saved me." The ex-husband doesn't answer. He turns his head, returning to his cold demeanor. "Since you're awake, get out of the car quickly." Sister Sa looks around. Such a familiar scene, it's actually where she lives. At this moment, the ex-husband gets out of the car and picks up Sister Sa from the passenger seat, intending to take her home. Sister Sa immediately starts struggling. The ex-husband becomes displeased. "Are you afraid your little darling will misunderstand?" Sister Sa pushes her ex-husband away forcefully. She won't let her ex-husband enter the house. If he discovers the 9 children, she won't be able to protect them. She turns her head and says, "This has nothing to do with you. We're already separated. Let's keep our boundaries clear. Besides, you just told me this morning to stay away from you. Why are you approaching me now?" The ex-husband suddenly says seriously, "Yi Sa, drop your little schemes. I won't give you another chance to hurt the eldest." Sister Sa angrily shouts, "That's right, I'm here for the eldest. And you know very well that the eldest wants to see me too. I have visitation rights to the eldest. Even if he hates me, I still want to see him. The ex-husband coldly replies, there's no need. You won't have another chance to see the eldest. Back then, you only left a note and disappeared, abandoning the eldest. Now you come back wanting to see him. Impossible. Sister Sa looks guilty, expressing her regret. If she could choose again, she would never leave the eldest behind. Since we can't see eye to eye, let's stop wasting words. After saying this, Sister Sa turns to leave, but the ex-husband suddenly pulls Sister Sa back, his eyes full of resentment and anger. Is this the only thing you regret? Don't you regret drugging me? Hearing about the drugging, Sister Sa's face involuntarily turns red. The ex-husband continues to press. Answer me, Yi Sa. Have you ever regretted it? Sister Sa looks at her ex-husband's handsome face. She silently reminds herself to stay clear-headed and not waver or overthink. She quickly changes the subject, telling her ex-husband that she's too tired today. She doesn't want to reminisce about the past here and needs to go home first. Not getting an answer, the ex-husband certainly won't let Sister Sa off so easily. He grabs Sister Sa again. Don't you want to see the eldest again? Before Sister Sa can answer, a cute voice suddenly comes from behind. Mommy, you're finally home. I was so worried about you. The ex-husband is suddenly shocked. Is his child's friend actually Yi Sa's child? Could this child be the fourth child? Holding Sister Sa's hand, the child politely thanks the ex-husband for bringing their mommy back. Before he can continue, Sister Sa quickly covers the fourth child's mouth, urging him to be obedient. Hurry home. Looking at the fourth child, who's the same age as his own child, the ex-husband suddenly realizes everything. She's been busy like a mother rabbit. He turns his head and stares intently at Sister Sa, making her feel uneasy. Just when she thinks her secret about having 9 children is about to be exposed, the ex-husband angrily questions, Yi Sa, you really can't stay out of trouble, can you? Did you hook up with your little darling as soon as you went abroad? Otherwise, why would you have such a big child? Sister Sa is speechless. Her mind is full of thoughts about his intelligence. What did I ever see in him? But since the children weren't discovered, Sister Sa has to go along with it and says, so what? I can't just hang on a one crooked tree forever, can I, Mr. Hua? After saying this, she turns and waves to her ex-husband. Thanks for saving me today. I'm leaving now. The ex-husband's face turns green with anger. This unreasonable woman, and I even brought her back home just now. Sister Sa secretly rejoices. She managed to get away without being discovered. The matter of the other children is fine now. Seeing Sister Sa return, the children happily run over. They surround Sister Sa, constantly saying how much they missed Mommy. Why are you back so late? Sister Sa tells the fourth child not to talk to strangers in the future. What if they're bad people? The second child, standing nearby, takes out his phone and captures this heartwarming scene. He sends it to the eldest child. Looking at the photo, the eldest realizes that his friend's mommy is the silly woman who sent him home. He's very envious that these young ones have a mommy. He can't help but sadly wonder what his own mommy looks like. The eldest tells his friends that he doesn't have a mommy because daddy hates mommy, so he doesn't let him see her. The young ones on the other side look at each other, all expressing their desire to help the eldest see his mommy. Seeing the eldest's low spirits in the villa, the ex-husband can't help but gently stroke his little head. I'm not stopping you from seeing mommy. I'll let you meet tomorrow. Okay. The eldest pushes away the ex-husband's hand. He doesn't believe the ex-husband will let him see mommy, unless he calls mommy right now. With no choice, the ex-husband has to pick up the phone and call Sister Sa. Woken up, Sister Sa is full of morning grumpiness. She curses at the ex-husband, asking if he's crazy for calling in the middle of the night and disturbing her sleep. The ex-husband tells Sister Sa on the phone, I'm calling to ask if you want to pick up the eldest from school tomorrow. Sister Sa thinks she misheard. What did you just say? The ex-husband suddenly becomes proud. If you don't want to, then forget it. How could Sister Sa not want to? She keeps saying, I really wanna. The ex-husband tells Sister Sa not to think too much. It's just because he promised the eldest. Just letting you two meet, that's all. Hearing that the eldest actively wants to see her, Sister Sa bursts into tears of joy. After hanging up, the eldest happily jumps into the ex-husband's arms. Secretly, he makes a big oh yeah gesture with his little hand. The plan succeeded. At this moment, in a dark corner, a servant is sneakily hiding there. After the ex-husband leaves carrying the eldest, he quickly takes out his phone and sends a message. Miss Chin, something terrible has happened. Receiving the message, the green tea bestie is so angry, she nearly tears the room apart. Isa, you're ruining my plans again. If I let you mother and son reunite, all my years of effort will be wasted. I won't let this happen. This time, I'll make you disappear completely. To prevent Sister Sa and the ex-husband from reconciling, the green tea bestie has a new trick. She runs to the ex-husband's house early to make her presence known. But the ex-husband doesn't give her a good look. He orders the housekeeper to send her away. Angry, the green tea bestie secretly vows, Isa, this big gift I'm sending you, you better enjoy it well. On Sister Sa's side, she waits punctually at the kindergarten gate for the eldest to finish school. However, she doesn't see the eldest come out. Sister Sa goes forward to ask the teacher. After repeatedly confirming Sister Sa's identity, the teacher tells her that the eldest has already been picked up. Sister Sa is stunned. Is the ex-husband playing tricks on her? She quickly calls her ex-husband to question him. Wahanting, what do you mean? If you don't want me to see the eldest, just say so. What's the meaning of sending someone to pick him up early? The ex-husband is confused. He didn't send anyone to pick up the eldest. He thinks Sister Sa is playing some trick again. Sister Sa quickly hands the phone to the teacher. The kindergarten teacher also feels something is wrong. He hasn't seen the eldest since school ended, assuming the ex-husband's servant had picked him up. The ex-husband's face immediately darkens. The eldest wouldn't disappear without reason. He asks the teacher to look carefully again, saying he'll be there right away. Just as he hangs up, the green tea bestie rushes over in a panic. I heard something happen to the eldest. Let me help look too. I've always treated the eldest as my own child. Don't worry too much. Maybe the eldest doesn't know how to face Isa, so he's hiding. The ex-husband thinks this makes sense. Indeed, nothing good comes from dealing with Isa. At this moment, Sister Sa takes the teacher to the surveillance room. From the surveillance footage, they can see that just as the eldest was leaving school, before he even exited the kindergarten gate, he was forcibly taken away by two men in black. Sister Sa feels the two men in black look familiar, as if she's seen them somewhere before. With a bang, the ex-husband bursts in. What did you just say? You know the kidnappers? Sister Sa shakes her head, saying they just look familiar. The green tea bestie steps forward to investigate. She angrily says, Sa, I know you didn't abandon the eldest on purpose, but the child is innocent. You can't torment him like this. Sister Sa looks at the green tea bestie and retorts, Are you saying I hid the eldest and am putting on an act with you all here? I advise you to shut your mouth. What business is my son to you? Unable to withstand Sister Sa's intensity, the green tea bestie can only play the victim and seek help from the ex-husband. But the ex-husband is too distressed to care about them. He coldly says, if you want to argue, get out and do it. He walks to the surveillance screen. Sister Sa shows him the playback. Suddenly, the ex-husband discovers a clue. They see the eldest secretly dropping a toy he always carries. The eldest has two toys, both installed with tracking devices that can locate each other. With this lead, the assistant immediately goes to determine the eldest's location. Sister Sa wants to go with the assistant, but is stopped by the ex-husband. Wait, I still have something to ask. Are you sure you didn't hide the eldest? Sister Sa looks at the ex-husband and angrily says, I wouldn't forcibly take the eldest away from you. That would only hurt him. The ex-husband looks into Sister Sa's eyes and says, all right, I believe you. At this moment, the assistant finds the eldest's location and sends it to the ex-husband. He quickly goes with Sister Sa to find the eldest. Meanwhile, the green tea bestie hiding behind them is using her phone to direct the next step of the plan. The mother and son are about to reunite, but the eldest has been kidnapped. On the way to rescue the eldest, the ex-husband feels things aren't so simple. Why did something happen to the eldest precisely when Sister Sa went to pick him up? It's as if someone deliberately doesn't want the mother and son to meet. At this moment, the ex-husband's phone rings. It's from the men in black. They tell him to prepare $50 million in cash, and they demand Sister Sa to bring the money alone. To meet them, Sister Sa agrees without hesitation. Listen carefully. We agree to all your conditions. But one thing, don't harm the child. The ex-husband snatches the phone. Sa, are you crazy? Sister Sa calmly replies in a low voice. They're after me. They know about my relationship with the eldest. Not many people know about this. 15 minutes later, Sister Sa, dragging a suitcase, arrives alone at the agreed meeting point with the men in black. Seeing Sister Sa indeed came alone, the men in black slowly stand up. They say lecherously, didn't expect such a beauty. We brothers are lucky today. Madam, you don't want anything to happen to the young master, right? As long as you play nice with us, we'll return the child to you. Sister Sa chuckles. How do you want to play? Like this? Or like this? She suddenly raises her leg high, kicking the man in black in his weak spot. The man in black howls in pain. His accomplice behind sees this and is about to come forward to deal with Sister Sa. The ex-husband appears just in time. His right hand grabs the man's arm, while his left hand presses down on his head, subduing him. Sister Sa picks up their drop phone. They're just small fry. Someone must be behind this. Suddenly, she holds up the phone for the ex-husband to see. This number looks familiar, right? They've been in contact, but the ex-husband's attention is clearly not on the phone. He reaches out to adjust Sister Sa's clothes. How can you be so disheveled in front of strange men? Sister Sa quickly covers her clothes, her cheeks flushing. She weakly retorts, TCH. You lecher. The ex-husband takes the phone and coldly says, I'll handle the men in black. He then turns to look at the unconscious eldest. You only have one chance. Make the most of it. Sister Sa slowly picks up the eldest. The unconscious eldest calls out Mommy. This word pierces Sister Sa's heart. Eldest, wake up. Are you hurt? The eldest slowly opens his eyes. He stands up, looks at the ex-husband and asks, Daddy, you said you'd let Mommy pick me up from school. Where is she? Sister Sa can't help but blurt out, Eldest, I am your mommy. The eldest clearly doesn't believe this is true. He questions the ex-husband, asking if he never intended to let him meet Mommy from the start. So he found this naive auntie to pretend. The ex-husband says angrily, What do you mean find someone to pretend? Would I do such a thing? The eldest is stunned. What do you mean, Daddy? Isn't she pretending? But she's clearly my friend's mommy. Past events flash through his mind. His good friend had said that their mommy brought them back to find Big Brother. The eldest looks at Sister Sa in disbelief. Could she really be my mommy? He can't accept the fact that he suddenly has 9 younger siblings. With his mind in chaos, the eldest turns and runs. Daddy, I'm too tired. I want to go home. Sister Sa wants to call out to the eldest to explain, but is stopped by her ex-husband behind her. Yi Sa, the eldest's attitude is very clear. This time it's not me not giving you a chance. Sister Sa lowers her head sadly and says, Eldest doesn't want to acknowledge me, right? The ex-husband walks away without looking back. You should leave quickly. Don't come back again in the future. Watching the father and son's retreating figures, Sister Sa silently sheds tears. The second child recognizes his 9 younger siblings. He decides to bring Daddy and Mommy together. Back home, Sister Sa sits dazed on the sofa, lost in thought. Little Yia hugs Sister Sa and gives her a kiss. Mommy, don't be sad. Sister Sa feels warmth in her heart. She tells the children, Your big brother doesn't want to acknowledge me as his mommy. We'll leave here in a few days. Hearing this, the children immediately become chaotic. Mommy found Big Brother. Big Brother is so mean. The second child holds Mommy's hand and comforts her. Big Brother just met you. He definitely doesn't understand. You're a good mommy. We absolutely can't give up on Big Brother like this. We must be a reunited family. As if awakened by these words, Sister Sa feels that the second child makes a lot of sense. You're right, darlings. Mommy can't give up easily. Then she thinks about the money used to kidnap the eldest. I absolutely won't let that crazy woman off easily. The next morning, the eldest holds his phone, hesitating. He doesn't know how to tell his good friend that he is their big brother. Just as he's troubled, ding dong, the fourth child sends a text message. She tells the eldest that Mommy found Big Brother, but Big Brother refuses to acknowledge them. Mommy is heartbroken and wants to leave here. Seeing that Sister Sa wants to leave, the eldest frantically dials the phone. He shouts loudly, I didn't refuse to acknowledge Mommy. Don't leave. The children immediately gather around. What did you say? The eldest now fully faces the truth. I met Mommy yesterday. I just found out that I'm the big brother you've been looking for. I ran away because I was a bit flustered at the time. The children are stunned for a moment. Then they become excited again. They really like the eldest. Yaya says helplessly, Mommy thinks you won't acknowledge her. If only we could be together forever. The eldest expresses remorse and says he'll find a way to make up for it. We'll definitely reunite. They quickly reach a consensus. To reunite the family, they must bring Daddy and Mommy together. At this moment, there's a knock on the eldest's door. The ex-husband walks in carrying breakfast. The eldest hurriedly hangs up the call. He looks up at the ex-husband. Daddy, I want to see that naive woman again. Not Mommy. The ex-husband wipes the eldest's mouth corner with a handkerchief. But I only promised you to meet once. If you want to see her again, it depends on your behavior. Only good children can negotiate with me. After saying this, he takes away the eldest's phone and computer. Rest well today. We'll talk about things tomorrow. As the ex-husband walks out of the eldest room, he suddenly hears constant ding-dong sounds coming from the eldest phone. The ex-husband looks down at the phone. It's naturally the fourth child, telling the eldest, "Daddy, you come. I seem to have seen you at Zijin Garden. Daddy sent mommy home." The ex-husband is a bit shocked. Is the eldest friend calling me daddy? I only sent Yi-sa to Zijin Garden. Could it be that the child isn't Yi-sa's with someone else? Is he my child? Perhaps Yi-sa doesn't have another man at all. The little darling saved in her phone is his child. Suddenly enlightened and understanding everything, the ex-husband immediately orders his assistant to prepare the car. He wants to go to Zijin Garden to ask Sister Sa for clarity. Meanwhile, Sister Sa is preparing breakfast at home. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Sister Sa opens the door. A mysterious handsome man wearing glasses stands outside. Yi-sa, I've finally found you. I've missed you so much all these years. Sister Sa and the mysterious man embrace. They're caught red-handed by the jealous ex-husband. Just earlier, sitting in a cafe, Lin Xiaoyan was showing concern for Sister Sa. Sister Sa impatiently wants to leave. Lin Xiaoyan grabs Sister Sa's arm. Sa, can we talk properly? Sister Sa coldly replies, Lin Xiaoyan, we're no longer friends who can sit down for a drink. Back then, our Yi family and your Lin family were old friends. But when our family was in crisis, you stood by for your own interests, letting me watch helplessly as my father went to prison. You may have forgotten what happened back then, but I haven't. Lin Xiaoyan guiltily says that if he had warned Yishu earlier back then, perhaps it wouldn't have. Sister Sa is very confused by this. What do you mean? Warn about what? Lin Xiaoyan dazedly collapses into a chair. The failure of your family's business back then seems to be related to your stepmother. Yishu should have known. Sister Sa's face darkens at this. She remembers her stepmother and stepsister. Back then, after the stepmother married in, she kept trying to get her father to transfer shares to the stepsister. So her father gave them 15%. Were they still not satisfied? Did they make a move against the Yi family? I must find out exactly what happened. Lin Xiaoyan stands up, patting his chest, saying he's sincerely helping Sister Sa, and that he visits Uncle Yi every month. Sister Sa smiles and politely declines Lin Xiaoyan's goodwill. Seeing Sister Sa unwilling to accept his help, Lin Xiaoyan quickly says it was Uncle Yi who asked him to take care of Sister Sa. If you had married me back then, things definitely wouldn't be like this now. Getting more excited as he speaks, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly wraps his arm around Sister Sa's waist. Sa, I regret pushing you towards Huokenting. At this moment, the ex-husband's voice sounds from behind Sister Sa. It seems I've come at a bad time. Seeing it's the ex-husband, Lin Xiaoyan immediately points at him and shouts, "What are you doing here?" The ex-husband darkly says, "Get out of my way. I don't want to chat with you." After saying that, he ignores Lin Xiaoyan. Lin Xiaoyan grabs Sister Sa's hand. "Come with me for a moment. I have something to ask you." Lin Xiaoyan immediately protests, "Let go. You two are already divorced. Stop harassing Sa." The ex-husband scoffs. You're calling her Sa so intimately." He turns to Sister Sa. "I'm here to talk about the eldest child's matter. Are you coming with me or not?" Hearing it's about the eldest, Sister Sa decisively chooses to go with her ex-husband. Watching Sister Sa's departing figure, Lin Xiaoyan clenches his fists. He silently vows to protect his Sa. The ex-husband pulls Sister Sa to the apartment building. Sister Sa asks what's going on, if something happened to the eldest. The ex-husband looks at Sister Sa and says, "Let's go to your apartment and sit down. We'll talk slowly." Sister Sa immediately refuses. How could she let her ex-husband see the other children? The ex-husband's eyes look towards the windows of Sister Sa's home. He sees the fourth child happily waving at them. Seeing Sister Sa's nervous look, the ex-husband is certain this is his child. However, to be sure, he still wants to do a paternity test. He starts to plan how to distract Sister Sa and get the fourth child's DNA. Sister Sa nervously urges her ex-husband, "Hurry up and tell me what's going on. I'm very busy." The ex-husband coldly says, "You don't have to leave, but you must agree to one condition. I can let you take care of the eldest." Hearing this, Sister Sa excitedly throws herself at her ex-husband. "Really? Am I dreaming? You're really willing to let me take care of the eldest?" The ex-husband nods, saying, "But you'll appear as a nanny, as long as you can see the eldest every day." Sister Sa doesn't care about the role at all. After the excitement, Sister Sa realizes she's being held by her ex-husband. She shyly tries to push him away. The ex-husband, of course, refuses to let go. You initiated this. Upstairs, the children are leaning on the window, watching everything below. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother, making Daddy and Mommy reconcile so quickly. And Ruin is actually fighting with his own children for food. At 5 a.m., the ex-husband arrives at Sister Sa's house and knocks on the door. Sister Sa nervously asks him, "What brings you here so early?" The ex-husband glances at his watch and coldly says, "The eldest is used to having breakfast at 7 a.m. every day. I came specially to pick you up. You haven't changed your mind about being his nanny, have you?" The guilty Sister Sa sighs in relief. "Of course not. You could have just sent me a message. You didn't need to come pick me up." The ex-husband didn't come specially to pick up Sister Sa. He wanted to take the chance to see his other child. Sister Sa decisively doesn't give him the opportunity. She slams the door shut. "Wait at the door. I'll be ready soon." With his plan foiled, the ex-husband's face darkens. He must be in Tylenol. 15 minutes later, the ready Sister Sa opens the door again. The ex-husband looks at Sister Sa, raises his hand to gently wipe the toothpaste foam from the corner of her mouth. Sister Sa is about to say something, but the ex-husband turns away coldly. As a nanny, being clean and tidy is the primary requirement. Soon, the two return to the whole family home. The ex-husband tells the housekeeper that Sister Sa will be the eldest child's full-time nanny from now on. The original nanny is to be dismissed. The nanny kneels down, begging the ex-husband not to fire her. Sister Sa initially wanted to persuade the ex-husband, but upon learning that the nanny was actually the green tea bestie spy, she immediately expresses disdain and says to drive her away quickly. The nanny, unwilling to accept, shouts that she's better than Sister Sa and that the young master can't live without her. Sister Sa looks at her and coldly says, "Then let's have a competition. Let's see whose cooking the young master prefers." The ex-husband wants to stop Sister Sa, but she winks at him, saying, "Don't worry. He can't beat me anymore." Then they all come to the kitchen. The ex-husband reminds Sister Sa that the eldest child's body is weaker than most children, and he's very picky, not eating many things. But Sister Sa doesn't want to listen to the ex-husband's advice at all. She says children are growing and can't be picky eaters. An hour later, Sister Sa and the nanny simultaneously bring breakfast to the eldest child. He's surprised to see Sister Sa there. The ex-husband pats the eldest head, saying, "This is your new nanny. Try their food and see whose breakfast tastes better." The eldest first drinks a sip of the pork knuckle soup made by the nanny. It tastes as good as always. Then he looks expectantly at Sister Sa's breakfast. However, after just one bite, the eldest shows a pained expression. "Didn't the housekeeper tell you I don't like carrots?" Sister Sa leans close to the eldest and patiently explains, "Young master, you're too thin and weak. You need to eat more foods that supplement vitamins. Besides, I've added other ingredients, guaranteeing you won't taste the carrots." The eldest, of course, believes his mother. He picks up the bowl and gulps it down. Sister Sa happily tells the eldest that she'll work hard to make him like these foods in the future. Seeing the outcome is clear, the ex-husband instructs the housekeeper to escort the nanny out. Sister Sa then adds a crystal bun for the eldest. The eldest's eyes sparkle with happiness. This is Mom's taste. It's indeed different from others. He keeps praising, "Delicious, delicious." The ex-husband now sits down too. It's been a long time since he ate Sister Sa's cooking. He's about to pick up a crystal bun to taste, but Sister Sa mercilessly stops him. "What are you doing? These are specially made for the eldest. He's growing and needs to eat more." The eldest senses the strong resentment emanating from the ex-husband. Worried he might get angry and not let him see Mommy again, he quickly takes a crystal bun from his bowl and gives it to the ex-husband. "Dad, you eat this." Then he passes one to Sister Sa. "This is for you. Sit down and eat with us." Then he proudly pats his chest. "This family can't do without me, can it?" The man secretly comes to see his son, but is met with a cold reception. Just now, the ex-husband instructed the housekeeper on the phone to keep a close eye on Sister Sa. He comes alone to Sister Sa's apartment. He wants to get the child's DNA, while Sister Sa is away to confirm the child's identity. The little ones inside hear the knock. The fourth child looks through the peephole. "It's Dad. Should we open the door?" The other little ones all say that Mommy isn't home, so they absolutely can't open the door. Just as the ex-husband thought no one was home, the second child, and Yiye had just returned home with ice cream. Yaya accidentally bumped into the ex-husband's leg. The ex-husband quickly squatted down and reached out to steady little Yaya. "Are you okay?" Yaya, seeing it was the ex-husband, was about to call out Dad. The second child behind her quickly covered her mouth with his hand. He shielded her behind him. "Thank you, Uncle, for saving my sister." Then he turned to Yaya and whispered, "Mommy hasn't reconciled with Dad yet. We can't reveal our identities." Seeing the ex-husband knocking on their door, the two children became anxious. If they went home now, Dad would surely discover the truth. So the second child whispered in Yaya's ear, telling her what to do next. The next second, Yaya, possessed by her inner actress, began to wail loudly. She kept crying about losing her ice cream. "Uncle should take half the responsibility and buy me new ice cream. Please, please. Yaya really wants to eat ice cream." The second child beside her said pitifully, "Uncle, we don't have money. We can't buy ice cream anymore." Unable to resist the adorable children's pleas, the ex-husband reluctantly agreed to buy them ice cream. Hearing this, Yaya immediately spread her arms happily. Yaya can't walk anymore. The ex-husband picked her up with one arm and held the second child's hand with the other. The three of them went downstairs to buy ice cream. After buying the ice cream, the ex-husband asked the second child if he could carry it. "Do you want me to take you home?" The second child politely waved his little hand. "We can't bring strangers home. Thank you for the ice cream, Uncle. We're leaving." With that, he pulled Yaya away and ran off. Back home, the others were surprised that the second child bought so much ice cream. They all praised him, saying only second brother is so good. The second child explained, "It wasn't me. Dad bought it." The other children were surprised that he called him Dad so quickly. They started to criticize the second child. Yaya quickly stopped them. After a discussion, the children agreed that whoever Mom is with, that person is their dad. At this moment, Sister Sa was accompanying the eldest child playing the piano. Suddenly, Qian Yaoyao opened the door and entered. She was about to ask about the eldest child's new nanny. When she saw Sister Sa there, she immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Yi Sa, why are you here?" Sister Sa coldly replied, "Why can't I be here? By the way, what are you doing here looking for the eldest?" Qian Yaoyao stepped forward, pushing Sister Sa aside. "The eldest is still young. I'm here to help screen people, to prevent him from being deceived." Before Sister Sa could speak, the eldest immediately stood in front of her. The little man was protecting his mom now. "Qian Yaoyao, our family affairs are none of your business." Hearing this, Qian Yaoyao laughed. "I'm going to marry your father in the future. Why can't I discipline a nanny?" She then arrogantly ordered Sister Sa to go fetch her a cup of coffee. Sister Sa didn't want to bother with this green tea girl at all. "Mr. Hua invited me here to take care of the eldest. Who do you think you are?" Qian Yaoyao mocked Sister Sa for being so arrogant as a nanny. "Why don't you find another job?" Angered, Sister Sa forcefully placed a cup of coffee on the table. "Be careful not to burn your tongue." Qian Yaoyao picked up the coffee. The next second, she raised her hand to splash the coffee towards Yi Sa. Sister Sa, quick-witted, grabbed a tray to block the coffee. The entire cup of coffee immediately flew backwards. It poured all over Qian Yaoyao's head. Sister Sa smirked smugly. "Oh my, Miss Qian even has the special skill of drinking coffee with her head." The green tea bitch hurt her son. Sister Sa angrily slapped the green tea bitch 100 times. Just now, the green tea bitch, drenched in coffee, was furious with embarrassment. "You dare to fight back? Did you intentionally want to ruin my face so you could take my place as Mrs. Hua? You're the one who wanted a divorce." Before she could finish, Sister Sa raised her hand and grabbed her neck. "You dare to speak nonsense again. If the eldest hears this, I definitely won't let you off. Remember what I said." After speaking, Sister Sa released her hand. She looked down at the eldest, asking if he was frightened. Unexpectedly, Qian Yaoyao glared fiercely at Sister Sa. She reached out and pushed hard. Sister Sa, caught off guard, fell backwards. Seeing his mommy about to fall, the little man, the eldest, quickly reached out to support Sister Sa's lower back. But a child still couldn't bear an adult's weight. Sister Sa steadied herself, but he lost his balance and fell to the ground. His hand just happened to touch the broken porcelain pieces on the ground, instantly bleeding profusely. Sister Sa quickly squatted down, tenderly touching the eldest's little hand. Her face turned extremely ugly. She stood up and suddenly slapped Qian Yaoyao's face. "You shouldn't have let the eldest get hurt." Then Sister Sa patted the eldest's little head, comforting him to go find the housekeeper to treat the wound first. "I'll come find you after I deal with this trash." The eldest obediently left. Qian Yaoyao was still continuing to act recklessly and shout. Seeing her son had left, Sister Sa raised her hand to slap the green tea bitch again. Don't think I don't know what you did. This slap is for the eldest. Then another paw sound. This slap is the price for hurting the eldest just now. After speaking, she picked up the broken porcelain pieces from the ground. She gestured with it on Qian Yaoyao's face. If there's a next time, I'll slash your face and pluck out all your hair. At this moment, the ex-husband walked in from outside. What are you doing? Seeing the ex-husband, Qian Yaoyao immediately burst into tears, her acting skills instantly peaking. Han Ting, you're finally here. Your Highness has gone crazy. Not only did she hurt the eldest hand, but she also hit me. The ex-husband coldly looked at Sister Sa. Is what she said true? Sister Sa calmly said, the eldest hand was hurt because of Qian Yaoyao. This crazy barking dog deserved to be slapped. Qian Yaoyao covered her swollen face, about to continue whining and bad-mouthing Sister Sa. But the ex-husband asked coldly, Qian Yaoyao, what are you doing at our Hua family again? Qian Yaoyao hurriedly explained that she heard the eldest had changed nannies and came specifically to check. The ex-husband's face darkened. I just fired the nanny, and you already got the news. It seems our Hua family has more than one mole. Get out of here quickly. The affairs of the Hua family are none of your business. In the future, stay as far away from the eldest as possible. Seeing how her ex-husband treated her, Qian Yaoyao immediately vented her anger on Sister Sa. It's all because you're sowing discord. I knew you didn't have good intentions when you returned to the country. The ex-husband forcefully pulled away the unreasonable Qian Yaoyao. Enough! Don't think I don't know what you did. Get out of here now. Seeing she couldn't get any benefit, Qian Yaoyao could only leave angrily. Sister Sa softly thanked her ex-husband. Then she turned around limping. Don't worry, I'll clean up this place. The ex-husband suddenly put his arm around Sister Sa's shoulders. He looked at her affectionately. Is your foot okay? Sister Sa shyly turned her head away. I might have twisted it when I was slapping Qian Yaoyao earlier. Let go of me quickly. I still need to clean up. The next second, the ex-husband domineeringly picked up Sister Sa in a princess carry. You're so stupid. I'll take you to apply medicine. And Rin forcefully announced the termination of the engagement with the green tea girl. Just now, the ex-husband picked up Sister Sa in a princess carry. He asked Sister Sa to open the second cabinet and take out the first aid kit inside. Sister Sa wondered if the ex-husband had taken the wrong medicine. How could he voluntarily apply medicine for her? No need to trouble Mr. Hua. I can do it myself. But the ex-husband didn't give her a chance to refuse. He gently lifted Sister Sa's foot and used an ice pack to apply cold compress. Although the ex-husband's movements were very gentle, Sister Sa still cried out in pain. Ouch, 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 ouch. The ex-husband smiled slightly. You were so fierce when you were slapping Qian Yaoyao earlier. How come you're so fragile now? Sister Sa was startled by his words. Did you see everything just now? You can't fire me. Qian Yaoyao deserved to be slapped. I did it for the eldest's sake, the ex-husband teased. Then why are you grabbing onto me now? Sister Sa only then realized she was too excited. She quickly let go. I didn't mean to. Let me wipe it for you. After saying that, she grabbed a towel from the table. As she wiped the ex-husband's suit vest, he frowned. He grabbed Sister Sa's hand. Yi Sa, what the hell are you using to wipe? I kindly help you with a cold compress. And this is how you repay me. At this moment, the eldest suddenly ran down from upstairs. He happened to see the intimate posture of his ex-father and Sister Sa. Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma called. They want us to go to their place immediately. Hearing this, the ex-husband snorted coldly. Qian Yaoyao no other skills but quick at tattling. But this is good. Some things indeed need to be clarified. Then he glanced at Sister Sa. As for you, before he could finish speaking, Sister Sa excitedly stood up. I'll come again tomorrow. Unexpectedly, due to standing up too quickly, her head directly hit the ex-husband's chin. The ex-husband let out a painful groan. Sister Sa awkwardly rubbed the ex-husband's chin. Are you okay? Did I hurt you? Then she mischievously blinked her eyes. Please, please let bygones be bygones. Forgive me this time. I really want to take care of the eldest. The ex-husband, tough on the outside but soft on the inside, arrogantly told Sister Sa, let's wait until your foot injury heals first. The eldest looked at his mom and dad, feeling there was so much love between them. The ex-husband pulled the eldest towards the exit, urging Sister Sa to go home quickly. This place is not for you to manage. On the way to the old house for dinner, the ex-husband asked the eldest, what do you think of that woman? The eldest answered honestly, she's clumsy. Really a naive sweetheart. What about you, Dad? How do you feel about her? The ex-husband arrogantly looked out the window. What feelings could I have for her? You went to great lengths to see her. Is this all you want to say? The eldest looked at his ex-father. The day you were taken away, I knew she was my mother. I just didn't know how to face her then, so I haven't acknowledged her as my mother until now. Dad, give me a little more time. I want to get along well with her. The ex-husband didn't refuse the eldest's request, because he also needed time to confirm if that child was his own. Soon, the father and son arrived at the old house. As soon as they entered, they heard the eldest grandfather's angry roar. Lizzie Yao Yao is so devoted to you. How dare you bully her for a nanny? The eldest grandmother hurriedly tried to calm the grandfather. Don't be angry. The child rarely comes back. Son, why did you have to hurt Yao Yao for a nanny? Tomorrow, you should fire the nanny. Hearing that Sister Sa would be fired, the eldest shouted, I won't allow it. No one can fire her. The green tea girl Qian Yao Yao started crying softly. Qian Yao Yao's mother supported her daughter. Well, you're not even married yet, and this father and son are already helping an outsider bully my daughter. The ex-husband Wen Yin coldly spoke. Since we've come to this point, I have something to announce as well. I, Hua Hanting, officially terminate the engagement with Qian Yao Yao today. The two adorable children, to protect their parents' love, started pretending to be sick. Just now, when the ex-husband wanted to end the engagement with the green tea girl Qian Yao Yao, Qian Yao Yao immediately put on a pitiful act. She cried and started apologizing to the ex-husband, admitting it was all her fault. The evil woman beside her was furious. She pointed at the ex-husband and shouted, Honey, fire that nanny immediately. At this moment, the eldest rushed out to protect his mommy. You were the one who poured coffee on her first. How dare you play the victim? Qian Yao Yao cried, even more pitifully. How can you say that? Can't you see my face is swollen from that nanny's slap? Qian Yao Yao's mother also kept crying, repeatedly saying how pitiful her daughter was. The ex-husband's face darkened. All of you shut up. Why don't you ask who that nanny really is? Her name is Yi Sa. Hearing this name, the room suddenly fell silent. Mrs. Wood didn't want the eldest to hear this name, so she hurriedly took him out for a walk. Mr. Wood questioned the ex-husband. Wasn't Yi Sa abroad? The ex-husband coldly replied, She's back in the country now. And she was the one who rescued the eldest when he was kidnapped recently. It was her who saved him. Qian Yao Yao's mother shouted at the ex-husband. This woman schemed against you back then. Now she's back, just to deliberately ruin your marriage. The ex-husband frowned upon hearing this. She didn't scheme anything against me. And as for this marriage, I never agreed to it from the beginning. He then looked at Qian Yao Yao. I allowed you to enter the Hua family because I thought you genuinely cared for the eldest. But what have you done to him? You know it in your heart. Seeing the ex-husband so insistent on protecting Sister Sa, Mr. Hua raised his hand to discipline him. Unexpectedly, Qian Yao Yao stopped Mr. Hua and started her acting skills. Uncle Hua, please don't let me be the reason for damaging your father-son relationship. I agree to break off the engagement. I'll leave first. Please don't give Hanting any more trouble. After saying that, she pulled her mother away. After leaving the Hua family's old house, Qian Yao Yao's mother couldn't understand why her daughter would agree to break off the engagement. Without the Hua family's support, their Qian family would be in trouble. Qian Yao Yao was also unwilling, but given the current situation, she could only retreat to advance. She would definitely not let Sister Sa off the hook. She began to discuss the next plan with her mother. Meanwhile, inside the old house, Wasu came to the ex-husband's grandmother's photo. She asked the ex-husband, Is it worth breaking off the engagement with Yao Yao for Yi Sa? Don't forget how your grandmother died. If it weren't for the Yi family's incident back then, your grandmother wouldn't have had to run around for them and die from exhaustion. How can you still care about the murderer who killed your grandmother? The ex-husband, enraged by these words, punched the wall. Don't mention my grandmother to me. The Hua family is also responsible for what happened back then. It was because of your internal conflicts that grandmother had such a hard time. And don't think I don't know. You all joined forces with the neighboring family to kick the Yi family when they were down. Hearing this, Mr. Hua angrily grabbed the ex-husband's collar, shouting, Your grandmother ignored her own family and worried about outsiders. She deserved to die. Such a father disgusted the ex-husband. He raised his hand to push away Mr. Hua. This filthy place. Don't ask me to come back in the future. After saying that, he ignored Mr. Hua's roars. He strode out, calling the eldest to go home together. At this time, Sister Sa had just returned to her residential area and met Lin Xiaoyan, who had been waiting for her. Lin Xiaoyan smiled and said he had some important information to tell Sister Sa. It wasn't just the Chien family that caused your family's bankruptcy back then. The Hua family was also involved. Sister Sa shook her head, saying she didn't believe the Hua family would kick them when they were down. The Hua family's grandmother had been very kind to her back then, and she was old friends with Sister Sa's grandfather. They would never do anything to harm the Yi family. Meanwhile, the fourth child, Nye, waiting for Sister Sa to come home upstairs, saw their mommy chatting with another man. They worriedly wondered if mommy had chosen this uncle. They didn't want to be separated from their big brother, whom they had just found. The clever fourth child decided to protect their parents' love. He decisively picked up the phone and called Sister Sa. In a weak voice, he told Sister Sa, "Mommy, my tummy hurts. When are you coming back?" Hearing that her little one was sick, Sister Sa was frightened and immediately stood up. "Baby, don't worry. Mommy will be right back. Women have a secret recipe that can give birth to 10 babies at once." Just now, the 9 little ones were sitting together eating breakfast. The fourth child held up his phone and said, "Mommy has already applied for kindergarten for us. It's the same one as Big Brother's." The other little ones were excited upon hearing this, dancing with joy. They all started looking forward to playing with their big brother in kindergarten. However, reality is cruel. At this moment, Sister Sa received a call from the kindergarten teacher. She was informed that the spots were full, and with Sister Sa's financial condition, she couldn't afford to send her children to the kindergarten. The ex-husband appeared to be casually drinking coffee, but he was actually eavesdropping on Sister Sa's phone call. When he heard the word kindergarten, he immediately thought of that child. Sister Sa wanted to ask the teacher to make an exception, but the teacher abruptly hung up the phone. The ex-husband casually asked, "Do you have children who need to go to kindergarten?" Sister Sa quickly lied, saying it was her friend's child. She was just helping to inquire. "I just thought the eldest kindergarten was very good, so I recommended it to my friend. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to enroll." Hearing this, the ex-husband had a thought. If possible, letting that child attend the same kindergarten as the eldest. Wouldn't it be possible to get DNA during the school health check? Thinking of this, the ex-husband voluntarily said, "The Hua family has been sponsoring this kindergarten for a long time. I could put in a word, bring the child next Monday, and I'll take you to talk to the principal." Sister Sa was startled and kept waving her hands, saying, "No need to go to such trouble. Just a phone call would be fine. You don't need to make a special trip." The ex-husband coldly said, "Suit yourself. But I've done you such a big favor. How do you plan to repay me?" Without waiting for Sister Sa to answer, he decided on his own, "How about this? From now on, you'll be responsible for my breakfast too. You shouldn't refuse this small request, right?" For the sake of her cubs, Sister Sa forced a smile. "No problem, I'll go make it now." Shortly after, Sister Sa placed a sandwich in front of the ex-husband. Looking at the blackened sandwich, the ex-husband couldn't help but criticize. "Is this Miss Ye's culinary skill? It looks so terrible." Sister Sa helplessly offered to make another one. The eldest, feeling sorry for Sister Sa, persuaded his father not to bother her anymore. For his son's sake, the ex-husband stood up and wiped his mouth. "Let it be. Put the breakfast in a lunchbox. I need to go to work." Sister Sa carried the lunchbox to see the ex-husband off at the door, urging him to leave quickly. The ex-husband suddenly said to Sister Sa, "Yi Sa, I heard from the housekeeper that you're very fond of the eldest." Sister Sa's face darkened. "Of course. He's my own son. If it weren't for unavoidable circumstances back then, I wouldn't have given him to you." The ex-husband took the lunchbox. "Are you hiding something from me? Like your little darling? Just remember one thing. My children can only stay with me." With that, the ex-husband got in the car and left. Sister Sa felt uneasy. Why was he acting strange today? Had he discovered the other 9 cubs? At this moment, she heard the servants gossiping behind her. "I heard Mr. Hua broke off the engagement with Miss Chien. I think little Yi is going to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. Who knows what tricks she used to bewitch Mr. Hua." The eldest, who had just come out and heard the servants talking about his mommy like this, angrily shouted, "Shut up, all of you. All you do is gossip all day. Get back to work now." The servants, frightened, scattered and ran away. Seeing the eldest defend her like this, Sister Sa felt warmth in her heart. She was about to say something, but the eldest awkwardly waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. I just don't like people gossiping." Sister Sa crouched down and patted the eldest's head. "Well, I still want to thank you for standing up for me. Do you want to meet your mother?" "Actually, there's something I need to tell you. The eldest clearly wasn't ready for the reunion. Panicking, he quickly interrupted Sister Sa. "I just remembered my clothes from last year don't fit anymore. Can you take me shopping for new clothes later?" Seeing Sister Sa not responding, the eldest continued to ask, "What's wrong?" Are you unwilling? Sister Sa finally reacted, showing a happy smile. How could I be unwilling? What kind of clothes do you like? I'll buy them all for you. The woman took her son out shopping. Just as they were enjoying themselves, unexpectedly, a naughty child pushed the eldest down, even mocking that he was a child without a mommy. Sister Sa hugged the eldest, angrily questioning the naughty child. Who taught you to talk like that? Apologize quickly. But the naughty child made a face, saying, everyone in kindergarten knows he doesn't have a mom. I didn't say anything wrong. Hearing this, the eldest's expression became dejected. Seeing her son being bullied like this, Sister Sa suppressed her anger and walked towards the naughty child, telling him to apologize to her son. The naughty child sensed trouble and shouted, Mommy, save me. At this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed Sister Sa's arm. A sharp woman's voice rang out. Who are you? How dare you bully my son? Sister Sa forcefully shook off the woman's hand. Madam, it was your child who insulted mine first. Shouldn't he apologize to my child? The naughty child defended himself. You're lying. He doesn't have a mother. You're not his mom. Hearing this, the woman smirked contemptuously. Looking at your cheap clothes, you must be a nanny. Do you believe I can have you kicked out right now? Sister Sa, stroking the eldest's head, retorted without backing down. Darling, Mommy will report this to the school immediately. An elite kindergarten shouldn't allow just any trash in. The wronged eldest, with tears in his eyes, instinctively called out Mom. The woman immediately pointed at Sister Sa and yelled, So he really is your son? How can a poor person's child be worthy of an elite kindergarten? Sister Sa grabbed the woman's hand and forcefully bent her finger upwards. Then she raised her hand and slapped her. Do you really think you could do whatever you want? If you don't apologize today, I'll kill you. The woman, covering her twitching face, loudly called for the sales assistant, ordering them to kick Sister Sa and her son out. The snobbish sales assistant naturally sided with the woman, asking Sister Sa to leave without investigating, threatening to call people to drive them out. Sister Sa crossed her arms and laughed coldly. Go ahead and call. Call the police, uncles too, to judge. I'm here to shop. Why should I be driven out? Hearing this, the woman arrogantly took out a gold card and flaunted it in front of Sister Sa. Let's see how much you can spend. I'll take all the clothes you just picked out. The sales assistant eagerly took the gold card and turned to Sister Sa, saying, Miss, you haven't paid yet. If you want them, go pay now. If you can't afford it, don't waste our time doing business. Sister Sa was left speechless. Because she had 9 other cubs at home, the expenses were too high. She really didn't have enough money to pay. Seeing Sister Sa silent, the woman became even more arrogant. She pointed at the eldest, telling the sales assistant to strip the clothes off him too. The eldest hugged Sister Sa's leg and looked up to tell her, I've already told Dad about this. He'll be here soon. The woman scoffed upon hearing this. I'd like to see who else you can call. I bet your whole family is just a bunch of paupers. Time slowly passed as they waited. The woman said sarcastically, We've waited so long, I guess no one is coming. If you kowtow to me 1,000 times now, I might consider not having your son expelled. However, the next second, the ex-husband slowly approached, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Who are you asking to kowtow? The ex-husband asked Sister Sa about what happened. After learning that this woman had bullied his mother and son, he coldly said, Are you tired of living? You dare to bully my son? The woman recognized the ex-husband, knowing he was someone she couldn't afford to offend. She hurriedly apologized profusely, claiming she had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Sister Sa, of course, wouldn't let her off so easily. She walked up to the naughty child and asked, What did you just call my son? The naughty child blurted out without hesitation, a child without a mommy. The woman, standing nearby, angrily pushed down the naughty child's head. Shut up, you little brat. Are you trying to get us killed? I'm sorry. We're leaving now. We won't disturb your family of 3 shopping. Saying this, she hurriedly left with the naughty child. The ex-husband coldly said to Sister Sa, You couldn't even handle someone like that? You had to call me all the way here? Sister Sa looked embarrassed. What can I do? I'm poor. Thank you for today. The ex-husband let out a cold snort, then arrogantly tossed out a black card. Here, take it. Use it as you like. My woman, woman, can't suffer this kind of humiliation. Sister Sa took the 9 cubs to kindergarten. Little did she know, the ex-husband secretly sent people to collect the 4th child's DNA. After dropping off the children, Sister Sa had just walked out of the school gate. She ran into the eldest who was coming to school. Sister Sa gently asked the eldest if he had breakfast and took out a sandwich she had specially prepared for him. The clever eldest handed the sandwich to his father instead. I've already eaten. Dad can have this. After saying this, he waved goodbye and entered the kindergarten. Mr. Hua calmly asked, "Are you here to handle the children's enrollment?" Sister Sa awkwardly covered up, "Yes, it's a friend's child. I'm here to help." Mr. Hua raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. He didn't expose Sister Sa's lie. Sister Sa politely expressed her thanks to the ex-husband. Unexpectedly, the ex-husband said, "If you want to thank me, show your sincerity. From now on, you'll be responsible for my 3 meals a day. Remember to bring lunch to the office at noon." He left in his car without waiting for Sister Sa to refuse, leaving her angrily waving her little fists. At noon, just as Sister Sa entered the whole office, she ran into Qian Yao Yao. She didn't want to deal with this green tea bitch. However, as soon as Qian Yao Yao saw Sister Sa, she rushed over and called out to her, "Security? How can you let just any riffraff into the whole office?" Sister Sa coldly laughed. "Oh, you're quite self-aware. What are you to guard the whole office?" Qian Yao Yao arrogantly shouted, "I'm the daughter-in-law approved by Mr. Hua. As long as I'm here, you'll never have the right to enter the Hua family." "Yi Sa, do you really want to go against me?" Sister Sa didn't take Qian Yao Yao seriously at all. She remained unmoved by her words. Seeing this, Qian Yao Yao's face darkened. "Little Sa, I invited you to be my designer, but I didn't know your designs were all plagiarized. What you're doing is wrong." The surrounding employees who were watching immediately began to whisper, cursing Sister Sa for being shameless. Sister Sa calmly looked at Qian Yao Yao. "I didn't expect that after all these years, you still only know this one trick." "Qian Yao Yao, do you know the consequences of slandering others?" Qian Yao Yao looked at Sister Sa smugly. "I only know that you'll lose your reputation. No company will dare to hire you even as a nanny. Is it enough to feed your cubs? If you just obediently beg me, I might reluctantly agree to let you be my assistant." Sister Sa looked at Qian Yao Yao and coldly uttered 3 words. "Get lost, brat." Qian Yao Yao was silent for a moment. Suddenly, her foot slipped and she fell backwards. The nearby employees hurriedly supported Qian Yao Yao. They loudly accused Sister Sa to apologize quickly. Daring to offend the future mistress. Do you not want to survive in the design industry anymore? However, the next second, the ex-husband's domineering voice came. "Let's see who dares to make her unable to survive." Then he walked to Sister Sa's side. "Let me formally introduce you. Her name is Yi Sa. She's our newly signed designer." Sister Sa looked at the ex-husband in shock, feeling very touched inside. Hinting, "I don't need you to disregard the rules for me." The ex-husband said gently, "What are you thinking? I signed you because you're worth it." At this moment, Qian Yao Yao was wiping her tears on the side, acting all coy. Hinting, "You're so thoughtful. You know I like Little Sa's designs." Before she could finish speaking, she was mercilessly interrupted by the ex-husband. "You'd better shut up. Yi Sa serves Hua Corporation, not you." After saying this, he instructed his assistant to send Qian Yao Yao away. A nearby employee defiantly questioned the ex-husband. "Mr. Hua, those who can enter the design department are all well-known designers. Miss Ye's work is suspected of plagiarism. This seems inappropriate." Hearing this, the ex-husband glanced at Sister Sa. "Yi Sa, did you plagiarize?" Sister Sa firmly stated she didn't. The ex-husband nodded with satisfaction. "Then there will be a 1-month probation period. During this time, you need to produce designs that satisfy everyone. I believe you can definitely do it. I believe you can definitely do it." And Rin suspected his ex-wife gave birth to twins, but didn't know she actually gave birth to decuplets. Just now, the ex-husband called Sister Sa to his office. He very seriously questioned, "Yi Sa, I'm asking you one more time. Are you hiding anything from me?" Hearing this, Sister Sa felt a bit guilty. "What exactly do you want to ask? What could I be hiding from you?" Seeing that Sister Sa wouldn't tell the truth, the ex-husband threw a paternity test in front of her. "Take a good look yourself. Don't try to make up any excuses to deceive me. The first test result is out. You gave birth to twins, but only left the older one with me." Sister Sa didn't know how to answer for a moment, because she didn't know which cub had been exposed. Seeing Sister Sa's silence, the ex-husband reached out and pinched her chin. "When do you plan to let me see the other child? Now there's irrefutable evidence. Don't even think about quibbling. My patience has limits." Sister Sa didn't want to admit. "Stop slandering me. Where did you get this nonsensical test from?" Hearing this, the ex-husband became furious. He grabbed Sister Sa's hand forcefully. "Yi Sa, try playing dumb again. That boy under your house that day, he's my son." Sister Sa's face darkened. "You let me be the nanny for the eldest. Arrange the kindergarten physical examination, just to secretly approach him and get his DNA." The ex-husband tightly held Sister Sa's struggling hand. "You finally admit it. Today I'll go with you to pick up the child from school." Of course, Sister Sa didn't want to go with him. She firmly rejected the ex-husband's proposal. "The child hasn't seen you for so many years. I need to tell him about this first to avoid scaring him." The ex-husband chose to believe Sister Sa's words. "I don't want to scare the child either, but you must let me meet my son within this week. Otherwise, I'll go find him myself." Sister Sa, seeing that she couldn't make any more excuses, had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Okay, ex-husband, let's do it on the weekend. Mr. Hua, if there's nothing else, I need to get back to work." After saying this, she turned and walked towards the door. Unexpectedly, her foot slipped and she twisted her ankle. The ex-husband quickly supported Sister Sa. "You're so clumsy, you'll be the death of yourself." Angry, Sister Sa pushed him away and limped off. In the blink of an eye, it was time for kindergarten dismissal. The 9 cubs surrounded Sister Sa, who had come to pick them up. The eldest quietly stood behind his younger siblings. Sister Sa bent down and stroked the eldest's head. "Darling, what breakfast do you want tomorrow morning? I'll make it for you." The eldest maturely replied, "Anything is fine. You said we shouldn't be picky eaters." At this moment, no one noticed that in the corner, someone named Yin Zheng was secretly taking photos with his phone. It was the nanny who had been sent away by the ex-husband earlier. He sent the photos he took to the green tea girl. Qian Yaoyao suddenly realized that the group of children she saw at the airport that day were actually all Yi Sa and Hua Hanting's children. Luckily, Hanting didn't recognize them at the time. If these children were to be acknowledged by their ancestors, Mr. and Mrs. Hua would definitely agree to let Yi Sa return to the Hua family. "I absolutely cannot let these children live." Thinking of this, she told the nanny, "As long as you do one thing for me, I promise you'll return to the Hua family." The little darlings were poisoned and fainted in kindergarten, all because this green tea girl was afraid of the darlings being acknowledged by their ancestors. She secretly instructed someone to poison the soup. After the 4th child took the soup, he eagerly took a sip. Then he painfully collapsed on the ground. Seeing his brother unconscious, the eldest angrily shouted, "Who did this? How dare you secretly harm children in kindergarten?" Yia anxiously called Sister Sa for help. "Mommy, 4th brother has been poisoned. Come quickly." At this time, Sister Sa was preparing to visit her father with Lin Xiaoyan. Upon learning that her cub had been poisoned, she immediately told Lin Xiaoyan to turn back to the kindergarten without hesitation. Meanwhile, the eldest also sent a text message to his daddy, telling him that his brother had been poisoned. He asked him to come quickly with a doctor. The kindergarten principal, hearing the eldest say someone had poisoned, immediately defended, "Everyone ate the food. Why is he the only one affected? He must have eaten something bad on his own." After saying this, he instructed his subordinates to take away the onlooking teachers and children. Just as the cafeteria staff were about to leave, the eldest decisively climbed onto the table. "Nobody move. Today, no one is allowed to leave. Whoever is in a hurry to leave is guilty, and they are the culprit." The principal, worried that if the incident escalated, he would be held responsible, loudly criticized the eldest, "Don't make trouble. Otherwise, I won't be polite." The next second, with a bang, Sister Sa forcefully pushed open the door. "I'd like to see how impolite you can be. As an educator, can't you even speak like a human?" Then she quickly ran to the 4th child's side to check his condition. Fortunately, Xiaoyi had done emergency treatment, and there was no life-threatening danger anymore. Seeing Sister Sa arrive, the principal's face showed embarrassment as he explained, "This really isn't our fault. The school food is the same for everyone. Only he has a stomachache. It must be his own problem." Hearing this, Sister Sa's face darkened. "You just know how to shirk responsibility. What do children's safety mean to you? What did the 4th child eat before the incident?" The eldest told Sister Sa, "4th brother didn't eat anything. He just drank a bowl of soup and collapsed." Sister Sa picked up the soup bowl that had fallen on the ground. "There must be something wrong with this soup. Who gave it to the 4th child?" The eldest pointed to the woman beside them. It was her. Sister Sa found the woman's mask suspicious. She reached out and pulled down her mask. "It's you. I remember your Qian Yaoyao's person. Did she send you?" Sister Sa firmly grabbed the woman's wrist. "You're not going anywhere. Wait here for the police to arrive." To prevent the woman from escaping, Sister Sa asked the 2nd child to bring a rope. She tied the woman up tightly. "No one is leaving until this matter is investigated thoroughly." Seeing this, the principal hurriedly came over to persuade Sister Sa. The police need evidence to investigate. What right do you have to tie someone up without evidence? Sister Sa couldn't be bothered with the principal. She coldly told him, the police will gather evidence when they arrive. Your kindergarten won't escape responsibility either. Did you not thoroughly investigate the background when hiring people? My son was poisoned. Now you want to cover up for criminals? I won't waste my breath with you. Let the police judge everything. Seeing that Sister Sa was really going to call the police, the principal hurriedly reached out to stop her. We can resolve this internally. There's no need to trouble the police. Before he could finish speaking, the ex-husband angrily walked in with his people. I can't believe the school has such scum. Everyone, block the doors. No one leaves until the police arrive. Whoever dares to take a step, don't blame me for being impolite. Big and small green teas, causing trouble, parents trying to stop them. And there's Lin Xiaoyan suddenly interfering. No matter what, they can't overcome the protection of the cute babies. It's a battle for parental love. Green tea is green tea wherever she goes. Qian Yaoyao covered her face and whimpered in front of the Hua family elders, pretending to be pitiful and weak, while also trying to accuse others first. Mr. Hua, upon hearing this, immediately flew into a rage. He ordered his son to fire the nanny and apologize to Qian Yaoyao. He also firmly declared that Qian Yaoyao was the only daughter-in-law of the Hua family. However, at this moment, the eldest, concerned for his parents, immediately jumped out and scolded the green tea. You were the one who spilled coffee first. How dare you accuse others? Hua Hanting, seeing that his son was about to steal all his lines, immediately announced to everyone with a gloomy face, this new nanny is actually Yi Sa. Upon hearing this, except for Qian Yaoyao, the other three were so shocked that they stood there speechless. At this point, Mrs. Hua seemed to realize something. She quickly took her grandson away, not wanting the child to hear about the grudges and love affairs between the adults. Meanwhile, Hua Hanting, hearing that his son had left, decided to speak openly. He directly said that when his son was kidnapped before, it was Yi Sa who helped rescue him. Moreover, regarding the engagement, he had never agreed to it. It had always been his parents putting on a one-man show. In the end, he tugged at his tie, somewhat awkwardly turning his face away, and explained, you said Yi Sa schemed against me back then, getting pregnant and giving birth. Strictly speaking, that wasn't scheming. Qian Yaoyao, seeing her dream of marrying into a wealthy family about to shatter, was anxiously about to say something to salvage the situation. However, she was unexpectedly cut off by Hua Hanting, who scolded, I know everything you've done to Chen Chen. Seeing that his son was still obstinate, Mr. Hua's anger surged. He raised his hand, intending to teach his disobedient son a lesson. Qian Yaoyao immediately intervened, trying to gain some favor. She persuaded the father and son not to damage their relationship because of her. She then turned to Hua Hanting and delivered a heartfelt declaration of love. Finally, she left with her mother, looking back 3 times as she went. But as soon as they left the Hua family's gate, the green tea mother and daughter instantly dropped all pretenses. They viciously plotted to find someone who hated Yi Sa as much as they did to eliminate her for them. At this moment, Qian Yaoyao immediately thought of the nanny who had been fired by Hua Hanting earlier. On the other side, Mrs. Hua, holding old Mrs. Hua's portrait, reminded her son that it was because of running around for the Yi family that the grandmother had worked herself to death. She wanted to use the grandmother-grandson relationship to pressure her son into giving up Yi Sa. Sure enough, when Hua Hanting thought of his most respected grandmother, he bit his lip hard in sadness and even punched the wall forcefully. But unexpectedly, the next moment, his face turned ashen as he coldly mocked his father. Wasn't grandmother's death related to your internal strife over property back then? I've investigated everything clearly. You even joined forces with the Lin family to kick the Yi family when they were down, ultimately causing the Yi family's bankruptcy and grandmother's death. Enraged and embarrassed, Mr. Hua grabbed his son's collar, shouting shamelessly that the old lady shouldn't have meddled in others' affairs, and that outsiders deserved to die. At this point, Hua Hanting felt even more disgusted with his father. He contemptuously pushed his father away with force. Ignoring his father's roars, he turned to leave this nauseating place and pick up his son. At the same time, just as Yi-sa reached the entrance of her home, she encountered the persistent Lin Xiaoyan. At this moment, she didn't know that Lin Xiaoyan's purpose for this visit was to scheme against her. Upstairs, the adorable children, seeing their mommy with Uncle Lin from the window, immediately sensed something was wrong. If mommy didn't want daddy, then they would have to separate from their eldest brother whom they had just found. Thinking of this, the clever fourth child immediately dialed mommy's phone. Weakly whimpering, "Mommy, my tummy hurts so much. When are you coming back?" Mr. Hua, despite his words, was really missing his ex-wife's cooking. So he teasingly provoked, "Miss Yi, you're not afraid to make breakfast, are you?" This immediately sparked Yi-sa's competitive spirit. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and made several dishes for Hua Hanting. Toast so hard that even a fork couldn't pierce it. Overly sweet and soft cake. She packed it all up, letting the annoying Hua Hanting take it to the company to enjoy slowly. Actually, Yi-sa, who had given birth to 10 children in one pregnancy, had hidden 9 children at home from her ex-husband Hua Hanting. She had even applied for them to attend the same kindergarten as the eldest child. The adorable children were all very happy when they found out, because this way they could eat and study together with their long-separated eldest brother. But unexpectedly, early one morning at the Hua family's dining table, Yi-sa suddenly received a call from the kindergarten's admissions teacher. She mysteriously walked to a corner to answer in a low voice. At the same time, Hua Hanting perked up his ears, wanted to hear what was being said. On the phone, the admissions teacher regretfully stated that they couldn't admit the 9 adorable children because the school had assessed that Yi-sa's financial capacity was insufficient. Yi-sa was just about to ask the teacher to make an exception, but before she could finish speaking, the other party had already hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Hua Hanting, who had overheard, immediately assumed that she must be looking for a kindergarten for the boy he had seen before. If the little boy were to attend the same kindergarten as his son, he could obtain his DNA during the school's physical examination. Thinking of this, Hua Hanting unusually took the initiative to ask Yi-sa if she had encountered any difficulties. However, the guilty Yi-sa smiled awkwardly and casually made up a lie, saying it was a friend who wanted to send their child to the eldest kindergarten. At this moment, Hua Hanting seized the opportunity to offer his help. He said to just bring the child over on Monday. Hearing this, Yi-sa's heart suddenly tightened. She couldn't let him see the 9 adorable children, so she quickly waved her hand, politely saying that Mr. Hua only needed to make a phone call. Hua Hanting, unusually agreeable, nodded in agreement. Then he glanced at his son's delicious breakfast and suddenly missed Yi-sa's cooking. So he unconsciously suggested that as a reward, she should come to make breakfast from now on. After saying this, Hua Hanting looked up with a slight smile, teasingly asking if Miss Yi would dare to accept this small request. This immediately sparked Yi-sa's damn competitive spirit. So she rolled up her sleeves to prepare breakfast, saying she dared to make it. Let's see if Mr. would dare to eat it. 2 minutes later, she served the breakfast. However, both father and son stared uniformly at the blackened toast, their eyeballs almost falling out. Hua Hanting's brows furrowed slightly, disdainfully mocking Yi-sa's cooking skills. He said if Mr. Hua's teeth weren't good, he'd make a new portion immediately. After the sarcasm, Yi-sa immediately turned back to the kitchen. The eldest child on the side couldn't bear to watch anymore. He looked at his father resentfully. No wonder his younger siblings still couldn't accept Dad. Soon, Yi-sa served another dish of overly sweet and soft cake. Hua Hanting took a bite and commented that it was barely edible. But then, surprisingly, he asked Yi-sa to pack both the toast and cake in a lunchbox. He'd take it to the company later. At the same time, the eldest was very puzzled. He just said it wasn't good. Why did he want to take it to work now? Soon, as Hua Hanting walked to the car and took the lunchbox, he suddenly blurted out, "Back then, was there anything else you were hiding from me?" After saying this, he suddenly lowered his head and brought his face close. For example, your little lover? This scared the guilty Yi-sa, who broke out in a cold sweat. She stubbornly denied 3 times, "No, I don't know, I don't understand." However, Hua Hanting frowned and finally said, "You just need to remember one thing. My child can only stay by my side." After saying this, he got in the car and left for the company. Watching the departing car, Yi-sa secretly guessed this guy was so unusual today. Could it be that he knew about the secret of the 9 children? A woman who had given birth to 10 children unexpectedly came to her ex-husband's house to be a full-time nanny for her eldest son. But she didn't expect to be gossiped about by the servants behind her back. They called her a vixen, trying to seduce the master. The eldest heard this and severely reprimanded them, saying to shut up or get out if they kept gossiping. The scolded servants immediately lowered their heads in silence, trembling. Esau, seeing how the eldest protected her, felt content in her heart. She crouched down and stroked her son's little head to express her gratitude. The eldest was stunned for a moment, then quickly changed the subject, saying his clothes didn't fit anymore and asking if she could accompany him to go shopping for new clothes later. As long as it was a request from her son, Esau definitely nodded and agreed with a smile. So they went to the mall. Esau picked out a pile of clothes at once, asking the eldest to try them on quickly. Hip-hop style, pastoral style, school style. As long as her son wore it, Esau applauded and praised how good it looked. At this moment, a fat boy suddenly pushed the eldest hard and loudly called him a bastard. The eldest immediately lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground. Esau quickly stepped forward and hugged her son. After making sure her son was okay, she angrily glared at the fat boy, demanding him to apologize. Unexpectedly, the fat boy mischievously made faces, still shouting, "Bastard, motherless bastard." Esau worriedly looked down at her son. She saw the eldest lowering his head with eyes full of sadness, his little mouth tightly pursed. She immediately felt a fire burning in her heart, rising up. With sharp eyes, she again demanded the fat boy to apologize. But the incorrigibly naughty fat boy shouted loudly that someone was going to hit him. As soon as he finished speaking, Esau's arm was grabbed by a woman, so Esau instinctively shook it off forcefully. The woman was dressed like a rich lady, rubbing her wrist and looking at Esau with contempt in her eyes. Then she sneered and threatened with a big attitude. "Looking at your cheap clothes, you must be the nanny of this little bastard. Do you believe I can make you get out of here right now?" But Esau wasn't easily scared, especially when she was standing up for her son. So she retorted mercilessly, "Mom, I'll report to the school later. How can this noble kindergarten let in such filthy trash?" While speaking, she didn't forget to pat her son's little head to comfort him. At the same time, the eldest's heart trembled. It felt so good to be openly protected by his mom. He tightly held onto his mom's skirt, unconsciously mumbling "Mom." The rich lady then turned into a shrew, pointing at Esau and cursing. "How dare a poor kid enter a noble kindergarten? The smell of poverty is so disgusting." Esau directly took action, forcefully twisting the woman's index finger upward. Immediately, a pig-like scream was heard. However, the other party pounced on her fiercely. Esau directly raised her hand and gave a loud slap. Then, with eyes full of anger, she sternly demanded that today's apology must be given, whether willingly or not. The rich lady, covering her face, immediately called over the mall manager. When the manager came over and saw the rich lady, he immediately turned to drive Esau out. Esau folded her arms in a posture of, "I'm not leaving. What are you going to do?" At this moment, the rich lady took out a gold card, wanting to buy all the clothes Esau had just picked. Still not satisfied, she pointed at the eldest and specifically instructed, "Don't forget the one the little bastard is wearing." At the same time, the snobbish manager smilingly took the gold card. Well, she indeed couldn't compete in terms of money. After all, raising 9 children alone was really expensive. The eldest beside her saw his mom's troubled expression. He immediately comforted her, saying he had already notified Dad, who would arrive soon. The rich lady arrogantly said she'd like to see what a family of 3 poor people looked like. Time passed minute by minute, but still no one came. The rich lady became even more arrogant, demanding Esau to kneel down and kowtow 100 times to apologize to her. "Who do you think you're asking to kowtow?" At the crucial moment, Wahanting arrived with one hand in his pocket, followed by more than a dozen bodyguards. The boss made his entrance. When the rich lady saw who had come, she was immediately scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Wahanting first walked towards the mother and son, examined them carefully, and after making sure they were fine, he turned to look at the rich lady. Raising an eyebrow, he coldly questioned, "You dare to bully my son? Are you tired of living?" Faced with a man who could cover the sky with one hand, the rich lady instantly turned into a little quail, bowing and apologizing profusely. Esau, who wanted to push her advantage, still didn't want to let them off. Standing straight, she questioned, "What did you call my son just now?" The rich lady hurriedly bit her lip and gave her fat son a hard smack, giving Yi Sa some satisfaction. Then she hugged her son and fled in panic. But after the matter was settled, Hua Hanting continued to tease his ex-wife, saying sarcastically, "Miss Yi, you can't even handle this kind of trash now." Then he arrogantly tossed Yi Sa a black card. "My people can't suffer this kind of humiliation." Even though Mr. Hua now had 800 eyes all over his body, he could never have imagined that his ex-wife had given birth to 10 children at once. He still thought it was just a pair of twins. So early in the morning, when Yi Sa sent 9 adorable kids to register at the kindergarten, the clever subordinate, following Mr. Hua's instructions, carefully checked the appearance of Summer, the 4th child. Then he secretly instructed the principal to just take that little boy's DNA. While Yi Sa, completely unaware, said goodbye to each of the 9 cute kids, and then hurriedly looked around for the eldest. Just then, Hua Hanting happened to drive up to the kindergarten entrance, so Yi Sa waved her hand and greeted the eldest, who came running over. She also took out the sandwich she had specially made for her son. The eldest, wanting to bring his parents together, obediently took the sandwich and immediately handed it to his father. Then he waved goodbye, not forgetting to tell his parents to get along well. The son's words made Yi Sa feel a bit awkward, so she forced a smile and thanked Hua Hanting. He had helped arrange for her friend's child to enter the kindergarten. Then she heard Hua Hanting say a bit mischievously, "Oh, so it's a friend's child." Her heart tightened. What did this man mean? Could he have discovered something? Then Hua Hanting dropped a line. "As a thank you, you'll be responsible for my 3 meals from now on. I'll be waiting for you in the bedroom at noon today." With that, he drove away, leaving Yi Sa standing there, beating her chest. She really shouldn't have been nice to this dog of a man. At noon, Qian Yao Yao, who had been waiting in the lobby downstairs of the media building, saw Yi Sa and immediately called out to her loudly. She put on the airs of the lady of the house, attempting to drive Yi Sa away. "Yes, silently roletarius." Why is it this lie again? And the same old words. She was looking forward to seeing what new tricks this green tea bitch could come up with this time. But the green tea's level was really too low, just repeating the same few lines over and over. The result of all this fuss was that Yi Sa remained unfazed, calmly responding with just an "oh." That single word instantly defeated the green tea girl. Qian Yao Yao's face turned ashen with anger. Then Qian Yao Yao unleashed her most explosive nonsense. With feigned righteousness, she loudly exclaimed, "Xiao Sa, you've plagiarized foreign haute couture designs. That's wrong. As a designer, plagiarism is the most shameful act." These words indeed drew contempt from the onlookers. Next, Qian Yao Yao deliberately pretended to be pushed down. Her body leaned backward, and she fell heavily to the ground. The crowd became even more convinced that Yi Sa, exposed by the future Mrs. Hua, had lashed out in anger and embarrassment. At the critical moment, the boss always arrives late, but never absent. Just then, Hua Hanting walked out with his hands in his pockets. He then formally introduced to everyone, "Yi Sa is Hua Corporation's newest contracted designer." He then turned and gave Qian Yao Yao a cold glance. He ordered his subordinates to immediately, right now, escort her out. Even though several subordinates still questioned Yi Sa's alleged plagiarism, Hua Hanting ignored them. He stared directly at Yi Sa, only wanting to hear her personal response to this matter. At this moment, Yi Sa raised her chin proudly and replied firmly, "No." Hua Hanting, gazing deeply at Yi Sa's beautiful and vibrant face, slowly said, "I believe you." Even though Mr. Hua now had 800 eyes all over his body, he could never have imagined that his ex-wife had given birth to 10 children at once. He still thought it was just a pair of twins. Today, Hua Hanting, thinking he was clever, obtained the DNA report of another son. He immediately urgently called Yi Sa to his office, preparing for a heartfelt interrogation and father-son reunion. Hua Hanting stood with one hand in his pocket. In a serious tone, he questioned, "I'll give you one last chance to come clean. Tell me if there's anything you're hiding from me. You should know that Yi Sa is not easily fooled." Her mouth was tighter than a dead duck's. She replied, "I don't understand." "There's nothing." Then she saw Hua Hanting hand over a stack of reports. They clearly showed the paternity relationship between the child and Hua Hanting. Before she could react, Hua Hanting suddenly stepped forward, pinning her against the corner. Glaring at her furiously, he said, "You actually gave birth to a pair of twins." Yi Sa was completely confused. She had only given birth once. When did she ever have twins among her 10 children? Then Hua Hanting tightly gripped the woman's jaw coldly questioning, "When do you plan to bring the children to see me?" The hot-tempered Esau was now even more furious, roaring, "This is something that never happened. It's slander." The two argued back and forth for a long time, neither giving in. At this point, Wahanting furrowed his brow and suddenly grabbed Esau's hand. He decided to be straightforward, saying, "The little boy who called you mommy in Bauhinia Garden is my son." Esau was stunned upon hearing this. So the man didn't know about the other 8 children. At that time, he only suspected that the eldest and the 4th child were twins. So later about the full-time nanny, helping to arrange enrollment in kindergarten. It was all to obtain the children's DNA, setting up his own trap for DNA testing. The man turned the tables on himself after 6 years. This made him feel as if there was a large stone blocking his heart, causing discomfort. So, when Wahanting suggested picking up the children from school together, he didn't even think about it and flatly refused. He even shook off the man's hand. Back when he wanted to acknowledge the eldest child, what did the man say? Now he threw those words right back at him. "Your sudden appearance to recognize the child now will scare them." Wahanting thought it made some sense, so he compromised, demanding to see the child within this week. Esau had no choice but to reluctantly agree. She didn't forget to add a reminder, hoping the man wouldn't disturb the child privately. After saying this, she turned to leave, but in her distracted state, her foot in high heels suddenly twisted, causing her to lose balance and sway. At the same moment, Wahanting immediately steadied her and couldn't help but scold. How clumsy. Angered, Esau cursed the dog of a man in her heart. The next second, she shook off Wahanting and limped out, not forgetting to slam the door with a loud bang. Soon it was time for school to end. Esau arrived at the kindergarten to pick up her 9 adorable babies. Seeing the eldest child who hadn't left yet, she walked up and patted his little head, asking what he wanted for breakfast tomorrow. The obedient eldest child said anything was fine. As mother and son chatted happily, they were completely unaware that not far behind them, someone was sneakily taking rapid photos with their phone. After Songdawa got in the car to go home, Esau took the 9 adorable children to a nearby park. She gently asked if the babies wanted to meet their father. Yu, nestled in her arms, was a bit curious if they were going to meet their father. Esau thought for a moment and decided to be honest with the children. "Your father is called Wahanting. He's also the father of that little boy from earlier." Although the adorable children had already secretly recognized each other behind the adults' backs, Yu still pretended to be surprised. "Oh, so he's our big brother. No wonder you liked him so much when we first met today." Then Esau turned to look at the 4th child, asking if he was willing to meet his father alone. The 4th child nodded. Esau then repeatedly instructed, "When you see Dad on the weekend, don't mention the other 8 babies. Dad doesn't know about them yet." The clever 4th child didn't ask any questions, just jumped up and gave Mommy a kiss on the cheek. "Mommy, I remember. Don't worry, I'll always be on Mommy's side." In reality, the 4th child had other plans. Meanwhile, Qian Yao looked at the photos on her phone in disbelief, her eyes wide as she counted again and again. Including Chun, Esau had actually given birth to 10 children for Wahanting. If the 2 old folks in the Hua family knew about this, they'd treat Esau like an ancestor and bring her into the Hua family. No, the mistress of the Hua family could only be herself. So, with a venomous look in her eyes, she instructed the person on the other end of the phone to follow her orders and eliminate all the children. On the other end of the phone was the nanny who had recently been kicked out of the Hua family. The woman who had given birth to 10 children in one pregnancy had hidden 9 children from her ex-husband. But she didn't expect to be accidentally discovered by the green tea bitch Qian Yao. So Qian Yao instructed the former maid, Sister Ding, to drug Esau's children. In the kindergarten cafeteria, maid Sister Ding disguised herself as the soup lady. She had already drugged 9 bowls of soup prepared in advance. At this time, the 10 siblings were queuing up for lunch. Suddenly, the clever eldest child felt that this auntie looked familiar. Then he noticed that the auntie handed a pre-filled bowl of soup to the 4th child. However, when it was his turn, the auntie unusually ladled another bowl from the pot. He was about to stop the 4th child from drinking that bowl of soup, but the 4th child had already picked up the bowl and started drinking. But just after taking a small sip, he suddenly collapsed on the ground, clutching his throat in pain and letting out agonizing groans. Seeing this, the brothers quickly gathered around. They started performing first aid on the fourth child. Meanwhile, the frightened and crying Yu called her mother, sobbing and shouting for mommy to come quickly, as the fourth brother had been poisoned. At the same time, the eldest child tightly pursed his lips, feeling very guilty for not being able to stop his brother in time. He also quickly notified his father that his brother had been poisoned and to bring a doctor to the kindergarten immediately. The principal, who rushed over upon hearing the news, assumed the child had just eaten something bad, causing an upset stomach. He even wanted to send everyone away. Seeing this, the eldest child immediately climbed onto the table. He shouted sternly that no one was allowed to leave. Absolutely no one could go today. He specifically instructed his brothers to make sure to stop the strange auntie from leaving. The principal thought this naughty child was just causing trouble and tried to scare the eldest child, saying he was being unreasonable and that he would have to be less polite. Just then, Yi Sa, who had rushed over, burst through the door and sternly questioned how exactly he planned to be less polite. She then ran forward to check on the fourth child's condition. Thankfully, the school doctor had just performed emergency treatment, and now he was fine. No matter how the principal tried to explain that this had nothing to do with the school, she ignored him and only asked the eldest child, who had jumped down from the table, what had happened. The eldest child calmly described the entire process of the fourth child's poisoning. He specifically pointed at the auntie being blocked by his brothers and said, "It was this strange auntie who served the soup." Immediately, Yisa lunged forward and yanked off the person's mask. It turned out to be Sister Ding, who was Qian Yao Yao's spy. At this moment, Yisa immediately thought of how Qian Yao Yao had previously arranged for someone to kidnap the eldest child. She never expected this woman would now try to poison the fourth child. The domineering Miss Yi was so angered that she went into full rage mode. Suddenly, she forcefully grabbed Sister Ding's hand, not letting her escape. Then she twisted the woman's arms behind her back. She also called for the second child to quickly bring some rope. She tied her hands tightly. No matter how much Sister Ding shouted that she was innocent, Yisa let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with icy determination. She replied domineeringly that before this matter was cleared up, no one was allowed to leave. At this moment, the principal came forward, hoping Yisa could calm down and let the school handle this matter internally. But Yisa was already furious and couldn't calm down. She emanated an extremely low pressure around her, crossed her arms, and approached the principal with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. With a piercing gaze, she questioned if the school didn't do background checks when hiring. A child was harmed at school, and the school was being so perfunctory. She asked the principal if he was covering up for criminals or if he was also an accomplice. After saying this, she took out her phone to call the police. But the principal quickly hung up the call. At this moment, Huahanting made a domineering entrance, shouting who dared to touch him. Seeing that the principal was already too scared to move, he coldly instructed the 50 bodyguards behind him to block the door. Before the police arrived, not even a fly was allowed to leave this place. Then he announced domineeringly to everyone that whoever dared to take a step to leave today would be going against him. Huahanting, the woman who had given birth to 10 children in one pregnancy, had decided to let the fourth child meet their father on the weekend. But unexpectedly, before the weekend arrived, the vicious green tea bitch made an underhanded move, causing the fourth child to be poisoned. However, by a twist of fate, this allowed Huahanting to meet the fourth child earlier than planned. He picked up the unconscious fourth child, preparing to take him to the Hua family's private hospital. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct his subordinates that no one was allowed to leave. Meanwhile, Yi Sa, worried about the fourth child, quietly instructed the eldest child to help watch over his brothers and sisters at the kindergarten. The eldest child nodded understandingly. After mom left, the eldest child took on the responsibility of being the big brother, constantly comforting his siblings not to worry, saying everything would be fine. Yisa had just walked out of the kindergarten with Huahanting when they saw Lin Xiaoyan, who had been waiting for a long time, coming forward to inquire about the child's condition. It was then that she remembered. Before coming here, she and Lin Xiaoyan had planned to visit Ye's father in prison together. At the same time, Huahanting glanced sideways at this annoying man, sarcastically asking if the Lin family had gone bankrupt. Otherwise, why would they be so free to constantly meddle in other people's affairs? Lin Xiaoyan, who equally disliked Huahanting, firmly retorted, "Don't forget, Sa is no longer part of the Hua family. My biggest regret is letting Sa be with a scumbag like you." As Hua Hanting listened, his expression grew increasingly dark, and his tone began to carry a hint of coldness. I only care about my son. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyan was stunned. Could it be that they had not just one child, but two? Seeing the two grown men still arguing endlessly, Yi Sa, worried about her son, became very irritated and shouted at both of them. Enough! Both of you shut up! The child is the most important thing right now. Then she prepared to get into Hua Hanting's car. But suddenly, Lin Xiaoyan held her back. She could only patiently send Qi Xian away first. But after he got into the car, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly spoke to the child's biological father inside the car. As long as Sa was willing, he could treat the child as his own. However, the emotionally unintelligent Hua Hanting frowned and rudely questioned Yi Sa, saying if she chose him, she should get out of the car right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered the driver to start driving, giving the woman no chance to choose at all. At the private hospital, the doctor's examination reassured both of them. The amount of poison ingested wasn't much. The child was fine now. Hua Hanting immediately displayed his CEO's superpowers, demanding the hospital to have the best doctors do another full-body examination, using the best medicines to ensure his son had absolutely no issues. Soon after, Yi Sa saw the fourth child slowly open his eyes, and her tense heart finally relaxed. She softly asked her son if he felt any discomfort. Hearing her son say he was fine, she truly felt relieved. The two parents combined, with 2,000 eyes, were still no match for the clever fourth child. The fourth child nervously grabbed the bedsheet and called Hua Hanting uncle as soon as he opened his mouth. However, the emotionally unintelligent Hua Hanting nervously clenched his fists. His tight lips didn't know how to explain. It was Yi Sa beside him who introduced him as the father. But unexpectedly, the fourth child suddenly sat up on the hospital bed, pointing at his father's nose and angrily scolding him for being ungrateful and always bullying his mom. This left both parents completely bewildered. Hua Hanting turned his head and raised an eyebrow at the woman, his eyes asking for an explanation. She had never said such things. However, at this moment, the fourth child stood on the hospital bed like a little adult with hands on his hips. He righteously questioned his mommy. Where were you when mommy was working overtime to earn money? What were you doing when mommy was taking care of me? Surprised that her son was so understanding and knew to care for her, Yi Sa stepped forward and hugged her son gratefully. This scene of mother-son affection stung Hua Hanting's eyes painfully. Hua Hanting took a deep breath, forced out a stiff smile, and said, "You're right. Dad promises to change." So the two made a pinky promise, reaching an agreement between men. Then the fourth child didn't forget to seriously warn his dad, "Be careful, I'll be watching you closely." Then he blinked his innocent big eyes and asked when his parents were planning to remarry. Hearing this awkward question, Yi Sa quickly turned away, avoiding looking at the man. At the same time, Hua Hanting blushed and coughed lightly twice, immediately changing the subject. He asked about how the fourth child and the eldest child met. He also asked his son if he wanted to move in and live with the eldest child. Hearing this, Yi Sa quickly hugged the fourth child. She angrily scolded the man for being too much, actually wanting to take the child away. But the fourth child suggested that if mom and dad remarried, the whole family could live together. Hua Hanting nervously stared at the flustered Yi Sa, finally gathering up his courage. He was about to say something when at the crucial moment, he was once again interrupted by his sharp-eyed assistant. So the words on the tip of his tongue immediately changed to "take good care of the child. I'll go handle it." The thoughtless Mr. Who finally met his long-awaited other son, the fourth child. He was so overjoyed that he forgot to ask why his son was called fourth. At this moment, overwhelmed with fatherly love, he gathered all the specialists from every department to give his son a full-body examination. He even didn't spare the obstetrician. The hospital room suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Then Yi Sa burst into laughter, while the fourth child rolled around on the bed, amused. So their silly dad was this funny. Just then, Qian Yaoyao's voice was heard from outside the room. Hua Hanting held back Yi Sa, who wanted to rush out, indicating that she should focus on taking care of their son while he would handle the situation outside. At the same time, Yi Sa cast a disdainful glance at the man. After all this time, he still couldn't handle a green tea bitch. The fourth child, however, opened his big eyes and kindly reminded the man, "I'll be watching you closely, you know. Don't forget our agreement." Outside the room, Hua's father, who had been misled by Qian Yaoyao, started scolding without asking for details. just because Hua Hanting had ordered to temporarily suspend all business dealings with the Qian family. This time, Hua Hanting didn't beat around the bush. The previous kidnapping of the eldest child, and now poisoning the fourth child. All the bad things Qian Yaoyao had done, he had already figured out everything clearly. His face darkened, his sharp eyes exuding a powerful killing intent. "My people cannot be schemed against," Hua Hanting declared. Then Qian Yaoyao whimpered and defended herself, saying it wasn't her fault. Hua's father, who prioritized profits, worried that Hua Corporation would lose a lot of money. He even clutched his chest, pretending to have a heart attack, trying to force his son to comply. But Hua Hanting remained stone-faced, completely unmoved. He coldly watched as the green tea bitch dramatized the situation. Qian Yaoyao trembled, her tears falling endlessly. At this point, Hua's mother stepped in to mediate, asking Qian Yaoyao to leave first, then telling her son to bring the fourth child back to the Hua family to meet them. But Hua Hanting didn't agree. Back in the hospital room, Hua Hanting carefully asked his son if he was willing to meet his grandparents. The fourth child was stunned for a moment. Then he turned to ask his mom, who was replying to messages, if she could accompany him. Yisa put away her phone and said she had something else to do. Hearing this, Hua Hanting quickly leaned in, mimicking a jealous wife's tone. "What do you have to do? With whom? Where are you going?" His rapid-fire 3 questions were all instantly shut down by Yisa's "none of your business." At the Hua family home, as soon as Mr. and Mrs. Hua saw the fourth child, they immediately put on loving expressions, feeling sorry that their grandson must have suffered a lot outside all these years. Among them, the presumptuous Mr. Hua demanded that his grandson immediately change his surname to Hua, and in a disdainful tone, insisted that the fourth child must move back from the outsider's home. The fourth child was initially politely explaining that his mommy never let him suffer at all. But hearing the latter part, he, being protective of his parents, suddenly felt very angry. He loudly retorted, "My mommy gave birth to me and raised me. She's not an outsider at all." At this moment, Mrs. was suddenly stepped forward, gripping the fourth child's shoulders, and scolded him for being impolite. How dare he openly defy his elders? But the fourth child righteously replied that if elders are not loving, they shouldn't blame the younger generation for being unfilial. Meanwhile, Hua Hanting, worried that his son might be hurt, immediately pulled Mrs. Hua's hand away. At the same time, the fourth child grabbed his father's hand, shouting that he didn't like such fierce grandparents and wanted to go home now. Then he was immediately picked up and held in his father's arms, leaving this unpleasant place. The woman who gave birth to 10 children at once was originally the precious daughter of the Yi Group. Who would have thought that overnight the company would go bankrupt and her father would be imprisoned? So, unwilling to accept this, she vowed to uncover the truth behind it all. Today, with Lin Xiaoyan's arrangement, Yisa finally met her aged father in prison. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She didn't forget to comfort her father, saying she was doing very well and not to worry. It was during this meeting that she learned from her father's own words that back then, there was a mole inside Yi Corporation who forged account books, causing large amounts of funds to disappear. Her father was even implicated in multiple financial and tax-related cases. The only thing that comforted Father Yi was that he had prepared a substantial independent fund for his daughter in advance. He had asked his stepmother to pass it on to his daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, his daughter immediately denied it, saying she had never received any money all these years. At this moment, Father Yi felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that Feng Lian? No wonder Feng Lian and her daughter had been missing for so many years. Even Yisa couldn't find them. At this point, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly spoke up. "Actually, I've been secretly investigating this matter all along. Now I have some information about them. As a father, what he cared about most was still his daughter's lifelong happiness." But Yisa suddenly felt a bit awkward. After all, she was now a single mother with 10 children. So she could only make up an excuse, saying she only wanted to uncover the truth of what happened back then. But Father Yi was convinced that his daughter was still thinking about that Hua Hanting fellow. So he immediately became angry, saying that heartless and ungrateful fellow wasn't worth it. The time for reunion was always short. Soon, the visiting time was up. The father and daughter reluctantly embraced with tears in their eyes. In the car after saying goodbye, the anxious Yisa immediately asked about the whereabouts of Lu Fenglian and her daughter. She couldn't wait to fly over there right now to find out exactly what happened back then. Soon the car drove into a villa area. Yisa recognized it at once. This was where the Qian family used to live. Unexpectedly, pulling out one radish brought out the dirt. Today, they even dug up the Qian family. Hiding in a corner, Yisa secretly peeked into the villa. Sure enough, the woman standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor was her stepmother, Lu Fenglian. She was about to sneak in to investigate, but was suddenly pulled back by Lin Xiaoyan behind her. Unfortunately, this scene was fully witnessed by Lu Fenglian upstairs. Feeling guilty, she quickly ordered her bodyguards to teach the two people outside the house a lesson. Soon, 10 burly men wielding iron rods immediately stopped Yisa and her companion. Without a word, they raised their iron rods about to swing at the women. It happened in an instant. Lin Xiaoyan swiftly stepped forward, turning to tightly shield the woman in her arms. The iron rod struck hard on his back. That night, Lu Fenglian mentioned the day's events to Qian Yaoyao's father. Her ex-husband responded with a disdainful sneer, saying Yisa was just a little con artist. Let her investigate all she wants. I don't believe she has any extraordinary abilities. But what Lu Fenglian truly worried about was Yisa's ex-husband, Hua Hanting. So she gently caressed the man's chest, seductively coaxing, "Old Qian, you must have a way to make him leave, right?" Meanwhile, Mr. Hua, who had just reconnected with his fourth child, had made a man-to-man agreement with his son to treat Yisa well from now on. As he was waiting at home for his ex-wife, almost turning into a wife-doting husband, the mischievous fourth child suddenly popped up again, saying he wanted to have a man-to-man talk with his dad. With starry eyes, he tried very hard to emit a dreamy glow. "Dad, when do you plan to start pursuing Mom?" Before Hua Hanting could react, he put his hands on his hips and explained in a precocious tone, "Only when Dad and Mom remarry will we truly be a family. Dad, as a man, you need to take the initiative." However, Hua Hanting was stunned. After 3 seconds, he gently hugged his son. Somewhat hesitantly, he asked his son who taught him this. Was it? But before he could finish, the fourth child shook his head, saying it was all his own idea. Not hearing the answer he expected in his heart, Hua Hanting suddenly felt a bit disappointed and said no more. This worried the fourth child terribly. Thinking his dad was unwilling, he resorted to acting like a naughty child. "Dad, go pursue Mommy, please. Get together. Get together. Otherwise, I'll declare war on you and won't call you Dad anymore." As he said this, the puffed-up fourth child clenched his little fists tightly, trying hard to look fierce. Left with no choice, the cunning Hua Hanting gently stroked his son's head and explained pointedly, before a man pursues a woman, he needs to ask if the woman is willing first. The clever fourth child immediately pulled out his phone and made a video call to Mommy. As soon as the video connected, he suddenly became very nervous because he saw that Mommy's face had a band-aid on it, clearly injured. But at the same time, a man's voice came through the phone. Realizing something was wrong, the fourth child quickly covered the phone, looking up with a forced laugh, explaining, "This is a beautiful misunderstanding." But Hua Hanting, who had already heard the voice, clearly didn't believe a word. His face immediately darkened. No wonder she wouldn't say anything no matter how he asked yesterday. So she left her son and husband behind to go on a date. At this moment, the now furious Hua Hanting immediately stood up, striding with his 1.8-meter-long legs, calling for his son to quickly follow along to catch someone. In reality, Yisa was just taking the injured Lin Xiaoyan to the hospital to get some treatment. After the call was inexplicably hung up, she apologized to Lin Xiaoyan with a guilty expression. But Lin Xiaoyan, shirtless, just smiled. At that moment, Hua Hanting, who had sprinted 100 meters to get there, pushed open the emergency room door with force. The loud sound of the door opening startled Yisa. Hua Hanting strode forward, anxiously pulling the woman over. He checked her up and down, front and back, just short of scanning her with a laser. After confirming she was fine, he pulled Yisa towards the exit. Yisa was completely bewildered, wondering what act this dog of a man was putting on now. So she irritably questioned Mr. CEO Hua if he had eaten too much salt lately, acting so salty. At this time, Lin Xiaoyan, who had put his shirt back on, caught up with him and grabbed Yisa's other hand. Pretending to be intimate, he provocatively said, "Our Sa won't go with you." So, Yisa's hands were simultaneously held by two men who wouldn't let go. Feeling somewhat annoyed, she shook off both men's hands. At this point, Hua Hanting, considering the situation, threw out the bait that the fourth child was waiting at home to have dinner with him. Unexpectedly, she didn't fall for it this time, just saying to let the son eat first. Immediately, the cunning Huahanting upped the ante. He proposed that they would also bring the eldest child for a family dinner. Yisa Sikit, she compromised, smilingly said goodbye to Lin Xiaoyan, and left. Huahanting, following closely behind, frowned and mocked the great hero Lin, saying that before playing the hero saving the beauty next time, he'd better measure his own abilities first. But unexpectedly, the next second, he was sharply mocked back. Yisa chuckled lightly, teasingly saying, "Mr. Hua is praising me as a beauty. Could it be that you regret divorcing? But Missy is fine. I don't eat leftovers." The woman smiled brilliantly and boldly. However, Huahanting's deep eyes gazed intently at the woman's back, his lips unconsciously curling into a smile. The woman who had given birth to 10 children in one pregnancy finally reunited with her eldest child after 5 years apart. She even heard the eldest child call her mom with her own ears. But Mr. Hua, who had just reconnected with the fourth child because of his tsundere nature, was given the nickname Tsundere Princess by his son. Just now, the furious Huahanting directly rushed to the hospital, dragging Yisa back for a family dinner. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at Lin Xiaoyan as a warning. As men, they both understood what devious thoughts the other might have. Meanwhile, the eldest child, having received the news, had already led all the servants of the Hua family to line up at the door, warmly welcoming the mother and son's return home. The excited fourth child suddenly rushed forward, giving his big brother a big bear hug. Seeing the brothers hugging, Yisa suddenly felt a bit nervous. Even her hands started shaking uncontrollably, no matter how she tried to stop them. Huahanting, standing beside her, noticed it immediately and gently comforted her not to be nervous. He even confessed to her that the eldest child had actually known about his background for a long time. After saying this, he very naturally took the woman's hand and walked into the Hua family home. And so, for the first time, the family of 4 sat down together for a reunion dinner. The servants immediately, like flowing water, brought out all 81 dishes that had been prepared. But when the servant placed one of the dishes in front of Yisa, Huahanting raised his eyebrows slightly in dissatisfaction. Chun Sheng ordered to remove this dish, just because Yisa didn't like it. Seeing this, the fourth child immediately got excited, his eyes sparkling. Dad was indeed a true boss, even showing affection in a domineering CEO style. As soon as he finished speaking, Yisa's face instantly turned red. So, she immediately picked up a large piece of meat and stuffed it into her son's mouth, hoping to shut him up and stop him from saying these embarrassing things. At the same time, the cunning Huahanting frowned, lowered his eyes with a hint of resentment, and slowly explained, "This is my fault. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Dad's setback won't make him beat a retreat." The worried fourth child quickly turned to his big brother for help. "Big brother, quickly think of a way to help Dad pursue Mom." At this moment, Yisa suddenly stood up. The fourth child blinked his innocent big eyes. He couldn't understand. He had come back to the country just to find his big brother. Now that they had found him, why couldn't they acknowledge each other? After a while, Yisa finally mustered up the courage. She decided to acknowledge her long-missed eldest child. She tremblingly caressed the eldest child's small hand, slowly explaining the hardships of those years. Of course, she didn't mention a word about the other 8 children. The bitterness of missing her son for 5 years suddenly burst forth, turning into large teardrops streaming down her face. The eldest child also very much wanted to acknowledge his mother, but didn't know how to start. He stammered for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. It was Huahanting who gently pushed him from behind, directly pushing the eldest child into his mother's embrace. Only then did the eldest child loudly call out Mom. Inevitably, the mother and son, separated for a full 5 years, finally acknowledged each other. Witnessing such a warm and touching scene, the mischievous fourth child suddenly blurted out, "It seems Dad is like Big Brother. He actually likes it in his heart, but his mouth just won't admit it. So Dad is actually a Tsundere princess." Yisa glanced at the man. Could this dog of a man really like her? At the same time, Huahanting also looked at the woman. Why didn't he want to open his mouth at all to deny liking Yisa? The CEO, who had just been teased by his son for being a Tsundere princess, immediately demonstrated that the Tsundere princess also had a sharp tongue. Right after finishing the reunion dinner, Hua Hanting was coaxed by the fourth child to go to the mall. The high attractiveness of the family of four immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Hua Hanting, who was not used to shopping, glanced at the crowded crowd and immediately suggested going home and having designers come to the house for custom-made clothes. However, the fourth child stared at his hopeless dad, feeling somewhat speechless. He felt it necessary to educate his dad, explaining that parent-child activities are the fastest way to increase affection. Seeing his dad nod in agreement, the two adorable kids were instantly overjoyed. This made Yi behind him burst into laughter. She stepped forward and patted the man's shoulder, teasing that even the mighty CEO would have a day like this. At the same time, Hua Hanting was speechless and could only squint at her. At this moment, the two adorable kids spotted a children's clothing store and went in. The fourth child pointed to an outfit in the window display and asked the salesgirl to bring it down for a look. Hearing the kind salesgirl offer to help him change clothes, he proudly pulled his dad over, boasting, "I have a dad." Hua Hanting lovingly picked up the fourth child and helped him change clothes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi bent down. She softly asked the eldest child if he liked any clothes and could try them on too. Just then, she was suddenly pushed hard from behind. Losing her balance, she immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, the eldest child hurriedly ran forward nervously, wanting to help his mother up. At this moment, Yi instinctively turned her head. She saw Lin's mother, Lin Xiaoyan's mother, with a look of disgust on her face. So she stood up and politely called out Annie Lin, but was immediately interrupted harshly by the other party, who told her not to call her Annie. Because Yi was too shameless, a divorced woman with a child and bankrupt, yet still dared to try to seduce the unmarried Lin Xiaoyan. But Yi had never been one to be bullied. She immediately darkened her face and fearlessly counterattacked. "Mrs. Lin, you should go see a dentist. Your mouth is so ugly. People might think you eat in the toilet every day." Hearing this, Lin's mother immediately became furious, pointing at Yi's nose and shouting that she had no manners. At this time, the fourth child, who had finished changing clothes, saw his mommy being bullied and wanted to run over to help. However, Hua Hanting suddenly grabbed his son. With a somewhat indulgent smile, he said, "Don't worry, she definitely won't let herself be taken advantage of. The one we should be worried about now is the other party." Sure enough, the next second, Yi violently slapped away Lin's mother's hand. She even mocked her, saying her mouth stinks and so does she, so don't come near her if there's nothing important. After saying this, she was about to turn and walk away, not wanting to waste the beautiful family time. But unexpectedly, she was suddenly grabbed by Lin's mother, who loudly called for security to throw out this loose woman. As soon as she finished speaking, two black-clothed security guards hurriedly came forward, pushing Yi and the eldest child towards the exit. Just as Lin's mother was feeling smug, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly appeared behind her, speaking up to stop his mother's unreasonable behavior. He also ordered the security guards to release Yi immediately. At this point, Lin's mother became even more furious. She publicly accused her son of being bewitched by a loose woman, to the point of bullying his own mother, and ordered the security guards to throw her out of her store. At this moment, Hua Hanting made a cool entrance with his 2.8-meter-tall aura, sternly shouting, "Who dares to touch my people?" Lin's mother, upon seeing Hua, instantly became a coward. She timidly explained that after being dumped by CEO Hua, this woman actually went to seduce her precious son. She had only said half of her words when Hua Hanting frowned, his face darkening. Chen Sheng questioned sternly, "Do you think that Hua Hanting's woman would be interested in your son? Get it straight, it's your son who has been constantly harassing my woman." At this moment, Lin Xiaoyan wanted to stand up and defend his mother, but he was pulled back by his mother beside him to stop him. However, Hua Hanting stepped forward, looking down coldly. He threatened in an icy tone, "Don't force me to take action. I heard your Lin family is trying to acquire that piece of land from Chengxi." Lin Xiaoyan had no choice but to apologize to Yi then left with his mother in embarrassment. But Hua Hanting noticed that Yi was staring at the departing man for more than a second. Jealous, he entered sarcastic mode. "Are you reluctant to let him go, or feeling sorry for him? Should we call him back, so you can look your fill?" At this, Esau suddenly turned around, glaring angrily at the man reeking of jealousy. The gratitude she had just felt moments ago instantly vanished. Now she just wanted to sew his smelly mouth shut. The woman who had avoided the 10th child had just reunited with the eldest child after years apart. But she was secretly resented by Lynn's mother, just because Lynn's mother felt that Esau wasn't good enough for her excellent son. So she decided to join the plan of the ex-husband and his father, vowing to completely drive Esau out of this city. Unaware of this, Esau was still caught in the awkwardness with her ex-husband. The perceptive 4th child immediately took the chance while doing homework to whisper with his big brother, but was stopped by Esau, who was supervising them. Esau accidentally noticed that the 4th child's pen grip was incorrect, so she leaned over to help correct it. Unexpectedly, at the same time, Huahanting also reached out to the 4th child. Just like that, their fingers accidentally touched. Instantly, there seemed to be a slight electric current trembling between them. The two looked at each other simultaneously, both slightly blushing. As their eyes met, an ambiguous feeling suddenly spread. It was the 4th child who suddenly exclaimed, "So sweet it hurts my teeth." The blushing Esau quickly turned away as if electrocuted, while Huahanting turned his face away, clearing his throat twice to cover the awkwardness. He also assigned a learning task to the 4th child. Starting tomorrow, practice calligraphy with the calligraphy teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with strong protests from the 4th child. Just then, Esau's stepmother suddenly called, saying she wanted to meet up. This left Esau a bit confused, but she still decided to go to the appointment. At this moment, Huahanting noticed the woman's serious expression and felt a bit worried, so he stretched his neck, trying hard to figure out what was going on. Soon after, Esau arrived alone at the agreed place as promised. As soon as she pushed open the door of the private room, she was stunned. She saw her father, who should have been in prison, inside the room. She hurriedly ran forward, asking with concern what was going on. Her father, who had been extremely disappointed with her stepmother before, was now excitedly hugging her, repeatedly thanking her for getting him out of prison. He even took the initiative to clarify that the money was actually used to save himself, not taken by the stepmother. But after hearing this, Esau didn't believe a single word. In 6 years, she hadn't visited her father in prison even once. Moreover, why didn't she use the money to save her father 6 years ago? Instead, she waited until I just discovered that my stepmother was having an affair with my ex-husband. So she took out the photos she had taken, approaching Bai Xing step by step, demanding how to explain what was in the photos. At this moment, her stepsister, playing the role of a fragile victim, tearfully held Esau's hand. She righteously promised that no matter how hard and tiring it had been for them these years, they hadn't used a single penny. Bai Xing just wanted to get Ye's father out of prison as soon as possible. Then the stepmother collapsed, crying in Ye's father's arms, sobbing as she spoke. She described how she had remained faithful all these years, almost swearing on her life. Her crying softened Ye's father's heart, and his mind started to become confused. He even scolded his own daughter, saying, "Enough. Your aunt has had it tough these years. How can you be so selfish now?" Then he sighed deeply. "Sasa, I'm really disappointed in you." Those light words fell like a 1,000-pound stone on Esau's heart. She staggered back 2 steps in disbelief. However, the mother and daughter didn't stop there. They continued to persuade Ye's father to move the whole family to another city and start over. At the same time, the 2 little hackers at home heard this through the bug and immediately panicked. If mom leaves, the 10 siblings would be separated. Just then, Huahanting suddenly appeared behind them, curiously asking who was going to be separated. The woman who gave birth to 10 children at once had just reunited with her long-lost eldest child, but was now being asked by her father to leave this city immediately. However, Esau refused without a second thought. At this point, her green tea stepsister immediately jumped out to sow discord, saying it was because she couldn't bear to leave Huahanting, the son of her enemy. Upon hearing this, Ye's father immediately flew into a rage, sternly questioning his daughter if she still loved that bastard. Faced with her father's blunt question, Esau stammered for a long time, unable to answer. She could only lower her head guiltily. Soon after, Esau returned home after parting ways unhappily with her father. As soon as she entered, she saw 2 little ones running to greet her excitedly. However, preoccupied with her thoughts, she acted out of character and didn't hug or kiss the children. Instead, she absent-mindedly went to the kitchen to cook for the children. This unusual behavior was immediately noticed by the perceptive fourth child. So, he called his big brother to go comfort their mom together. The little cutie was about to follow them. At this moment, Wahanting suddenly picked up both sons, one in each hand, telling the two little ones not to worry about mommy being sad, as daddy would naturally go comfort her. In the kitchen, although Yi Sa's hands were busy beating egg liquid, her mind was filled with scenes of the argument with her father. Lost in thought, she didn't notice that Wahanting had already quietly stood beside her. So when she turned around, she accidentally bumped into him. As a result, egg liquid splashed onto the man's high-end tailored clothes. In a panic, she grabbed a cloth to wipe it off, while Wahanting remained silent. Unlike last time, he didn't fly into a rage. A moment later, the man suddenly grabbed her hand and looked at her deeply. He slowly opened his mouth, asking if she had anything to say to him. Actually, Wahanting had already heard everything through the bug installed by the children earlier, so he particularly wanted to know the answer that the woman didn't say out loud in the end. At this moment, Wahanting was like a little puppy waiting to be claimed by its owner, quietly waiting for the woman's response. However, the stubborn Yi Sa turned her face away, not mentioning what had just happened, only stubbornly saying she would compensate for the clothes. She didn't notice at all that the man beside her was visibly becoming disappointed. Then Yi Sa continued to add that even if her money wasn't enough to compensate, there was still the fourth child's pocket money. Wahanting immediately retorted, "How dare you take the child's pocket money?" Yi Sa, already upset, immediately brandished a shiny kitchen knife, fiercely shouting, "I'll take whatever I want. It's my own son's pocket money. Do you have a problem with that?" This made Wahanting obediently shut his annoying mouth, instead muttering quietly that he never wanted her to compensate in the first place. This whole process was witnessed by the two little geniuses peeking at the door. The eldest child was a bit puzzled as to why his parents were arguing again. The fourth child, however, seemed to have a sudden realization. So this was Daddy's unique way of comforting, letting Mommy scold him a bit to vent her feelings. However, things weren't over yet. The next day, Yi Sa knocked on the door of her father and stepmother's place, completely ignoring her hypocritical stepsister who opened the door. She strode right in. She just wanted to have a good talk with her father again. However, her stepmother came out upon hearing the noise and arrogantly threatened, "Your father isn't here. You won't see him until you agree to leave." But Yi Sa wasn't one to obediently listen. She glared fiercely at the disgusting mother and daughter, angrily asking why they weren't pretending anymore. The stepsister immediately mocked, saying she was now just a pauper abandoned by Wahanting. Wanting to marry into the Hua family again was just a pipe dream, and she'd better leave while she still could. However, Yi Sa laughed triumphantly, disdainfully retorting, "But this pauper married the man you wanted to marry, and played with the man you wanted to play with. You've been sucking up to Wahanting for so many years. What have you got?" These words left the stepsister speechless. Enraged and embarrassed, she was about to step forward to teach Yi Sa a lesson, but was held back by her stepmother. Yi Sa, always pushing her luck, suddenly walked up to her stepsister. She continued to mock harshly, saying she didn't know if she'd marry Wahanting again, but she knew for sure her stepsister had absolutely no chance. Seeing her daughter was no match for Yi Sa, the stepmother decided to step in herself. 3 major families joined forces, vowing to drive out the woman who had given birth to 10 children at once. However, what they didn't know was that Yi Sa not only had 10 smart, incredibly filial little darlings backing her, but also a tsundere prince who might be late, but would never be absent. Wahanting had keenly sensed since last night that his ex-wife was clearly in trouble, but was too proud to ask him for help. Plus, he had accidentally overheard her arguing with someone on the phone, and the result wasn't very pleasant, because after hanging up, she looked completely dejected. In his impression, Yi Sa had always been willful and flamboyant, full of fighting spirit. He had never seen her so helpless before. This made Wahanting very sympathetic, so he immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate thoroughly. Before things were cleared up, he just stared blankly at Yi Sa's phone number. He was lost in thought until the secretary mentioned that the lady working in the design department seemed to have some family matters and had taken a day off. Only then did he suddenly raise his head, glaring at the secretary, reprimanding that such a big event had occurred in the company, and it was only being reported now. The helpless secretary could only respond with a bitter smile. However, Wahanting thought for a moment. Apart from himself and their 2 sons, Yi Sa's only family left was her father. He abruptly stood up, preparing to go to Ye's father's place to see what was going on. However, the dutiful secretary loudly reminded Mr. Hua that it was work hours and there was a meeting coming up soon. At this point, Hua Hanting turned his head and said he had a family matter and was taking a day off, then left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yisa was facing off against the green tea mother and daughter, 1-2. Seeing her daughter almost driven to hysterics by Yisa, the stepmother quickly stepped forward, explaining with feigned concern that the three major families were about to move against the Yi family again. Whether it's the all-powerful Hua family, the Qian family with their underworld background, or the formidable Lin family, they were all too much for the current Yi family to handle. Leaving would be the best choice for both you and your father. But the stubborn Yi Sa firmly refused again, because she hadn't yet uncovered the truth about what happened years ago. Seeing her so obstinate, the stepmother immediately changed to a vicious expression. She warned her not to refuse the easy way out, or she'd be forced to leave anyway. However, at this moment, the three major families arrogantly walked in, the Qian father and daughter, as well as Lin's mother. Both Hua's father and Lin's mother simultaneously began to accuse Yisa of seducing their sons. Lin's mother even suggested tying her up directly. Just then, Hua Hanting made a domineering entrance. He shouted at everyone, "Who dares to touch my woman, Hua Hanting's woman?" The woman who had given birth to 10 children at once was being forced to leave the city. Inside, there was the vicious stepmother constantly urging her father to leave quickly. Outside, there were the powerful three major families joining forces to pressure her. All because the three major families didn't want Yisa to find evidence of how they framed the Yi family years ago. However, none of this could stop the Tsundere prince from his determination to realize his dream of a wife, 3 kids, and a warm home. So, when the Qian family's 2 women and Lin's mother came forward to threaten Yisa to leave and get out of the city, Hua Hanting made a domineering entrance. He shouted at everyone, "Who dares to touch my woman, Hua Hanting's woman?" Faced with the all-powerful Hua Hanting, even the 3 families together felt somewhat apprehensive. Among them, the ex-husband had already shed his fierce expression from earlier and was now greeting him. However, Hua Hanting scoffed disdainfully, with a tone that was 5 parts threatening and 3 parts mocking. He reminded his ex-father-in-law to pay attention to his own company, or else something big might happen without him knowing. Meanwhile, the still lustful Qian Yao Yao was trying to get close to the man, attempting to flirt again. But what she got in response was the man's sour face and a cold, dagger-like glare. Just then, suddenly, several people's phone ringtones went off simultaneously. Lin's mother and the ex-husband were shocked after hearing their phone calls. It turned out that one family's company system was under severe attack, while another was exposed for bullying employees, causing their stock prices to plummet. At the same time, the small-time celebrity Qian Yao Yao also dropped her phone in panic, because the solid evidence of her bullying newcomers had already shot to the top of the trending topics and couldn't be taken down no matter what. At this point, Hua Hanting, seeing the situation, let out a cold snort. He then firmly declared, "I did it. As long as I, Hua Hanting, am here, none of you are allowed to touch a single hair on Yisa's head." At this moment, Ye's father, who had just returned home, suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Yisa, scolding his daughter for getting involved with the son of their enemy. But Hua Hanting forcefully pulled Ye's father's hand away. He turned the tables and questioned, "Joining outsiders to pressure your own daughter, is this behavior worthy of being a father?" This statement immediately left Ye's father speechless. Even when Hua's father put on a fatherly air and ordered his son not to get involved in this matter, Hua Hanting still held Yi Sa's hand tightly. His attitude became even more determined, showing every intention of protecting his wife to the end. Then he gently comforted the woman beside him. "Don't be afraid. I'll handle everything." At the same time, Yisa also looked at the man standing beside her with emotion. She had never imagined that the person who would support her without hesitation would be this man. At this moment, her entire heart was wrapped in the warmth of this man. But when Qian Yao Yao saw this scene, she was jealous to death and still wanted to continue dancing on her own grave. The impatient Hua Hanting couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. He coolly beckoned his secretary Chen Sheng. He ordered first to immediately and publicly sell all shares related to the Qian family, then to move all liquid assets and relentlessly pursue the Lin family until Lin Group collapses. Finally, to notify the legal department to draft a contract stating that Hua Group will become independent from the Hua family. After issuing these 3 orders, he furrowed his brows and delivered an ultimatum with authority. "You are forcing Yisa. I will spare no expense to make you lose everything. I, Hua Hanting, always follow through on my words. Seeing the situation was unfavorable and they couldn't win, the others could only retreat while cursing. The enemies had been defeated, but the foolish Ye's father still insisted that Esau leave with him. At this time, Hwahanting didn't speak, but just frowned, looking a bit nervous, until Esau spoke up, saying she would never hide from him. Only then did he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Then, excited, he pulled the woman into his arms. His arm around the woman tightened bit by bit, as if afraid she might suddenly run away. Seeing this, Ye's father angrily chased the two out, and so Hwahanting kept holding Esau tightly as they walked out of the room. He immediately switched to his snarky mode. "Where's the other child?" "Esau, you're quite capable, actually giving birth to 3 kids in one go." Esau was stunned for a moment. She instinctively blurted out, asking which child. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately realized something was wrong, so she quickly covered her mouth. However, Hwahanting suddenly pulled her hand away from her mouth. He raised an eyebrow and accused her of hiding their daughter from him. Only then did she realize that the man was referring to Yiye, the only daughter among the decuplets. She finally understood. The man was talking about Yiye, the only girl among the 10 children. At this moment, Hwahanting suddenly coughed lightly twice. His cheeks turned slightly red, and he awkwardly explained that what he did earlier was purely for the children, definitely not for her. She was puzzled why the man was blushing if that was the case. However, the Tsundra Big Shot had already hurriedly shoved his hands in his pockets and turned to leave in a fluster, leaving only Esau behind, lowering her head in deep thought. What? The man teamed up with his 2 tech-savvy hacker sons to deal with the Qian family and Lin family who had bullied his woman. But unexpectedly, this accidental move made the adorable kid's fondness for him as a father skyrocket instantly. The eldest child, still at kindergarten with his younger siblings, immediately shouted angrily upon hearing that someone had bullied mom. The other 9 siblings instantly gathered around anxiously. Each of them was fuming, wanted to stand up for mommy and teach those bad guys a lesson. So, the 10 adorable kids immediately started a joint operation, hacking into the Lin family's aviation model system. All the dirt on Qian Yaoyao's diva behavior bullying newcomers, and the Qian family's hotel bullying employees, was exposed with evidence and truth under the kids' tacit cooperation. After handling this, the only girl, Yiye, really wanted to see mommy. So she tearfully asked her newly recognized big brother if she could see mommy. The eldest, feeling sorry for his sister, immediately hacked into the hotel surveillance where daddy and mommy were. When the adorable kids saw daddy fiercely protecting mommy throughout, they couldn't help but exclaim how cool and domineering he was. Only then could he barely be worthy of mommy. However, when they saw the later part of the surveillance, the kids were all puzzled about how daddy discovered Yiye's existence. At this point, everyone's gaze couldn't help but turn to the eldest. At this moment, the 4th child jumped out to explain. It was because the doctor who had helped with the paternity test earlier came to find daddy, saying he had done an extra paternity report at the time, proving that the girl who entered the kindergarten that day was daddy's biological daughter. Finally, under daddy's interrogation, the 2 trembling brothers could only confess that they actually had a sister. After the 4th child finished explaining, the eldest didn't forget to add that this way, they could not only keep mommy, but also bring daddy and mommy's relationship closer. Yiye was still a bit confused after hearing this, not quite understanding. But soon, she was surrounded by her envious brothers. Soon it was time for school to end. Esau, who came to pick up the children, was startled to see the adorable kids crying and running over asking for hugs. She was frightened, thinking something had happened to the children. The very sensible children one by one expressed that they had seen mommy being bullied by bad guys on the surveillance today. They promised to protect mommy well when they grow up so she won't be bullied anymore. Esau felt warmth in her heart and gratefully patted each child's little head. Then she crouched down and gently asked Yiye if she wanted to have dinner with daddy. But Yiye tugged at mommy's clothes, asking why she couldn't have dinner with the handsome Uncle Lin. After all, Uncle Lin was more handsome than daddy. She then cupped her little face, saying she liked handsome guys. If mommy didn't want Uncle Lin, she could give him to Yiye. This made Esau burst into laughter. She tapped Yiye's nose, joking that when she grows up and has a handsome guy, she'll forget about mommy and her brothers. Yiye immediately threw herself into mommy's arms, coyly promising that she would never do that. Then the other adorable kids surrounded Yiye, instructing their sister to take lots of photos when she sees Daddy later. Hearing this, Yiye immediately patted her little chest, promising that she would definitely make Daddy take lots of photos. At this moment, the second child suddenly felt a lump in his throat, mumbling that Yiye was the youngest but got to see Daddy second. Seeing this, Yi Sa's heart tightened. She couldn't help but reflect on whether she should let them all meet their father. The woman had given birth to 10 children for her ex-husband in one pregnancy. However, her ex-husband was a clueless blockhead. After all this time, he only knew about 3 of his children. So she was very conflicted, wondering whether to reveal the decuplets. Looking at it this way, could it scare her clueless and loose-lipped ex-husband to death? It was evening when they arrived at the Hua family's doorstep. The nervous Ye once again clung to Mommy, asking if she looked good in her outfit today. Yisa also felt her daughter's nervousness, so she crouched down, pinched her daughter's soft little cheeks, and smiled while praising that Princess Yiye looked the best. Yiye blinked her adorable big eyes, uncertainly asking again if Daddy would like her. Seeing Mommy hesitate for 0.01 seconds without answering, Yiye became even more nervous. She clamored about wanting to wear the blue princess dress that her second brother helped pick out. If she wore that princess dress, she would look more well-behaved and cuter. However, Yisa quickly hugged her daughter gently, comforting her not to be nervous. Yiye was very good and cute. Daddy would definitely like her when he saw her. After this comforting, Yiye felt delighted inside. She hugged Mommy's neck, and in turn started praising Mommy, saying Mommy looked very beautiful today too. As soon as they entered the Hua house, the eldest and fourth child happily came to greet them. The awkward eldest ran to Mommy's side. With some shyness, he threw himself into Mommy's arms, secretly muttering in his heart that he missed Mommy so much, but didn't say it out loud. At this moment, Hua Hanting came downstairs. He immediately spotted the only girl. However, being too excited, he seemed to forget that they had met before. Now, the clueless man had already been melted by Yiye's cuteness, turning into a complete daughter-con. Yiye spread her arms wide, soft and adorable, asking for a hug. Hua Hanting immediately hugged his daughter, calling her Princess Ye over and over. Ye wanted to eat sweets that Mommy usually didn't allow much of, like sugar-steamed milk custard, osmanthus sugar-steamed chestnut cake, and so on. As soon as she said it, she indeed faced Yi Sa's opposition. But Hua Hanting indulgently ordered for the kitchen to quickly make the dishes the little princess just mentioned. Yi Sa could only helplessly hold her forehead, reminding the man not to spoil their daughter too much. But clearly, Hua Hanting didn't listen at all. At this time, the eldest child secretly fixed his phone in a position near the dining table. This way, the second child and other adorable kids connected via video could see clearly. Soon, dinner began. Yiye said to her daddy sitting beside her, "Daddy, I want to eat broccoli." Hua Hanting quickly picked up the biggest piece of broccoli for his little princess. Then, "Daddy, I want to eat ribs." "Daddy, I want to eat meat." "Daddy, I want to eat." The soft, sweet daddy calls instantly turned Hua Hanting into a busy food-picking tool. Yi Sa, watching from the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. At this moment, the mischievous fourth child suddenly asked Mommy to help pick some food. For such a small request from her son, Yi Sa naturally wouldn't be heartless enough to refuse. But as she scanned the dining table, she realized she couldn't reach the plate of shrimp. Most importantly, it was right in front of Hua Hanting. She could only turn her head away, telling her son to ask his father himself. This meant that the fourth child's plan to bring mom and dad together had failed in its first step. But he didn't give up. He quietly gave his siblings a knowing look. Then, as if suddenly remembering, the fourth child mentioned that dad had bought many beautiful princess dresses for Yiye. The eldest quickly chimed in, saying the designer was still upstairs waiting for their sister's opinion. No matter how beautiful it was, when Yiye heard about new dresses, she simply stopped eating. Using a little adult's tone, she instructed her mom and dad, "You two should get along well, okay?" After saying that, the 3 little darlings ran upstairs. The spacious dining room was left with only Yi Sa and Hua Hanting sitting face to face. This made Yi Sa feel somewhat awkward, so she hurriedly stood up, about to escape the awkward scene. However, as the woman passed by, Hua Hanting suddenly grabbed her wrist. With a strong pull, he made her fall into his lap, creating an intimate posture. This made Yi Sa think the man was about to do something. So, despite being terribly shy and blushing, she quickly reminded the man in a low voice not to go too far, as the children upstairs might hear. However, the emotionally unintelligent Hua Hanting didn't know how to go with the flow. Instead, he gave a puzzled look and sarcastically commented that she was quite capable. Having triplets in one pregnancy had shocked him. For some reason, Yisa suddenly felt a faint disappointment in her heart. She hesitated internally, wondering whether to just tell the man about the decuplets and scare this annoying man to death. The three most powerful families had joined forces to drive out the woman who had given birth to decuplets in one pregnancy. Fortunately, at the critical moment, her ex-husband, this big hero, made a grand entrance to protect her, even though the arrogant hero kept saying it was just for the children. When no one was around, his body honestly embraced his ex-wife. One hand wrapped around the woman's slender waist, the other holding her hand. He brought his face close, his voice magnetic and husky as he asked what reward he would get for helping her against the three big families today. Yisa gazed at this handsome face that still made her heart race. She suddenly felt shy and turned her blushing face away. But Hwahanting amusingly leaned close to the woman's ear, teasingly asking if she was shy or just scared. Yisa's body jolted, and the defiance buried in her body cells was instantly triggered. So she immediately put on a charming smile. Her slender fingers traced from the man's Adam's apple upwards. At the same time, Hwahanting's body trembled. He couldn't help but press his lips tightly together. His hands and feet began to stiffen gradually. He could only let the woman gently caress his skin. Her breath tickled his ear as she spoke. Back then, I actively pursued you. You weren't moved for so many years. Now Mr. Hwa cares for me so much. Is it because of the children? Before he could embarrass himself, Hwahanting quickly pulled down the woman's hand. He closed his eyes and swallowed, trying to calm his agitated heart. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, concerned about the woman's safety. Before he could finish speaking, the impatient Yisa thought the man was also persuading her to leave. So she abruptly stood up, leaving the man's embrace. She firmly stated that she would absolutely not leave. But Hwahanting suddenly grabbed the woman's hand. He became inexplicably gentle, asking her to stay at the Hwa family, to stay by his side. Yisa was momentarily stunned, but then she remembered there were still 7 adorable little darlings at home. In the end, she still refused the man's request. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly called Yisa. On the phone, Lin Xiaoyan spoke anxiously. The Lin company, which had been hit hard by Hwahanting, was currently in a very bad situation. She begged Yisa to intervene and persuade Hwa to stop, but Yisa didn't think Hwahanting would obediently listen to her. Just as she was about to politely refuse, Hwahanting beside her suddenly turned his face sour. He snatched the phone and immediately cut off the call. Hearing Yisa actually speak up to plead for that useless man Lin Jia, his anger instantly skyrocketed. He scornfully mocked that a grown man actually needed a woman to humbly plead for him. Such a useless wild man. Even if he didn't die, he was of no use. The man's irritating mouth kept spewing increasingly offensive words, eventually dragging Yisa into it. Yisa, I'm doing all this just for the children, not for you. So you have no right to persuade me. At this point, Yisa rubbed her head, which was buzzing from the man shouting. She couldn't understand if this man had eaten gunpowder. She was also well-intentioned. After all, in a business war, both sides would inevitably suffer losses. Since the dog of a man didn't appreciate it, she had no reason to stay here any longer. As Yisa left, slamming the door with a bang, Hwahanting was so angry that his clenched fist cracked. On the other side, Lin Xiaoyan, whose call had been hung up, showed no trace of the panic from earlier. Instead, there was a hint of determined smugness at the corner of her lips. She wanted to use this opportunity of Hwahanting's attack on Lin Company to get all the Lin family shares into her own hands. Most importantly, she wanted to use Yisa's importance in Hwahanting's heart to poach was long-term business partners to Lin Company. But Lin Mu was still somewhat worried. Hwahanting was considered a business tycoon. How could he possibly obediently listen to them like a lovesick fool? Just then, Hwahanting's phone call suddenly came through. The emotionally unintelligent man was yelling at his ex-wife on the surface, as if there was some deep-seated grudge. But behind the scenes, he was actually willing to give away billion-yuan orders without blinking an eye for his ex-wife. Just tonight, the usually arrogant Hwahanting had for the first time lowered his stance, asking Yisa to stay by his side. But right at that moment, his love rival Lin Xiaoyan's call came through. After another explosive argument, they parted on bad terms. Then Hua Hanting's negotiation call came through to Lin Xiaoyan. He got straight to the point, stating that his condition for not going after Lin Company was for Lin Xiaoyan to completely disappear from Yi Sa's world. Hearing the other party agree without hesitation, he was still a bit uneasy, so he warned sternly not to go back on the word. Otherwise, he would surely make Lin Company pay a hefty price. However, at this moment, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly changed from her usual gentle and refined manner. She made an outrageous demand, asking Hua to proactively transfer SW Group's orders to Lin Company. From the bottom of his heart, Hua Hanting despised his love rival's approach of trading love for benefits, claiming to love Yi Sa on the surface, yet behind the scenes, actually using Yi Sa as a condition for exchanging interests. But Lin Xiaoyan didn't think so. She turned around and questioned Hua Hanting, asking how important Yi Sa really was in his heart. Was she worth it? And Hua Hanting's answer was, I agree. You'll get what you want. After ending the call, Hua Hanting reminded the three little darlings who were still playing. It was getting late, time to go to bed. But the little ones were curious why they hadn't seen Mommy. Hua Hanting gently patted Yi's little head, explaining that their mommy had gone home, and Yi would stay at the Hua house for now. At this point, Yi quickly proposed that Daddy should hold her while sleeping at night. Hua Hanting was stunned when he heard this, because he had always been used to sleeping alone. The only time he had shared a bed with someone was 6 years ago when Yi Sa drugged and forced him. But Yi thought Daddy didn't like her, and tears started welling up in her eyes. Hua Hanting felt sorry seeing his daughter's little face. He quickly explained that Yi was already 4 years old, a big girl now, and it wasn't appropriate to sleep with Daddy. But Daddy could tell Yi bedtime stories. After saying this, he lovingly picked up his daughter and walked towards the bedroom specially prepared for her. The fourth child curiously asked his big brother if Daddy had always been this gentle. The eldest was momentarily stumped. He could only answer evasively, saying it might be because Yi was so charming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Sa, who had returned home, was putting the other 7 little ones to bed. The second child suddenly pulled out a phone from under the pillow. He excitedly showed off to Mommy, saying that today they were able to see Daddy and the others through a video call from Big Brother. It felt like the family hadn't been separated at all. Yi Sa could see that the little ones all missed their daddy very much. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Just then, Yi's father's phone call came through. So Yi Sa told the children to go to sleep quickly, then took the phone to the living room to answer. As soon as the call connected, she heard her father apologizing to her very guiltily. He said that Lu Fenglian and her daughter had abandoned him again and left. Now he finally realized he was wrong and really wanted to see her. At this moment, Yi Sa recalled how her father used to cherish and dote on her before. Her heart softened. She chose to believe her father's words, so she agreed to go see him in a while. The little ones who had run downstairs heard Mommy's conversation. They were worried that it wouldn't be safe for Mommy to go out. They all ran up and held on to Mommy, not wanting her to leave. Yi Sa comforted the little ones, saying Mommy was just going out to chat with Grandpa and would be back soon. So she took the little ones back to the bedroom and spent quite a while coaxing them before leaving. However, as soon as Yi Sa left, the intuitive little ones got up again. They were all worried that it wasn't safe for Mommy to go out late at night. They were also afraid that Grandpa suddenly looking for Mommy meant something was wrong. But for the moment, they didn't know what to do. It was the second child who immediately thought of calling Big Brother for help. When the eldest heard about the situation from his brothers, he immediately opened his computer to check Grandpa's location. He quickly saw from the surveillance that Grandpa had entered a restaurant owned by their grandfather. So he hurriedly asked his fourth brother to help hack into the restaurant surveillance system. The woman who had given birth to 10 children at once was actually drugged by her own father. Who would have thought that the one who came to save her in the critical moment was her verbally abusive ex-husband? At the same time, he unexpectedly learned the truth about their divorce years ago. Just now, the little ones were very worried about Mommy going to see Grandpa so late at night. So they quickly asked their big brother for help to check things out. The eldest and fourth child worked together and quickly found out that Grandpa had gone to see Mr. Hua. In the surveillance footage, Mrs. Hua angrily accused Yi Sa of shamelessly interfering with Hua Hanting and Qian Yaoyao's relationship. At the same time, Mr. Hua arrogantly warned that as long as the Yi family, especially Yi Sa, left the city within today, he guaranteed that the 3 big families would absolutely not trouble the Yi family again. Hearing this, The timid and cowardly Ye's father also wanted to take Esau away, but he had no way to deal with his stubborn daughter. Unexpectedly, Mr. Hua actually instigated Ye's father to drug Esau. At the same time, the eldest and fourth child heard all the conversations through the surveillance. Their first reaction was that mommy was in danger, so they quickly went to find daddy. So while Hua Hanting was telling his daughter a bedtime story, he suddenly saw two of his sons rush in, shouting that mommy was going to be taken away by grandpa tonight and to quickly go save mommy. Hearing this, Hua Hanting couldn't help but shudder. He told the children not to worry. He immediately called Esau. When he heard Esau say she was at Lantern Garden, he specifically told Esau to stay there, saying he would be there soon. But before he could finish speaking, the call was suddenly disconnected. No matter how many times he tried calling back, he couldn't get through. On the other side, Esau suddenly received a call from Hua Hanting. She didn't know what the man wanted from her. Just as she was about to ask, her phone suddenly shut off due to low battery. She didn't pay it any more attention and instead asked her father what he wanted to talk about. But after Ye's father poured a glass of drugged red wine, he suddenly covered his face and started acting pitiful. It turned out that all of this was a trap set by Lu Fenglian and the Qin family. The purpose was to make the father and daughter turn against each other. Now, Lu Fenglian and her daughter had taken all his money and left. After saying this, he begged his daughter with a guilty face to forgive him for doing so many wrong things. Esau softened for a moment and believed her father's words. She even patted the back of her father's hand to comfort him and promised that she would definitely find evidence of how the Yi family was framed years ago. This made Ye's father suddenly feel a deep sense of guilt from the bottom of his heart. But thinking about the future of the Yi family, he still heartlessly handed the drugged red wine to his daughter, under the pretext of apologizing for his past mistakes. And Esau, who had now slightly lowered her guard against her father, took the red wine. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind the screen. Esau immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly walked towards the screen. However, the guilty Ye's father nervously grabbed Esau, explaining in a slightly trembling voice that it was probably just something not placed steadily. Don't think too much. Let's have a toast first. Her father's unusual reaction made Esau suspicious again. She questioned if her father truly regretted his actions. Before her father could answer, she raised her hand and forcefully pushed the screen down. Immediately, she saw Lu Fenglian and her daughter hiding behind the screen. At this point, she was even more certain that tonight was a trap set by her own father. Esau was now completely disappointed in her father. However, Lu Fenglian suddenly grabbed Esau's hand, begging her to leave this place for the sake of the Yi family and her father. Please leave here. But Esau suddenly gave her a loud, hard slap across the face. Then, rubbing her slightly sore wrist, she said coldly, "I'm sorry. Usually I only hit people. Today is an exception." The implication was that today, she wasn't hitting a person. Ye's father angrily embraced Lu Fenglian, scolding his daughter for going too far. With a heart as cold as ashes, Esau dropped a line, "Dad, there won't be a next time." After saying this, she was about to turn and leave, but her hand was suddenly tightly grabbed by her father. At this moment, Hua Hanting, who might be late but would never be absent, suddenly pushed the door open and shouted, "I'd like to see who dares to touch her." The next second, he strode forward and violently shook off Ye's father's hand that was holding Esau. Every time there was danger, it was this man who spoke harshly to her that stepped up. If Esau said she wasn't moved, that would definitely be a lie. As soon as he recognized who had arrived, Ye's father became even more furious, berating him for having no right to interfere in the Yi family's affairs because he was their enemy. Don't forget, when the Yi family went bankrupt, he kicked them while they were down by divorcing Esau. Now, where did he get the nerve to stand here? However, Hua Hanting raised an eyebrow and asked in return if he had investigated what happened back then. When the Yi family went bankrupt years ago, old Mrs. Hua had rushed around trying to help the Yi family and eventually died from exhaustion. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye's father was so shocked he couldn't utter a word. At the same time, Esau glanced sideways at the man beside her. Could the divorce she had been brooding over be because of this? The domineering father of 10 children turned out to be a sunder a big shot with an infuriatingly sharp tongue. Even though he now had 800 tricks up his sleeve, he was still forced to reveal his true feelings by 10 mischievous and adorable kids. It turned out that after Hua Hanting rescued Esau from her foolish father's hands. He immediately switched to his sharp-tongued mode, mocking Esau for only growing in beauty over the years, not in brains, calling her incredibly stupid. Esau immediately disagreed, saying that even if she was stupid, she still managed to drug and sleep with a certain someone back then. Huahanting was momentarily left speechless. Seeing the woman's puffed-up cheeks, he found it quite amusing and couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. He quickly thought about how Esau must be feeling hurt after being betrayed by her family. So, he decided to take her to a place where she could cheer up. Sure enough, they arrived at the place where they first met. Esau's mood immediately improved. Suddenly, she became curious about why the man had brought her here. Hearing his somewhat awkward reply that it was just on the way, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. After all, this place was in the completely opposite direction from the Hua family home. Who would believe it was just on the way? She asked Huahanting if he remembered where this was. Ignoring his tsundere response of, "I don't know," she started reminiscing about that beautiful memory. Years ago, when she was alone, she was being harassed by a drunk, creepy old man who wouldn't let go. At the critical moment, a handsome and brave knight appeared like a god descending from heaven to rescue her. From that moment on, a man named Huahanting took up residence in her heart. As the memory faded, her beautiful eyes kept gazing at the man before her, making Huahanting's heart race and his cheeks flush slightly. In fact, Huahanting remembered every detail of that day clearly. It was their first encounter, but not the first time he had seen Esau. Esau suddenly leaned her face closer, persistently asking why he had saved her back then. Huahanting's heart immediately started beating faster, his face turning red as if it was about to burn up. He gazed deeply at the woman's bright and radiant smiling face. After a moment, he hurriedly turned his face away, coughing lightly twice to hide his embarrassment. "Where did you get so many questions from?" The man's words instantly broke the beautiful atmosphere. This also irritated Esau quite a bit. She puffed up her cheeks and glared at the stubbornly tsundere big shot. Seeing that the big shot had already put on a cool act and was walking away with big strides, she quickly chased after him. Huahanting arranged for Esau to stay in a guest room at the Hua family home. As soon as the door opened, what met their eyes was a sea of red roses symbolizing love. They were everywhere, on the bed, on the floor, on the tables. It had clearly been prepared as a honeymoon suite for newlyweds. On the table was even their wedding photo from years ago. Only then did Huahanting realize something was off. He awkwardly explained that all this was arranged by the housekeeper and had nothing to do with him. However, Esau didn't want to keep guessing anymore. She really wanted to know if, given another chance, the man would still divorce her. As soon as she finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Everything fell silent. After a long while, Huahanting finally took a deep breath. He grabbed Esau's hand and sincerely asked her to stay, because the children all needed her very much. However, Esau suddenly caressed Huahanting's cheek. She urgently needed a definitive answer from the man, even if it was just to give her beautiful first love a clear response. Huahanting was stunned for a moment. He could deceive the whole world, but he couldn't deceive his own heart. He finally spoke the words, "Esau, I want you to always be by my side." Little did they know that all of this was being live-streamed by 3 little adorable kids at the door. On the other end of the phone, the second child proudly boasted that the cliché decorations in the room were all found by him online. The internet said women would be very touched when they saw them. The fourth child excitedly claimed credit, saying it was fortunate that he found their parents' wedding photo. After all, Dad had hidden the wedding photo very well. The adorable kids all expressed that Dad was just like Big Brother, both being tsundere tools. They clearly liked Mommy, but were just too stubborn to admit it. The eldest child, caught in the crossfire, could only sigh like a little adult when he heard this. However, at the current rate of development between Mom and Dad, it seemed the day when all 12 family members would reunite wasn't far off. Maybe next year, they would all be upgraded to big brothers and sisters. The woman had hidden from her ex-husband that she had given birth to 10 children in one pregnancy. She had just waited for her tsundere ex-husband to say something that sounded like a confession. And the adorable kids who had been peeking were very excited. Could it be that tomorrow all 12 family members would be reunited? The next morning, after last night's heart-to-heart talk, the couple both appeared refreshed and in good spirits. In front of the adorable kids, Mom and Dad didn't look as bitter and resentful as before, which made the kids very happy when they saw them. The sweet-talking Yiye grabbed Mommy and showered her with compliments, saying Mommy looked so beautiful today. Yi-sa was delighted by the praise, patting her daughter's little head and praising Yiye for looking just like a little princess. Having just been teased by his younger siblings last night that Sundra little prince, the eldest quickly stated that he and the fourth child were the guardians of Mommy and Princess Yiye. For the first time in such a long while, the eldest child actively called her Mommy. Yi-sa was suddenly hit by such a huge surprise that she couldn't believe it. She even thought she had misheard and quickly asked the eldest to call her again. This time, the eldest raised his voice and repeated loudly to Mommy, Mommy. This Mommy call touched the softest part of Yi-sa's heart. Excited, she tightly hugged her eldest child. The son she had carried for 10 months finally acknowledged her. Meanwhile, the Tsundra Big Shot on the side was very pleased with the little prince's initiative towards the little princess, because this way, the woman wouldn't want to leave. He himself also quietly withdrew from the Tsundra prince faction. He even used a gentle tone to ask Yi-sa to stay at the Hua family home. The children needed her. It would have been better if he hadn't said that last part. As soon as he did, it immediately reminded Yi-sa there were 7 more adorable kids at home who also needed her. Why not take this opportunity to let the other 7 cute kids meet their father too? Therefore, she ambiguously replied that she would consider it. Hua Hanting, not understanding, heard this and thought to himself that she neither agreed nor refused. But with her husband and children all here, could it be that she still had some concerns? Soon, Yi-sa returned home alone. The adorable kids all gathered around her, concernedly asking about Mommy's absence last night. Among them, the second child, like a little parent, kept saying, Mommy, you can't stay out all night in the future. We'll be very worried. However, Yi-sa crouched down, patting the second child's little head, and asked if they wanted to meet their father. As soon as she finished speaking, the adorable kids all fell silent at once. Could it be that Mommy was planning to give them up and send them all back to their father? Thinking of this possibility, the second child was so anxious he was about to cry. He quickly grabbed Mommy's hand and promised that in their hearts, Mommy would always be the most important, and they would never leave Mommy. The children's understanding comforted Yi-sa's heart, but she also knew that deep down, the children really wanted their father. So she hurriedly explained that Mommy wasn't giving them up. She just wanted to know if they really wanted to meet their father. After a moment of silence, one of the adorable kids couldn't help but raise their hand to answer, saying they were very envious of fourth brother and little sister who could be with Dad. They also wanted to meet Dad. Once one spoke up, it set off a chain reaction. The other little ones also expressed their true feelings. Dad cares about Mommy. They also like Dad. Fourth brother and little sister both say Dad is very good, qualified to be our dad. Hearing that all 7 little ones wanted to meet Dad, Yi-sa took the opportunity to suggest letting the other 7 adorable kids meet their father. The kids were suddenly startled by Mommy's decision. They could hardly believe it. Is it true? Yi-sa repeatedly assured them that she would respect the children's wishes. The kids were suddenly so happy they were dancing with joy. Great, we're going to meet Dad. Soon we'll be able to see Dad in person. Only the mature second child calmly thought, will Dad be scared to death when he suddenly has 7 more children? One of the younger brothers immediately stopped smiling when he heard this, crying out, Dad will be scared to death. We won't have a dad anymore. At the same time, Yi-sa immediately thought of Hua Hanting's shocked expression from before. It seemed this possibility wasn't out of the question. Moreover, now the man was already mocking her for having triplets. If she told him it was actually decuplets, she didn't know what kind of ridicule she'd face. Given that as a mother, she had already made a promise to the children, it wouldn't be right to easily go back on her word. She hurriedly announced a decision that would put the kids on the spot. Considering you're already 5-year-old adults, you need to learn to think independently. So for such an important matter, you need to learn to make decisions yourselves. After saying this, she quickly opened the door and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind 7 bewildered kids. Should they meet their father or not? Among the decuplets, 3 kids had already met their birth father. The other 7 adorable kids were actually going to give their soon-to-be-recognized father a test. So early in the morning, Yi-sa brought 3 adorable kids dressed in little suits to meet their birth father Hua Hanting. The little cuties excitedly asked Mommy not to tell Daddy their identities, because they wanted to give their birth father a big test to see if he was qualified enough. Isa had no choice. She could only indulgently agree to cooperate with them later. Suddenly, Huahanting opened the door himself. He was startled immediately. He quickly made up a lie, saying, "Today I brought 3 little teachers to tutor the children." Huahanting was instantly confused. Now, even kindergartners need to start tutoring? The adorable kids were a bit shy, but couldn't help peeking to see their father in person. Until Mommy pulled them out to introduce, they put on their little adult faces. This one has been learning martial arts since age 5. He can teach the children some self-defense. This child is good at studying, knows quite a lot. As for the last one, before Yisa could think of something, the 4th child who ran out upon hearing the commotion immediately chimed in. "He can teach us about venomous snakes." Huahanting looked at the adorable kids, filing in neatly. He was suddenly speechless. Even kindergartners need to learn about venomous snakes? Who would have thought the eldest child would immediately retort, "If we don't learn, we'll end up like Dad, always unable to match Mommy." Truly his own good egg. That one sentence left Huahanting speechless. Yisa stood to the side, covering her mouth, secretly laughing. She was about to follow the adorable kids upstairs, but was suddenly grabbed by the man. She was startled for a moment, thinking to herself, with 6 adorable kids standing together, did Huahanting notice something? Suddenly, Huahanting leaned in close, asking what she was thinking. Kids teaching kids? Is this how she raises children? Yisa thought for a moment. It did seem a bit far-fetched, but wasn't this just a hastily made-up excuse? However, Huahanting suddenly grabbed her slender arm, firing questions rapidly. He kept asking about those 3 children's backgrounds. Did you investigate? Do you know about their parents' situation? Are they reliable? Suddenly he paused. With a somewhat helpless tone, he murmured, 6 years ago, it was like this. 6 years later, it's still the same. What am I going to do with you? Yisa's heart skipped a beat. She thought, before he always had a bitter expression towards me. Why is it different now? Could it be because of this? She tentatively placed her hand on the man's broad shoulder, softly asking, "In your heart, am I just the mother of your children?" The Tsundere big shot was immediately at a loss for words. Not knowing how to answer, Yisa suddenly pushed the man down onto the sofa. She even placed her leg against the man's thigh to prevent him from escaping. Seeing the man's increasingly flustered expression, she felt an indescribable satisfaction in her heart. Then, she simply sat down on the man's lap. With a somewhat flirtatious tone, "I'm beautiful and have a good figure. It's normal to be infatuated with me." After saying this, she suddenly leaned in close. Using her slender fingers to lightly tap the man's chest, she teasingly said, "Little brother, your heart is beating quite fast." The usually sharp-tongued Huahanting was immediately rendered speechless by the woman's seduction. He could only shyly turn his face away, stammering as he begged the woman to quickly get up, swallowing hard before he could react. Suddenly, he grabbed the woman's hand and pushed her away a bit. With a hoarse voice, he warned Yisa to stop. However, the usually disobedient Yisa suddenly threw herself into the man's arms. Nuzzling him, she said, "Since you don't like the older sister-younger brother relationship, I'll call you Big Brother then." "Big Brother, do you like your little sister?" Suddenly, she looked up with a bright smile. Her fingertip lightly grazed the man's sensitive Adam's apple as she continued asking coquettishly, "Big Brother, why is your voice hoarse? Should little sister get you a glass of water?" This made Huahanting think back to 6 years ago. This woman was also this proactive then, pouring him a drugged glass of wine. He suspected this woman might be up to her old tricks again, trying to drug him and use him like a gigolo. The man's ego instantly inflated. He immediately flipped the woman over, pinning her beneath him. He slowly lowered his body. Seeing her previously smug smile turn to panic, he decided that today he would definitely teach this little sister what it means to be a man. Just then, a loud crash suddenly came from upstairs. The couple simultaneously looked upstairs, wondering if the 6 little kids were tearing the house apart. The father of 10 children in one birth actually didn't recognize his own offspring. The clueless man was still holding his ex-wife, asking if the children's birth father was reliable. But he didn't expect to be teased in return. So Huahanting made up his mind to let Yisan know what it means to be a man. Just then, a loud crash suddenly came from upstairs. The couple simultaneously looked upstairs, wondering if the 6 little kids were tearing the house apart. It turned out the adorable kids wanted to test their dad's qualities. Only if his patience, temper, and stress tolerance passed the test would he not be scared to death by suddenly having 7 children appear. But the eldest child had a bad feeling after hearing this. Would Dad be tormented to death by his brothers first? Soon, 3 of his brothers had smashed a $1 million supercomputer to pieces. The 4th child was dumbfounded. The eldest was panicking inside. Only the youngest, Yia, was clapping, thinking her brothers were so amazing. The 3rd child, hearing this, got even more excited. He turned and picked up an antique vase about to smash it on the ground. Suddenly, the eldest hurriedly snatched it away. This vase is a birthday gift Dad bought for me from an auction. Just as the 2 brothers were arguing, the couple rushed upstairs after hearing the commotion. They were shocked at the sight. The room looked like it had been robbed. Yisa almost burst a blood vessel instantly. She wondered, could this be the test the children mentioned? However, Huahanting picked up the eldest child with one hand, examining him from all angles to make sure he wasn't hurt. With his other hand, he picked up the 3rd child, demanding to know what was going on. At this moment, the 8th child turned into a little expert, explaining that they did all this for the children's own good. For example, this table lamp's light was too dim, bad for the eyes, so it must be thrown away. After saying this, he smashed the lamp on the ground. Then he pointed at the high-end curtains, pointing out that the color Huahanting chose was too bright. He then criticized Huahanting for putting alcohol in a child's room. Rendered speechless, Huahanting could only gently put down the eldest and 3rd child. But it wasn't over. The computer has radiation. The sofa is too soft. The 3rd child couldn't help but join his brother's ranks. He loudly accused Huahanting of not caring about the children. For the first time in his life, Huahanting was besieged by 5-year-old kids. He was suddenly speechless and could only listen obediently while sweating nervously. Meanwhile, Yisa found it amusing and couldn't help but cover her mouth to stifle her laughter. However, this usually sharp-tongued man was acting strangely today. He didn't lash out or scold back. Instead, his eyes darted around the children. He looked as serious as if contemplating some major national issue. Yisa noticed Huahanting suddenly turned to look at her. She unconsciously scratched her nose, looking guilty. She wondered if this man could be smart enough to recognize all 3 children as his after just one meeting. After glancing at Yisa, Huahanting suddenly crouched down and patted Bawa's little head. Not only was he not angry, but he also generously admitted that everything the child said was correct. Seeing this, the other adorable kids were excited. It seemed that Dad could accept having 7 more sons all at once. However, the relentless Bawa pouted and continued to ask which part exactly was correct, seeing that Dad couldn't come up with anything specific. Frustrated, Bawa immediately displayed his unique Viper skill, firing off a barrage of words. You know I'm right. Why don't you do anything about it? How can you be so stupid? You're a man who's dumb, foolish, and clueless. You don't even know how many children you have. Are you waiting for someone to give you a hint? Or are you waiting for your children to call other men dad? When God was sprinkling wisdom all over the world, were you the only one holding an umbrella? Is that why you look so clueless and silly? The 3rd child quickly covered his brother's machine, gun-like little mouth. Huahanting, thoroughly chastised, could only awkwardly state that he would redecorate the room. After saying this, he turned to leave. Yisa, following behind, gave the children a big thumbs up. As soon as they reached the study, Huahanting suddenly stopped, causing Yisa, who couldn't brake in time, to bump into the man's broad back. She was puzzled why this man had stopped so abruptly. Unexpectedly, Huahanting gently rubbed the woman's forehead where she had bumped him and suddenly declared without room for argument, "Those 3 children are mine too." Yisa's mind went blank. She thought to herself, how did this man suddenly become not so foolish? To test their dad's stress tolerance, the 3 adorable kids actually disguised themselves as tutors for their siblings and came to the Hua family. This left their dad looking completely bewildered. Early in the morning, the 3 little ones were very excited about meeting their dad for the first time. But to test if Dad was up to par, they pleaded with Mommy not to reveal their true identities to Daddy yet. So when Yisa heard the little genius's idea, she immediately agreed to their request. Suddenly, when Huahanting opened the door, he was surprised to find his ex-wife Yisa standing at the door with 3 adorable kids. He asked Yisa, "What's going on here?" Seeing her ex-husband still at home, Yisa quickly lied, claiming these 3 children were here to tutor Chin Chun and the others in animal care, academics, and self-defense. Hearing this, Huahanting was left looking completely bewildered. At this moment, Chin Chun and the others rushed out to warmly welcome their siblings. Seeing this, Huahanting secretly wondered if Yisa had conspired with the children to mess with him. However, seeing her ex-husband looking dumbfounded, Esau was secretly amused. Chun led his younger siblings upstairs. But the curious Chun asked, "What do you want to test Dad on?" Wu Yang said, "We're testing Dad's patience, temper, and stress tolerance. What if Dad gets scared when he sees all 7 of us babies?" This left Chun speechless with fear. At this moment, Esau, worried about being exposed by her ex-husband, glanced at Huahanting. Unexpectedly, this clueless ex-husband blamed Esau. "Is this how you teach children? Letting kids teach kids? How could you come up with such an idea? Have you checked those children's backgrounds? Are they reliable? Don't be so impulsive. What am I going to do with you?" But Esau noticed that Huahanting's attitude towards her was completely different from before. So she stepped forward to tease him. "Are you helping me just because I'm the children's mother? Or could it be that you've fallen for me? I'm so beautiful and charming. It's normal to like me. Your heart is beating so fast. Could it be that Mr. Hua is too shy to admit it?" This made Huahanting blush and become flustered. The next second, Huahanting warned her in a hoarse voice, "Stop messing around." But Esau continued to provoke her ex-husband. "Why is your voice so hoarse? How about you drink some water and then give me an answer?" Unable to bear it any longer, Huahanting ordered, "Then go get me a glass of water." The next second, he quickly picked up Esau and pinned her down on the sofa. He asked, "Weren't you feeling very smug just now?" Suddenly, a commotion erupted from upstairs. This left Esau and Huahanting dumbfounded. The adorable kids were overjoyed. To test their dad's stress tolerance, they began smashing expensive computers. Unexpectedly, Dad didn't lose his temper, but instead praised them for doing a great job. To test their dad's stress tolerance, the 3 adorable kids started working together to smash Chun-Chen's $1-million computer. Next, Sanyong was the first to pick up a vase worth tens of millions. Just as he was about to throw it, Chun, feeling distressed, quickly ran over and snatched the vase, telling Sanyong that this vase was too expensive. "Dad bought it at an auction. It's also the birthday gift Dad gave me." Meanwhile, downstairs, Huahanting and Esau heard the commotion upstairs and were shocked. So they quickly ran upstairs and opened the door. To their surprise, the room had been turned into a complete mess by the kids. Esau suddenly realized that this was the test the kids had mentioned earlier. A shocked Huahanting carefully checked if Chun was injured anywhere. The next second, he asked Baiyang to explain what was going on. But Baiyang calmly explained, "These things are not good for Chun, so we helped him get rid of them. Also, this lighting is a bit dim. It's not good for Chun-Chen's eyes if it stays here." After saying that, he directly smashed the table lamp on the floor. Not to mention this soft sofa. Children's spines are soft. They can't sleep on soft sofas. This is common knowledge, right? In conclusion, you're not taking good care of Chun. Bai Yang's scolding left Huahanting completely defenseless and in a mess, like a child who had done something wrong. But seeing her ex-husband being scolded by Bai Yang, Esau couldn't help but laugh. However, Esau was puzzled about what was going on today. Huahanting actually didn't lose his temper. Huahanting thought to himself, "Why do these 3 children look more and more like me? Could they also be my sons?" The next second, he gazed lovingly at his ex-wife. But Esau, feeling guilty, pretended to act crazy to avoid the situation. Huahanting stepped forward to praise Bai Yang. "Everything you said makes sense." Seeing that Dad's acceptance was not bad, the adorable kids happily pounced on him. Unexpectedly, Baiyang asked Dad back, "If you know what I said is right, why don't you do it? You're not only stupid, but also foolish. You can't even figure out how many children you have. Do you need someone to give you hints or what?" This left Huahanting looking completely bewildered after being scolded. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Sanyong quickly ran over to stop Baiyang. Huahanting hurriedly said, "I'll do as you said," and redecorate Chun-Chen's room. After saying that, he ran off. Arriving on the first floor, Huahanting suddenly stopped. Esau, who accidentally bumped into him, became furious. Huahanting stepped forward and asked, "Are those 3 children mine?" Hearing this, Esau was shocked and dumbfounded. So the panicked Esau hurriedly poured a glass of water for her ex-husband, telling him to calm down first. Suddenly, Huahanting grabbed Esau's hand. He forcefully made Esau help him drink the water. He stepped forward and asked, "Why did you drug the water? I'm feeling a bit dizzy." The next second, he gently kissed his ex-wife. At this moment, Ye saw Mom and Dad being intimate and started asking for a little brother. The embarrassed Esau quickly turned her head and ran away. This woman, who left a son with her ex-husband every morning and then disappeared, scared the handsome rich guy out of his wits. After returning home in the evening, Esau asked the adorable kids, "What do you want to do? Your dad has probably recognized you already." Shanyang told Mommy, I think Dad is quite patient. No matter how Bayang acted up, Dad remained calm and did as he said. So the adorable kids, who could finally reunite with their dad, were overjoyed. The next second, they gathered to discuss how to reunite in a way that Dad could handle. Eryong stepped forward and told Mom, "We've decided. We'll still reunite with Dad one by one." "Of course, Eryong, you're older, so why don't you meet Dad first?" But Eryong told Sanyang, "I've already met Dad. You go first. It's fine for me. It doesn't matter if I meet Dad a day or two later." Hearing this, the touched Yisa stepped forward to comfort the thoughtful and understanding Sanyang. The next second, she hurriedly sent a text message to her ex-husband, telling him there would be a surprise tomorrow. The next morning, Si-young and Ye cried and fussed that Dad couldn't go to the company. This left Hua Hanting awkwardly at a loss. Suddenly, Chun came forward to tell Hua Hanting that Dad's surprise had arrived. So as soon as Hua Hanting opened the door, Yisa immediately handed her ex-husband their son Sanyang. The panicked Hua Hanting asked, "You had quadruplets back then?" Yisa just laughed awkwardly. She turned back to tell Hua Hanting, "We'll see you tomorrow." Sanyang hugged his dad, grinning from ear to ear with happiness. Early on the third day, Yisa brought Wu Yang, telling her ex-husband this was also their son. After saying "see you tomorrow," she turned and left. The incredulous Hua Hanting ordered Liangshin, "Go investigate how many children Yisa actually gave birth to back then." On the fourth morning, Hua Hanting met his son Bayang. Admiring his ex-wife Yisa for having sextuplets, he said, "You're really fertile, aren't you?" But Yisa angrily asked, "Now that there are more sons, you're not happy?" Bayang told Dad that Mommy said she would come again tomorrow. Hearing this, Hua Hanting was scared out of his wits. Bayang curiously asked his dad, "Can't you afford to raise so many children?" Hua Hanting told him, "No matter how much you all spend, I can afford it." "Darling, how many siblings do you have?" Bayang scolded his dad, "You're too stupid. You can't even count how many children you have. It's a bit embarrassing." Hua Hanting counted Sanyang, Si-young, Bayang, following Yi Sa's naming order. Could it be non-euplets? Suddenly, Secretary Liang pushed open the door. Seeing the room full of adorable kids, he was shocked and dumbfounded. Hua Hanting, using urgent business as an excuse, told the children to go play on the second floor. Liang Qin reported, "Miss Ye's traces abroad have been erased by someone. We couldn't find out anything. We only found out that the person who erased Miss Ye's traces is Bo Shiyin. Bo Shiyin is a big shot in Ingua. Not only is his identity mysterious, but few people have seen him." Hua Hanting couldn't understand how Yi Sa could be involved with such a person. "Let's not investigate anymore. We should trust her a bit more." The smiling but treacherous male best friend actually wanted to monopolize the mother of decuplets, who knew he would be kicked to the ground instead. He cried out in pain, harboring resentment. He angrily kidnapped the woman he had long admired. One day, Ye's father was kicked to the ground by his wife Lu Fenglian, whose true nature was exposed. Lu Fenglian cursed loudly. "Useless thing, after getting out of prison, you've cost me a lot of money. You couldn't even get Yi Sa out of the prison cell. Who knew this would be a losing deal? I shouldn't have spent so much to get you out of prison back then. What a waste." Ye's father finally realized that everything Yi Sa had said before was true. He was too naive. He shouldn't have trusted those two mother and daughter back then. Yi Qingwei stepped forward to scold. "When the Yi family had troubles, you only left a trust fund for your good daughter, Yi Sa, to protect herself. What about me and Mom? We got nothing. That's too much." The next moment, Lu Fenglian just took her daughter and left. At this time, Yi Sa came forward to ask, "Which baby's turn is it to see Dad today?" Suddenly, Yi Sa received a text message saying her father had been kidnapped. But Yi Sa suspected this might be another trick by her stepmother and her people. So, she decided not to contact them anymore. After a while, Yi Sa received another threatening text message. But she had already decided to let the children meet their father Hua Hanting today. Yi Sa, who didn't want to be a cold-hearted daughter, was caught in the middle, torn between two choices. Seeing this, the worried Zhu Yang came forward to ask, "Mommy, what's wrong?" Yi Sa quickly comforted him. "We can't take you to Daddy's today. Mommy suddenly has something to do." The next second, the urgent Yi Sa searched for her ex-husband Hua Hanting's contact number. As she was hesitating whether to ask her ex-husband for help, she suddenly received a call from Lin Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, don't bother with this matter. I'll just find Hua Hanting. Uncle Yi has always disliked Hua Hanting. This way, we'll be less likely to find Uncle Yi. So let me help you, okay?" Yi Sa also knew that her father, not only disliked Huahanting, but absolutely despised him. So, out of desperation, she decided to entrust the matter to Lin Xiaoyan. At this moment, the restless Huahanting at the Hua family home was anxiously waiting for Yi Sa's surprise. Seeing this, Secretary Liang came forward to report, Missy might be busy with this, so she couldn't come. Lin Xiaoyan asked Missy not to tell you. He even took the initiative to invite Missy to meet and help her investigate this matter. Hearing this, Huahanting felt something was off. Huahanting scolded Secretary Liang. Why didn't you tell me earlier? At all costs, we must find Yi Sa's father's whereabouts. Also, quickly find out where Yi Sa and Lin Xiaoyan are meeting. Lin Xiaoyan, you think just because you control the Lin family, you can compete with me? Are you looking to die? Yi Sa hurriedly arrived at the meeting place. But Yi Sa discovered that the bodyguards were actually the same group she had seen outside Lu Fenglian's villa before. She suddenly realized that Lin Xiaoyan was in cahoots with Lu Fenglian and her group. Lin Xiaoyan came forward to greet Yi Sa with fake sincerity. Yi Sa eagerly asked, Have you found my father? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyan grabbed Yi Sa's hand. He hurriedly explained, Actually, I have something else I want to tell you today. Sa, I like you. As long as you marry me, no one will dare force you to leave again. I can also give the children a complete family. But Yi Sa told him, I don't like you, and I won't agree to marry you. Why? You'd rather be entangled with Huahanting who hurt you before than give me a chance? It was like this 6 years ago, and it's still the same 6 years later. Am I not good enough to you? You've already slept with Huahanting. I don't even mind that, and I'm still willing to marry you. Shouldn't you be grateful? Suddenly enraged and embarrassed, Yi Sa swiftly kicked Lin Xiaoyan in the groin. She turned around and ran away desperately. But after a few steps, she was caught by the bodyguards. Lin Xiaoyan stepped forward and warned, Don't blame me. You forced me to do this. The adorable kids hacked into the surveillance. They learned that mommy had been kidnapped by bad people. The calm and collected eldest brother took the lead in commanding. He told his younger brother to quickly call the police. To save her father, Yi Sa hurriedly came to the villa alone. Unexpectedly, she was kidnapped by Lin Xiaoyan, who showed his true colors. Lin Xiaoyan stepped forward and threatened, I've been so good to you, yet you don't choose me. But with just one word from Huahanting, you eagerly jump at it. Yi Sa retorted, Are you being good to me or calculating against me? Don't think I don't know. This is all a trap you set up. Your bodyguards are the same people who protected Lu Fenglian back then. You were so hypocritique, sa. Oh, you figured it out? You're so smart. The next second, he stepped forward and grabbed Yi Sa, trying to molest her. Suddenly enraged and embarrassed, Yi Sa punched Lin Xiaoyan. Seeing Yi Sa's stubbornness, Lin Xiaoyan immediately ordered the bodyguards to bring her up quickly. Seeing this, Yi Sa finally realized that her father had been kidnapped by Lin Xiaoyan. So she stepped forward angrily and asked, You've schemed against me again. Which scheme are you talking about, Sa? Is it capturing Uncle Yi today, or my involvement in the Yi family's bankruptcy 5 years ago? Why did you scheme against the Yi family? How does the Yi family's downfall benefit you? I wanted both the Hua and Yi families to be ruined. Then I could seize the Lin family directly. But I overestimated Sa and Uncle Yi and underestimated Huahanting's care for you. Suddenly, Huahanting kicked the door open. He rushed to Yi Sa's side. He hugged his ex-wife and comforted Yi Sa, telling her not to be afraid. However, Lin Xiaoyan was happy and said, Now that Mr. Hua is here, the real show can begin. Hearing this, Yi Sa realized it was all Lin Xiaoyan's sinister plot. Huahanting stepped forward and asked, What do you want to do? I want you to transfer all your deceased wife's shares to me. Then I'll let Yi Sa go. But Yi Sa mocked Lin Xiaoyan, saying his appetite was too big and he probably couldn't digest it. Lin Xiaoyan stepped forward and threatened, Unless I let you go, none of you can leave the Lin family. Mr. Hua, I can give you 2 options. Either transfer the shares to me, or watch me sleep with Yi Sa with your own eyes. At this time, the adorable kids were gathered watching the hack surveillance. Si-young cursed loudly. Luckily, Mommy was smart and sent her location in time. Otherwise, she would have been bullied by this disgusting man. The next second, Chun personally commanded, telling Si-young to immediately attack the Lin Group's network and Bai Yang to quickly call the police. But when the police heard that the kidnapper was Lin Xiaoyan, they quickly hung up, citing that the Hua family had ordered them not to interfere in the Lin family's affairs. Chun guessed that it must be the work of those 2 good grandfathers and grandmothers. So he hurriedly asked Si-young, How's it going on your end? Si-young told him that the Lin Group's firewall was too easy to crack, as if it was deliberately waiting for their attack. It was all for nothing. Lin Group is just a shell company. All funds have been transferred to Yingguo. Hearing this, The younger siblings were actually excited and started dancing around. Seeing their mom safe and sound, the adorable kids rushed to comfort her, saying, "We're here for you, Mommy. You don't have to be afraid of scumbags anymore." Lin Xiaoyan smugly told Hua Hanting, "Your super hacker son has already paralyzed the Lin Group system. Too bad they work for nothing. I've already transferred all of Lin Group's assets to Amber. If I wasn't completely confident, how would I dare to bet with you? You've lost this round completely." Yisa stepped forward and warned, "You've gone too far. Don't push your luck. Sasa, you overestimate Hua Hanting. No matter how capable he is, he can't reach Amber." But Yisa just sneered, "Don't underestimate me." She quickly turned to tell her ex-husband, "I'll handle this." Hua Hanting, "Don't worry. You should trust me too." The next second, she reminded, "Have you heard about the two big news in Yengua's business circle? One is that a mysterious person acquired the nearly bankrupt KC Group and became KC's new CEO. The other is that a famous casino in Gongua has added a new Chinese shareholder. I heard you've tried to meet the CEO of the Bosch Group several times, but haven't succeeded yet, right?" After saying this, Yisa immediately dialed Bosch's number. "I want you to help me get revenge." After a while, Lin Xiaoyan received a call from his secretary. He learned that all the companies they were considering cooperating with had changed their attitudes and refused to work with the Lin Group. Shocked, Lin Xiaoyan quickly hung up and asked Yisa, "Did you do this?" "Yes. You've known me for so many years, but you still don't understand me well enough." Seeing the situation turn bad, Lin Xiaoyan immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "I'll tell him to stop, but I want you to leave Huafu. Don't come back in the future. I don't want to see you again." After saying this, she took Hua Hanting's hand and left. Suddenly, Secretary Liang brought in bodyguards and entered the room. Hua Hanting quickly ordered, "Quickly send Mr. Yi to a hospital for a physical examination." Yisa stepped forward to comfort her father. "Dad, let's go. I'll take good care of you from now on." As soon as the adorable kids saw their mom, they rushed over. Si Yang said, "I'll grow up soon and protect you with Dad." Chun Chun and Si Yang's actions were all known to Mommy. "You're all very capable now." But when Yisa looked up, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't fulfilled her promise to her ex-husband today. So she went up to Hua Hanting and said, "I haven't given you today's surprise yet. It's still early. Let's go to Purple Gold Garden together." Seeing that Mommy wanted to take Daddy to meet all the children, the adorable kids were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. That woman actually looked at the handsome rich guy lovingly in front of her ex-husband. Even the adorable kids seemed to like this uncle more. So the jealous ex-husband angrily left, taking only his eldest son with him. On the way home, the adorable kids gathered and whispered among themselves, "Would Dad be scared when he sees Mommy with 4 more adorable kids?" Chun Chun comforted Yu, saying it shouldn't be the case. "I think Dad should be calm. But what's more important now is to get Dad and Mom to understand each other's feelings. Only then can the family truly be together." Si Yang knew that Mommy was softer-hearted, and he knew she liked Dad. So if Dad confessed first, Mommy would definitely agree. Hearing this, Yu confidently said, "Leave it to me. I'll go persuade Dad." The next second, she went to Dad and whispered, "Do you like Mommy?" "Dad, don't be shy. I think you two are in love. Love should be bravely spoken out loud." However, Hua Hanting was afraid his ex-wife would hear. He glanced at Yisa, then told Yu that adult matters are not for children to interfere with. At this moment, Secretary Liang came forward to inform Mr. Hua that Miss Yi had arrived. So Hua Hanting woke up the sleeping Yisa, saying, "Let's go. We'll go see the surprise you mentioned." But as soon as Yisa got out of the car, she saw Dr. Bo waiting at the door. She hurriedly went up and happily asked, "How did you get here? When did you arrive? I just texted you earlier. Why didn't you say you were coming to support me? Even if it means bankrupting Bashi, I'll definitely get revenge for you." However, Hua Hanting stood there dumbfounded, looking at the hand Yisa had let go of. Seeing his ex-wife laughing and joking with a strange man made him angry. The next second, he stepped forward and asked, "Are you Dr. Bo?" But Dr. Bo and Yisa completely ignored Hua Hanting. The adorable kids also rushed over when they saw Uncle Bo. They eagerly clamored for gifts. Seeing this, the jealous Hua Hanting took Chun Chun's hand, preparing to leave. Chun Chun quickly asked, "Dad, aren't you going to see the surprise?" Look, he still remembers what the surprise is. "Chun Chun, let's go home." Chun Chun thought to himself, what exactly is the relationship between this Dr. Bo and Mommy? I thought we were going to have a family reunion, but an unexpected rival appeared. After a while, Yisa finally noticed that her ex-husband and Chun Chun were gone. She thought to herself, did they suddenly have something to do and left? Strange, they didn't even say a word. Back home, Chinchin saw that Dad was still gloomy, so he was particularly worried. With Dad's personality, when would he be able to win Mommy back? It's not okay. Even if I'm alone, I must protect this family and guard Dad and Mommy's love. The next second, he went to Hua Hanting and scolded him. Why don't you hurry up and defeat Dr. Bo and win Mommy back? After saying that, Chinchin quickly pulled his dad's hand and walked out. In order to win back his ex-wife, the handsome rich guy actually used the adorable baby to lure him to a luxurious restaurant. Early in the morning, Chinchin brought Dad to Mommy's doorstep, just because he was afraid Mommy would be taken away by another man. Chinchin saw Mommy coming out to open the door. He quickly told Dad he had something to say to Mommy alone. I'm going to find my brothers and sisters. You two continue talking. The next second, Hua Hanting mustered up the courage to hug his ex-wife. He softly teased Yisa, saying, "You look so beautiful today," making Yisa shy and at a loss. Sa, the kids say we're in love with each other. What do you think? Hua Hanting, why can't you tell me your feelings directly? Instead, you use the baby's words to test me. What do you want to confirm? Hearing this, Hua Hanting hurriedly explained, Yisa, I didn't mean to test you. Stop using the children to test me. I don't want to be with you just for the children's sake. After saying that, Yisa angrily went straight back to her room. Seeing this, Hua Hanting stood there dumbfounded. At this time, Chinchin came down and asked Dad, did you fail to confess again? Baby, help Dad. I want to win your Mommy back. The next day, the adorable kids held Mommy's hand as they went out. Chinchin said, I've already booked a restaurant. Mommy, let's hurry. Babies, are you hiding some little secret from Mommy? Yu stepped forward proudly and said, we've prepared a super big surprise for Mommy. The next second, after being scolded by her brothers, Yu quickly covered her mouth. Arriving at the restaurant, a female server warmly welcomed Yisa and the adorable kids. But Yisa noticed the burnt steak, so she reminded the server, you might want to consider changing your chef. Not to mention the taste. Even the plating is somewhat ugly. Babies, actually Mommy knows many good places to eat. I'll take you there next time. Suddenly, Hua Hanting walked over slowly, holding flowers. He stepped forward and told Yisa, this is the surprise I prepared for you. Sorry, sa. I've hurt you before. Actually, thinking about it now, I regret the divorce. Thank you for letting the children recognize me. I was too proud before. I disliked you because of the forced marriage. Actually, I had seen you long ago. At that time, you were on a swing in the Yi family villa. Since that day, I couldn't forget you. I want to tell you my feelings. Just then, Hua Hanting received a phone call that made him grit his teeth in anger. Seeing this, Yisa was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Hua Hanting angrily said, Liang Chun, if it's not important, I won't let you off. CEO Guoshirian is doing his best to deal with Guoshir. Now the group has suffered heavy losses. Immeasurable, please come quickly. This woman was so angry that smoke was coming out of her ears. Just because two handsome rich guys were jealous over a woman, they became enemies. The mother of decuplets angrily left her children and ex-husband, turning to leave. In the evening, as Hua Hanting was mustering up the courage to confess to his ex-wife Yisa, he suddenly received a call from Secretary Liang. Hua Hanting warned in a low voice that if there's anything, talk about it at the company tomorrow. I have more important things to do right now. CEO, it really can't wait. Bo Shiyan is doing his best to deal with Bo Shir. Now the group has suffered heavy losses. Immeasurable, please come quickly. Seeing this, Yisa asked worriedly if something happened at the company. Then you should go quickly. Sorry, sa. The company suddenly has an emergency. I'll take you home first. I'll find you next time. The next second, he walked out of the hotel with the adorable kids. At this time, Bo Shiyan was standing at the door waiting. Yisa stepped forward to tell Sa, don't worry. Even if it means bankrupting Bo Shir, I will definitely get revenge for you. Brother Yin, what have you done? Hua Hanting didn't bully me. Stop it quickly. Suddenly, Hua Hanting pushed away Bo Shiyan's hand and angrily said, Bo Shiyan, you're bold enough. You actually want to touch my wife's shoulder. Sa hasn't married you or gotten a certificate. What are you to her? Hearing wife, Hua Hanting felt somewhat regretful. The divorce before was all my fault. I should have confessed earlier, just now. However, the jealous Bo Shiyan took advantage of Hua Hanting's distraction. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Yisa's hand. Seeing this, the enraged Hua Hanting directly pulled Yisa back. The two handsome rich guys clenched their fists, glaring at each other angrily. So the unbearable Yisa shouted angrily, Enough! You two have nothing better to do? each of you pulling one of my hands. Aren't you two CEOs embarrassed enough? When did you become so childish? Saying you have holes in your heads is a compliment. I swear I don't need those things you did. Since it's my revenge, I will definitely take revenge myself. And Huahanting, what relationship are we in your heart? Ex-wife, or just the mother of your children? Huahanting, you pulled me because you were jealous. Did you consider my feelings? Hearing this, Huahanting hurriedly explained, Sa, I didn't mean it like that. But Yisa didn't listen to his explanation and directly turned to leave. At this time, the adorable kids saw Mommy leaving angrily. Si-young angrily said, let's accompany Mommy. Don't let Mommy be so sad. Let's run away from home to teach Dad a lesson. The next second, the adorable kids closely followed Mommy home. Seeing this, Bo Shiyin stepped forward to comfort Huahanting. Let's go, I'll treat you to a drink. After all, meeting is fate. Arriving at the bar, Bo Shiyin voluntarily confessed. To be honest, I've liked Sa for a long time, but I really can't understand why Sa would like an arrogant person like you. Hearing this, the shocked Huahanting asked back, Sa likes me? What else did you think? Did you really think Sa came back just to find a Yang? It was more because she wanted to see you. I advised her countless times not to come back, but she wouldn't listen. No matter what Sa and I do, she always thinks of you. Huahanting, what's so good about you that makes Sa only have you in her heart and can't fit anyone else? I'm telling you all this today to let you know how much Sa loves you, so that you'll treat Sa well. I won't go after Hua Corporation anymore. After saying this, he turned and left. Chun took his younger siblings and ran away from home. They decided to stay at Mommy's house for a while. But every time they saw Uncle Bo trying to please Mommy, they really wanted to kill him with their own hands. In the evening, the housekeeper saw Mr. Hua return home. He hurriedly came forward and handed Huahanting a letter. He said, young Master Chun just took the other young masters and misses away. He said he wants to marry Miss Yi. After seeing the letter, Huahanting suddenly realized. Today, he not only lost Yisa, but also disappointed the children. Suddenly, Huahanting came to his senses and hurriedly left. At this time, Chun and his siblings had just gotten out of a taxi. They curiously asked, what kind of person is that, Dr. Bo? Yu said, the first time we met, he was lost. Mommy found him. She not only bought him food and drinks, but also sent him home. Si-young said, when we were in trouble, it was Uncle Bo who helped us. He said it was to repay the kindness. If it wasn't for Uncle Bo, we might have starved to death abroad. Big brother, you might never have seen us again. Once when Mommy said she wanted ice cream, he directly sent a whole car of it. It made me not want to eat ice cream anymore. Also, when Mommy praised princess dresses as cute, Uncle Bo came to find Mommy wearing a dress. Hearing this, Chun thought to himself, so Uncle Bo is so important to Mommy and the siblings. Half an hour later, the adorable kids finally arrived at Mommy's house. They rushed in to comfort Mommy, telling her not to be angry with Daddy. Si-young said, although Daddy is very domineering, he really loves you so much. Today he was actually planning to confess to you. Uncle Bo is so loyal but unreliable. He's not worthy of Mommy. This is Daddy and Mommy's business. You don't need to worry about these things. Just then, Dr. Bo, who had just returned home, overheard the conversation between mother and children. Seeing the situation was not good, the adorable kids quickly ran over to comfort Uncle Bo. At this time, Huahanting was sitting by his grandmother's grave, saying how sorry he was to Yisa all these years. Suddenly, he received a text message from Chun, learning that Dr. Bo had come to the house to find Mommy again. Huahanting swore to his grandmother, I'm going to bring your daughter-in-law home right now. At this moment, Yisa kept looking towards the door. Seeing this, Dr. Bo said, it's just me who came. Huahanting didn't come. Hearing this, Yisa hurriedly lied. I wasn't thinking of him. What are you talking about? Just looking at Huahanting gives me a headache. No way. He really doesn't deserve you. Why don't you come with me? I can take care of you and the babies for a lifetime. However, Chun couldn't stand Uncle Bo trying to please Mommy. It's not appropriate for you to steal my dad's girlfriend right in front of me. You must be Sa's de Yang, right? What are you afraid of? I'm not stealing your girlfriend. This made Chun tremble with anger. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Dr. Bo immediately got up to open it. Unexpectedly, Huahanting, soaked like a drowned rat, was standing stupidly at the door. Seeing this, the doctor mocked. Isn't this Mr. Hua? You look so miserable. Huahanting grabbed Yisa's hand and said, can you go for a walk with me? The jealous doctor also started to act coy. Don't go. I'm hungry and craving your cooking. This left Yisa stuck between the two men at a loss. Yisa turned and told Bo, Shut up. I'm going out with him for a bit. So Hua Hanting closely followed his ex-wife outside, seeing the 10 adorable babies playing in the house. The handsome and rich father was scared out of his wits. In the evening, Hua Hanting, in order to win back his ex-wife, sincerely apologized to Ypsilonesa, I'm sorry. I didn't consider your feelings before. Sa, can you forgive me? Actually, I'm not angry anymore. Sa, I love you. I don't want to miss you because of anything. Will you marry me again? I want to stand by your side openly. Hearing this, the shocked Yisa repeatedly confirmed, Are you proposing? Without hesitation, Hua Hanting took out a diamond ring from his pocket. He got down on one knee and proposed, Sa, marry me. However, the touched Yisa worriedly asked, Will we get divorced again? We won't, although I'm possessive and jealous. This time when you marry me, it's forever. After saying this, Hua Hanting stepped forward and put the diamond ring on Yisa's finger. So Yisa was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. But Yisa quickly noticed Hua Hanting's burning forehead. She asked worriedly, You came in the rain. You've caught a cold. I just wanted to tell you my feelings as soon as possible, so I ran here in the rain. Hearing this, Yisa grabbed Hua Hanting's hand and pulled him home together. Seeing mommy come home, Jiuyang happily ran over to welcome her. But when Jiuyang saw daddy, he was shocked and stunned. Seeing this, Hua Hanting stepped forward and asked, Which Yang are you? I'm Jiuyang. Yisa suddenly realized, Oh no, Hua Hanting hasn't met the rest of the babies yet. At this moment, Hua Hanting saw 10 adorable babies playing in the house. He was shocked and dumbfounded. Sa, I think I'm really dizzy. I'm seeing hallucinations. You're not seeing things wrong. Don't just stand at the door in a daze. Come in first and we'll talk. Actually, you had 10 babies in one pregnancy. The surprise you wanted to tell me before was also this. Then why did you only leave Chin with me? At that time, Chin's body was very weak. He urgently needed treatment, but I really had no ability to save him. If he had stayed with me, I'm afraid Chin might not even have survived until now. Hearing this, Chin stepped forward to comfort. I understand. Mommy, that's all in the past. Now Dad, Mom, our family is finally reunited. After hearing Chin's words, Yisa couldn't help but cry. At this moment, Dr. Bo walked out of the kitchen and was surprised to find Yisa feeding a bowl of porridge to the feverish Hua Hanting. Inadvertently, Dr. Bo noticed the diamond ring on Yisa's hand. He asked, Sa, what's that ring on your hand? When did you start wearing it? Hua Hanting turned and said, I bought it for her. Hearing this, the adorable babies quickly ran over, surrounding their parents. Mommy, did Daddy propose to you? Babies, this is my future wife. My proposal was successful. After several years, the mistress returned to the wealthy family. The Hua family was moved to tears. In the evening, the adorable babies, to let their parents have a date alone at home, took Uncle Bo's hand and went out to buy things together. Facing Yisa's back, Hua Hanting could no longer hold back. The next second, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Yisa's waist, then pulled Yisa onto his lap. Sa, I don't want to give you my cold, but I think I can't resist. Then don't resist. After saying this, Yisa instead took the initiative to kiss Hua Hanting. Suddenly, Dr. Bo and the adorable babies who returned home caught the couple's intimate behavior. Yisa asked, Why did you come back? Forgot the phone, it's on the coffee table. So, Hua Hanting quickly handed over the phone and angrily said, Hurry up and go. Dad, Mom, continue. We haven't come back. Hua Hanting asked, Shall we continue? Mr. Hua, take your medicine and rest quickly. Don't fool around. A few days later, Hua Hanting, who had just recovered from his illness, brought Yisa to the Hua family. After letting go of her hand, he told Yisa, I've prepared a little surprise for you. Suddenly, the adorable babies ran out to warmly welcome Mommy home. Sa, are you willing to move back and become the mistress of this house again? You're so bad. I've been waiting for this for so many years. Hearing this, Hua Hanting quickly apologized. I was wrong. I was not good before. Then punish me. I will spend a lifetime making it up to you. All right, then I'll punish you by not letting you into my room tonight. Seeing the situation turn bad, the adorable babies quickly came forward to coax Mom for Dad. Hua Hanting thought to himself, This is my wife and children. I can't offend them. What should I do tonight? You came forward to comfort Mommy. You're so beautiful. You shouldn't cry. Young also helped wipe Mommy's tears, saying, "The sun is so big today, it's making Mommy cry." Hearing this, Yi-sa was delighted by the baby's coaxing. At night, Yi-sa lay on Hua-Hanting's bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, Hua-Hanting pushed the door open and entered. Yi-sa hurriedly turned on the light and asked, "Mr. Hua, why are you here? Are you getting something?" "I'm not getting anything. I'm here to find my wife." But just as Hua-Hanting was about to kiss her, suddenly, the phone started buzzing. Hua-Hanting impatiently answered Secretary Liang's call. CEO, Design Director Jiang Kai, has taken his styling team and jumped ship to Huanxing Entertainment. For next month's entertainment industry fashion gala runway show, our company will be left high and dry. Hearing this, Yi-sa quickly told Hua-Hanting, "Do you trust me? Leave this runway show to me. I'll show them what real design is." So Hua-Hanting told Secretary Liang, "I've already found a designer. You don't need to worry about it." Yi-sa hurriedly pushed Hua-Hanting away and said angrily, "My inspiration has struck. I'm going to draw the design draft." This left Hua-Hanting feeling gloomy, wondering when he would be able to marry his wife. The 10 adorable babies worked together. Under the leadership of the eldest brother, they were responsible for organizing a century proposal. It turned out that the handsome rich guy was preparing to propose to his ex-wife again. He actually sent a help message to the children. In the office, Yi-sa was seriously drawing design drafts for participating in the fashion gala runway show. But Yi-sa glanced at the documents Hua-Hanting handed her and asked, "These are all well-known design studios and fashion brands. Why are you giving me this? Whichever one you like, I'll buy a large stake in it." They won't dare not cooperate with Hua Entertainment for the fashion gala. Suddenly, a female employee came forward and reported to Mr. Hua, "This is not appropriate. A graduate designer's experience is too shallow. For this gala, she should just gain experience. It's my company, I'll do as I please." Making her smile is none of your business. "CEO, I'm just thinking for the company. Please take a look at this." Because of this, the entire company is being mocked online. Hearing this, Yi-sa stepped forward and snatched the female employee's phone to look. In these anonymous leaks, they sound just like Jiang Kai. Is Jiang Kai so afraid of me that he'd use such rumors to hurt me? You don't need to worry about these things. It's work hours now. Go back to work. Suddenly, Hua-Hanting hugged Yi-sa from behind. "You don't have to work so hard. With me here, you don't need to push yourself so much. But this time, I don't want to rely on anyone. I want to stand by your side fair and square. All right, you can go now. Don't disturb me while I'm drawing." Hua-Hanting gazed at Yi-sa lovingly, vowing that since she's working so hard, he can't let her down. The previous confession and proposal were too hasty. "I need to prepare a grander proposal ceremony for Sa-sa." So Hua-Hanting quickly created a group chat, asking the children to help him with something. However, the adorable babies who received the message were scared and confused. However, Siyoung mumbled, "Has Dad gotten dementia? Didn't Dad already propose to Mom at Wisteria Garden?" Hua-Hanting hurriedly explained that the previous proposal was too impromptu, with nothing prepared except the ring. "I want to propose to your mom again at the fashion gala, to give her an unforgettable memory." So the adorable kids praised Dad for being so romantic. Chun Kwan happily danced around. The next second, he directed his brothers and sisters' tasks, repeatedly emphasizing that this must be a century proposal. "Let's work hard together." A few days later, the annual fashion gala runway show officially began. Upstairs, Yi-sa and Hua-Hanting were full of anticipation for this fashion show. The host introduced that the next designer to appear was Jiang Kai from Huanxing Entertainment. The guests couldn't stop praising how amazing it was. After leaving Hushi, Jiang Kai's designs had become even stronger. But Yi-sa was shocked and dumbfounded. Hua-Hanting angrily asked, "Isn't this your design?" "Jiang Kai actually plagiarized your design. I'll make him pay for this." Yi-sa quickly stopped Hua-Hanting. "Don't make trouble. It's just plagiarism. He can't beat me." Suddenly, this woman fainted on the ground. It turned out that on the fashion gala stage, the handsome rich guy was preparing to propose to his ex-wife again to give her a surprise. Unfortunately, he was hit by a falling stage spotlight. In the dressing room, designer Yi-sa urged the models to reapply their makeup. Everyone moved faster. "We're up next. Jiang Kai's design is first. If you go on stage now, you'll definitely be caught in a plagiarism controversy." But Yi-sa didn't listen to Hua-Hanting's advice and insisted on going on stage. The next second, she turned and told her female assistant, "This is the Spring Flowers Autumn Moon series. Change the models into these. It's just a small gala. Is it worth bringing out your best design?" It was originally designed for the models anyway. Now it's just being showcased earlier. At this time, downstairs, Jiang Kai and others were looking forward to Yi Sa embarrassing herself in public. But as soon as Yi Sa's models appeared, Jiang Kai was shocked and dumbfounded. This is impossible. How could she have a new design? Seeing this, the guests couldn't stop praising how beautiful it was, much better than Jiang Kai's work. At this moment, Hua Hanting was watching the fashion show from the second floor. Secretary Liang came forward to report, "Mr. Hua, we've found the suspect. The surveillance shows only this person touched Madam's design draft." Hearing this, Hua Hanting immediately ordered, "Quickly bring the person here." After the runway show ended, Yi Sa went on stage and introduced, "The theme of my design this time is Spring Flowers Autumn Moon." To be honest, this series was changed at the last minute, because someone stole my design draft and appeared earlier than me. Hearing this, the guests whispered, "Is Yi Sa talking about Jiang Kai?" Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Jiang Kai hurriedly denied, "Nonsense. If you dare say I plagiarized, show the evidence. I can produce all the drawings from initial draft to final draft. It's just drawings. I could also say you stole my design." Suddenly, Hua Hanting brought the suspect to Jiang Kai. The female employee confessed. Jiang Kai said, "If I stole designer Ye's work, he would take me to Huanqing. I have evidence. I recorded every time Jiang Kai contacted me." Hearing this, the furious Hua Hanting ordered Liang Chen to call the police immediately. So Secretary Liang took the two suspects to the police station. The next second, Hua Hanting quickly took out his phone to text the adorable kids. Chen Chen began directing the live broadcast preparation. Flowers ready, lights ready. The adorable kids gathered to celebrate Dad and Mom's world proposal. Hua Hanting, holding flowers, slowly walked up behind Yi Sa. Seeing this, Yi Sa was shocked and confused. Hua Hanting knelt down to propose. "I know the harm I caused you before is irreparable, but I'm willing to spend my whole life loving and protecting you. Will you marry me?" Hearing this, Yi Sa was moved to tears. The next second, Yi Sa looked up and saw the stage spotlight swaying unsteadily. She rushed over to push Hua Hanting away. Unfortunately, she was hit by the falling spotlight and fainted on the ground. The kids were shocked when they entered the hospital room. It turned out that the mother of decuplets, who had been hit by the stage light and was unconscious, had unfortunately lost her memory after waking up. Unexpectedly, as soon as she saw her husband, she threw him out directly. At the hospital, Hua Hanting and the adorable kids anxiously waited for Yi Sa, who was in surgery. Secretary Liang came forward to report to Mr. Hua. "He's the culprit who cut the rope and injured Madam." Hearing this, Hua Hanting immediately stood up and angrily asked who instructed him. "I really don't know who it was. He always contacted me, and the number was disposable." But Hua Hanting grabbed the culprit's phone and ordered to take him away to the police station immediately. The next second, he came to Chen Chen and instructed to check the IP address of the number. Ye came forward worriedly and said, "Dad, you should bandage your wound. Mom will be heartbroken if she sees it when she wakes up. I'm fine. Your mom is more important right now." At this moment, the indicator light at the operating room door showed the surgery was over. Seeing this, Hua Hanting hurriedly went forward to ask, "Sa, how is it?" Madam's injury isn't severe, but due to the impact to her head, it not only injured her nerves but also caused a blood clot. The location of the blood clot is tricky. Surgery is not recommended as it could cause memory loss. Hearing this, Hua Hanting finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as she's okay, that's what matters. But Yi Sa was in a coma for 3 days. After waking up, she wondered, "Why am I in the hospital? What exactly happened?" At this moment, Hua Hanting entered the room and was surprised to find Yi Sa had awakened. He hurriedly came forward to ask, "That's great. How are you?" Suddenly, Yi Sa grabbed Hua Hanting's hand. She forcefully threw him out. Seeing this, the adorable kids were stunned. But Yi Sa hurriedly ran over to ask her sister, "Can I hug you? Such cute babies. I really want to have a child to play with too." Hearing this, Chen Chun was completely bewildered. "Children, where are your parents? How irresponsible, just leaving you here." Yu anxiously asked, "Mommy, don't you remember us?" "Little one, how old do you think I am? How could I possibly have so many children?" Seeing the situation was not good, Hua Hanting anxiously asked, "Do you remember who you are? How old are you?" "I'm Yi Sa, the young miss of the Yi family. I'm 16 years old. Is there a problem?" At this moment, Hua Mingyue walked in and said, "Yi Sa, don't joke like this. You really don't know who we are? Although you brothers and sisters are very good-looking, I really don't know you. Yi Sa, have you gone crazy? I'm younger than you. Who are you all? Why am I in this luxurious hospital room? The medical fees must be expensive. Don't worry, this is the Hua family's hospital. You don't need to pay for medical expenses. Oh, so Grandma has sent me here. I'll visit her when I have time. I have things to do. I'll pack up and leave the hospital. Hanting stepped forward to stop her. You injured your head. The doctor said you need another checkup after waking up. The doctor said, as for the memory loss, it seems more like Madam's subconscious chose to forget and is suppressing memory recovery. Then I'll go tell Sa the truth about her memory loss. Seeing this, Dr. Bo hurriedly chased after and grabbed Hanting. I've never seen her as happy as she was just now. At least for this period of time, let her be that confident, arrogant young miss of the Yi family again. This time, however, Sa wants to be wild. We should indulge her. Dad's right. We should do anything that makes Mommy happy. The amnesiac woman secretly ran out of the hospital and impulsively spent $5 million to buy a clothing store. She immediately fired the female employee who had just bullied her. At the hospital, a nurse came to report to Mr. Hua. It's bad, Miss Yi is missing. Hearing this, Hanting hurriedly ran out to look for Yi Sa. At this time, Yi Sa, wearing a hospital gown, was standing at the entrance, looking at clothes in the store. Seeing this, Hanting ordered, if Sa wants to buy clothes, immediately transfer $5 million to her card. Find out what Sa was doing or wanted to do when she was 16 years old. At 16, Madam was often framed by Lu Fenglian and her daughter. Mr. Yu would occasionally stop Madam's card. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Transfer another $5 million to Sa's card. Hearing this, Secretary Liang was stunned. At this moment, Yi Sa entered the clothing store, asking the female employee to bring out all the clothes. The next second, she eagerly tried on various outfits. Seeing this, the female employees whispered, a big spender has arrived. If we can sell everything, we don't need to worry about this month's sales target. But Yi Sa was unhappy. You really think I'm a fool? The next second, she hurriedly came to the female employee and said, all right, I'll take these. I want to check out. Miss, the total is $106,200. Our store is having a promotion now. You only need to pay $106,000. Hearing the price, she felt uneasy. Do I have enough in my card? Miss, I've already packed everything for you. If you're not buying, just buy the set I'm wearing, that's fine. If you think it's expensive, what's your problem? Can you afford to compensate if you dirty the clothes? Can you even afford it? Looking down on people. Indeed, your class shows in how you treat others. At least I can afford one piece. Can you afford one with your monthly salary? Jealous of others buying, aren't you? The next second, Yi Sa put her card on the counter and angrily said, hurry up and check out. Poor thing. Did you get this card by selling your body? Which old man gave it to you? Hearing this, Yi Sa was trembling with anger. She quickly took back the card and angrily asked, how much is your store? I'll just buy your entire shop. In a fit of anger, Yi Sa immediately swiped her card without hesitation. Unexpectedly, she successfully paid $5 million. Seeing this, the female employees were stunned. They hurriedly came forward to apologize. Miss, I didn't recognize your status. Please forgive me. The store manager also apologized. Miss, I'm sorry. The employee was ignorant. I have something else to do later, so I won't be polite. Fire her, and everything will be fine. Secretary Liang came forward to report. At 16, Madam was the big sister at school and had many followers. The place Madam is rushing to might be a meeting with other gangs. So, the shocked Hanting hurriedly followed Yi Sa. Suddenly, Yi Sa, hiding in a corner, ambushed him. Hanting angrily asked, why are you following me from the hospital to here? Hanting quickly lied, I just want to become your follower. Hearing this, Yi Sa was completely bewildered.